Hey y'all. Oh, Jamie.
Hey y'all, what's up?
What's up? What's up? When that beat drop at the end, y'all be like, dang, dun, dun. I gotta hear the rest of that song. Dun, 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 dun,
It'd be a whole little party.
It could be. It is every Thursday, right? So I have to ask how you ladies doing. Oh, are you
Bondy
doing well?
Drinking.
I'm drinking peach crown. Peach crown in this bitch.
Yes, we all have on. Well, except for Jaylee, we got on.
I have on Fenty. I have on Fenty.
Oh, you,
just not the
you have on Fenty. Okay,
yeah.
we all
I still
Fenty'd up
made sure
tonight.
it was Fenty, and I got up. They right here though. The other one
we
right
all Fenty'd up tonight. Thanks to Bondy, our official sponsor of the lips tonight.
Okay. I love to be a sponsor. Okay.
Okay. Shout out to everybody in the chat and shout out to our mods. Tonight, y'all, we have a special guest that is going to join us to talk about some super fun things. I posted some stuff to our Instagram and I wanted y'all to guess what we were going to talk about tonight. So if y'all didn't see what was posted on our Instagram, let me do a run through real quick before we introduce our guest. Y'all know what I really like to talk about and what y'all like to talk about? Zodiac sign. So boom. Whoop. We get Jami, the Leo, being a baddie on the outside, softy on the inside. Then we get Jaylee, the Capricorn, money motivated, being the best secret keeper in their friend group. Best believe, because there's so many times where we say safe space.
Right.
And then Bondy, our Gemini, being hella extra and overdressing for casual events. That's right. And then you get me, the Scorpio, being seen as intimidating and low-key loving it. That's the story of my life because I have RBF. So the person who I feel like could bring all of this together, talking about our signs, is
Jesus.
Not Jesus. Funny. Hey, Jesus.
Hey guys, thank you so much for having me.
Yes, excited to have you on, okay?
Yes.
So, for those of you who are unfamiliar with Tisa, she is another YouTuber. You talk about all the drama with the housewives. You review some shows. You do some reading. So you're very in line with, the universe and all that other stuff too. So how would you describe yourself to people who are unfamiliar?
I mean, my channel is, like I say, I'm here for the namaste and the mess. I really do love, reality TV, cultural anthropology, anything. When I got into it, because I was always like waking my boyfriend up, shaking him like, babe, guess what happened, right? And one day he was like, why don't you make a YouTube video about it or something, right? So I got into YouTube just to leave him the hell alone. But I will say, all jokes aside, I really love tarot. I love reading people's energy because, my grandfather taught my mom taught me. I really love reading energy. A lot of people, I've seen people that say they're psychic and stuff. And, I don't do that. Not psychic, nothing like that. But I am good at reading energy that's around you. Anyone can do it to themselves and just seeing which ways that you can kind of move the energy or dodge out of the energy to kind of get what you want. When it comes to housewives, when it comes to stuff, it seems like a natural fit because, at the end of the day,
Mm-hmm.
I'm always talking about someone, but none of us actually know them. We know the types they portray. But I will find a reality TV, even though a lot is fake, it's so interesting to see the fake type of person somebody chooses to represent because it tells you everything they need to know about their personality, and also the energy. So that's how I got into it. That's what my channel is about. We do horoscope. We do definitely reviews. We talk trash. I do my makeup. About to get into travel. It's really like I wanted something where, the way you talk to your friends. Sometimes you talk about real stuff. Sometimes you talk about bullshit. Sometimes you talk about did you get the housewives. And sometimes you're just gossiping. So that's kind of the feel of my channel.
Yeah, that's fun. I love that vibe. The people want to know, what's your sign since we just talked about all ours?
B, this is my girl B. Listen, I said I'd reveal my sign when I got the 20K. So hopefully I can reveal it. I know y'all looking like, girl, it's not that serious, but it's all I can do to keep getting subscribers. So hopefully I get there by the end of October. But at the end of October, regardless, I'm going to reveal it just because. B, thank you for coming on here and showing out. But yeah, I want to see if you guys by the end of it can guess my sign.
I can guess already. I'm guessing you're a Cancer.
Really? No, but funny thing, my BFF's a Cancer.
So I'm wrong. Okay. Maybe
you may or may not. Now the funny thing is Bondy's a Gemini, and I used to tease all my people saying, you know what, I should do Gemini antics, right? Wait till I get to 20K and then give a fake sign and then come back a month later and be like, y'all know I gave you a fake sign, right? And just laugh about it. So it's like,
Gemini antics.
Gemini antics, just laughing like, gotcha. So
right.
All right, y'all. And follow Tissa so we can find out find out her zodiac sign ASAP. Go on, rush over there and hit that subscribe button. I've already done it.
Somebody said what I thought.
What?
Libra.
Really? Why Libra?
Libras are, especially women Libras, I feel like are very like jovial and personable.
Really?
She seems too energetic to me to be a Libra. All the Libras I know be real. Maybe I don't know enough women Libras. That might be.
I know what you're talking though. I have a few Libra friends. They're super chill. Super chill. Not as much chaotic energy.
Chaotic.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, so she's telling us she's not a Libra. She's trying to confuse us.
Chaotic energy.
Then that makes me feel like she might be a Gemini. If that's the case, chaotic energy.
That's what I was thinking next.
No.
I thought she was saying Libra got chaotic energy.
Look at Bondy sitting for the drink. Geminis be like, there can only be one. So Bondy's like, are you a Gemini? Because
nah. I would love to meet a Gemini woman. Like when I tell y'all, I feel like I often get along with them and I don't often meet them. So, like the only one I could think of that I know I love is like Ashley from Rated Love, not Rated Love, Put a Ring on It season 1. Y'all know we've had her on the show before.
Oh wow, she's a
Gemini. She's Gemini. And I feel like she is like there's a lot about her that reminds me of my best friend growing up, but then also is a lot like myself, especially both of us being New Orleans girls and stuff like that. So yeah, like that. And I love her and I love her energy. So I'm like, I really would like to meet another female Gemini because Gemini men are like insane from what I hear.
You might be talking to one. You might be talking to another Gemini female.
Gemini men are out of their minds. And you cannot get rid of them. That's not true. If you want to get rid of, this is the thing. If you have a Gemini man harassing you, Gemini women and men are completely different. Gemini women are so loyal, so trustworthy, down for their friends. You can call Gemini women at 3 a.m. and they'll come with you either to change a tire or bust out somebody's windows, depending on what the mood is, right? They will be there with you. Gemini men are just like, I don't know. And they don't go anywhere. You have to play dead with Gemini men. You have to bore them because Geminis will take you even being an evil villain. Just don't bore them. The minute you bore them, that's when Geminis are like, all right, I'm over. But
that was like the first thing I said to my husband, like when we started dating, don't let me get bored.
Yes.
My therapist thinks that was a bad thing to do, but.
Yeah, I have no idea. I'm just here.
Jaylee says, I have no idea, but you embody the Capricorn. We will dig into that, okay? Let's get into our viewer questions. Thank you so much for the super chat from Visual Taste. It says, hey, lovely ladies. Yes, so excited to see Tissa. She gave me my first reading ever, and now I'm hooked. Right. Me too. That was my first reading on your YouTube channel. Okay. So now let's go ahead and get into our viewer questions where we ask them to reach out either for advice or just random questions that they want to ask us. This first one, I really wanted the ladies to answer because I know we all will have the same opinion and I really want this lovely viewer to hear it. So the first question we got was, how do you handle disrespect from your crush? You don't.
I was just thinking.
Fuck your crush.
You don't.
Yeah, it's like
Find a new crush. Yeah.
Yeah. So I didn't want to leave this unanswered because the answer is no.
But what type of disrespect is it though?
No context.
Huh.
I mean, any type of disrespect, honestly, like that being a crush.
No, but it's like if disrespect doesn't even matter because it doesn't matter who it is. Like, okay, bye, bro. You know what I'm saying? Bye, I got my face.
Jaylee, I completely agree with you. It's just sometimes when people ask questions, they leave out the other half. Like, how do you handle disrespect from your crush? Well, what's the disrespect? Well, they were talking to another girl. And it's like, but did you say something to them? Do they know they like you? Like, how, did you leave them a cupcake? And they were like, thanks. And then went on their way. That's all. Just, me.
Basically, is the disrespect your entitlement or is it really disrespect? Because sometimes people perceive things as disrespect just because they don't like it. So we need more specifics than that.
Yeah.
And
if it's disrespect from your crush and you're asking, let's just say it is actual disrespect. This is where you have to kind of look at the demons that made you. And by demons, I don't mean, demons. I mean, like, we all grow up with our own hurts. We all have something that really is our origin story that shaped us. And we don't understand that a lot of times when we're drawn to people, they trigger something in us that we swear it's love or lust. And really what it is, for example, I'm just throwing this out there, maybe my parents ignored me and I always tried to get their attention, but I never could and it hurt me. So now I'm dealing with someone that ignores me in the same way my parents did, but they give me just a little bit of attention. So I'm going to do my best because I'm replaying this whole thing that happened between my parents. And because you're in that weird thing where like all your hurts are like coming alive again and you see the chance to redo the narrative, you think that's some type of bond or a soul connection or a crush. When really it's just you being triggered by a toxic narrative. So,
child, when I say I didn't been there, now listen, then people gave me attention. Don't get me wrong. Then people did give me attention, but then people was very much, I'll say sometimes I feel like your people, because they know you're the solid kid, they focus so much on the badass kids that you almost feel like, well, I guess I should just go play with myself then, huh? You know what I'm saying? But you know what? That's like perfect when you're a Gemini because, we can go sit and talk to ourselves for 5 hours. So, but yes, you absolutely find yourself being like, in some ways addicted to people that can sometimes show you indifference.
See, I already love the insight. I feel like that's what makes us and anybody in general who wants to be a good YouTuber, you got to have insight. You be like, we see something on TV for 10 seconds and it's like, you know what? Y'all know I did that to your girl Candace this past week. I had to tell y'all about her upbringing. So before we get into that, let's move on to the next question. The next question. What is y'all's favorite reality TV moment?
Like ever?
Ever. All time.
That's like saying, pick your favorite day of life. I'm 39. There's been tons of great moments over the years from different shows, from Basketball Wives, where you're a non-fucking factor, New York and Punkin with the spit. I feel like there's been so much that's happened over the years. Even Tammy on not Housewives, on Real World, the whole thing when she had the abortion and also getting put about boy. It's so many things. So I don't have a favorite.
I have my moment and I'm ashamed, but I know what it is. It's the moment Chrissy versus Kimbella. Literally the moment when I said, I need to go talk about this shit. It probably was when Chrissy was about to walk past her and punched her so hard that you could hear the punch on the microphone. Like you could hear the air get knocked out of Kimbella. And even though she was still pretty after, Chrissy is problematic and crazy as fuck. But I promise you, my favorite in like the moment where reality TV was like, oh no, you need to really zero in on this shit, was when she punched that girl walking past her. And I feel like it is terrible because, like, why is that like your favorite moment when somebody that you don't know is getting punched hella hard? But it was.
Yeah, I feel like Jay Lee. I mean, it's a mixture of both of y'all. It's so many different moments that it's hard to name like your favorite, but a few that stick in my mind, or at least two, is when Cardi B snapped off on Peter Gunz when she was sitting next to him at the reunion and told him, "Look at what you gave Tara and Amina, babies. That's it. And thank God your bloodstream ain't in my veins, because I'd be damned," or whatever like that. That right there lives rent free. I think the other one is when Princess and Tiara got into it over Ray J, and Monique spilled that drink in Princess's hair. Y'all remember that incident? So
yes.
it's a lot it's a lot of moments. Yeah.
I'm about to say, girl, you just named a bunch of them that was real good.
Even Nene and Kim fussing by wig, even Sheree and yanking that wig on Kim. It's been a lot. Get your teeth done. They're done. They're done. That whole thing.
Me
ooh, not a white refrigerator.
Oh, hey man.
Now, y'all, my favorite one, I immediately went to New York because I feel like my sister got me started on trash reality TV, and that was Flavor of Love. And that was actually the first time I had cussed in front of my mama. I said, "I'm the motherfucking HBIC off in this bitch." Like, just repeating New York. And I was like, "I'm sorry, mama." Y'all, I was like, I don't even remember what grade I was in, but not old enough to be cussing. I was like, "I'm sorry, mama." So that scene, and probably whenever Pumpkin spit at New York, and New York was like, "I'm a kid in drug." Oh my gosh. Like, randomly, I get the urge just to watch that back. So I go watch the episodes on Hulu.
It was a great series.
But you saying that made me think about like that moment, like, because I was watching that shit, y'all. I was watching that shit when it was happening, and I can remember being like feeling so much gratification from watching Hoops win over New York in that last moment where they were all standing there with the droopy titties in that terrible dress, and and they're standing there. And the look on Hoop's face was pure. I don't want this nigga, but I'm so glad that I beat this bitch. And that was everybody's feeling in the moment. Like, she was like, like, I'm trying not to laugh right now because I really want him. And you really do. That probably, now that I think about it, you're right. That was probably like one of the best moments ever. Like, just like the gratification from like you getting the outcome, even though it's fake, even though they're not gonna end up together. Nobody wants to be with nasty ass Flavor Flav, but New York was terrible that first season. And even though we don't want no white girl spitting in her face, we damn sure did not want Hoops to lose to her at that moment.
Right.
I have two more that I have to think about. That I have to bring up. Real Housewives of Atlanta. When Mama Joyce was trying to fight Carmen. When she was trying to fight her at the dress fitting, and when Auntie Bertha said, when Auntie Bertha said it was a scheme that Todd came up with for him to come to us with the bullshit. Yes, it's
Jamie. You say that. You say that 5 times a week, Jamie. I know that's your scene.
That's my scene, girl.
I feel like I do too. I feel like, that's anytime you talk about something that a scheme that somebody has set up, you have got to reference that either Todd set it up or Todd did not set it up.
Right.
Exactly.
Oh, all things Irene, thank you for the super sticker. Oh gosh. Was it another one? Did you say both of them? You said both of them.
It was those two, from Housewives. Yep.
All right. All right. So we got 2 more questions on reality TV, and then 1 question is specifically for you, Jamie. All right. Okay. So the next, I know, right? She said,
"Wait, did Tika tell us what hers was?"
Oh, did you go?
Oh no.
No, what's yours?
Sorry, guys. I was just going with the flow. So listen, there's 2 moments, right? The first one is on Real Housewives of Atlanta. When Carlos King was producing, he made reality TV gold. But remember that scene, the "Who Said That" scene? The "Who Said That"?
Who said that?
The way the camera panned to everybody. Kenya was like, "Who said that?" Candy was like, "Who said that?" Portia was like, "Who said that?" And it showed everyone's personality. And also, that's when you realize Portia just said shit. And as soon as she says stuff, she just forgets about it because she was the one that started the goddamn rumor. So,
yep.
And the second one was, I don't even really watch Real Housewives of Beverly Hills like that. I got back into the season this season, but it had been like seasons before I just fell out of the show. But remember when Kim got in a fight with Lisa Rinna across the table? Lisa Rinna went to strangle Kim. Instead of jumping back, Kim went like this, like, bitch, do it, right? She wasn't scared. So I was like, continue, right? Like turning the TV up, like, oh, this is getting good. Everybody on the table was coming at her. She was reading everyone, Virgo Queen, left, right, front, and center. When an earth sign reads you, Jay Lee, you probably said when an earth sign reads you, they will snatch your soul. They just sit there.
Oh, that's accurate.
Watching, so quiet, so it's okay. I don't want to argue. And then y'all just go for the jugular, like just rip. So she ripped everyone apart. And then her own sister, because Lisa Rinna took a glass, being a Cancer, right? Took a glass, just being dramatic, broke it on the table, wasn't planning on using it, but just was like this. The Virgo was looking at her like, bitch, do something. And then Kyle literally looked and just ran out the restaurant, not even out the back door of the restaurant, and left her sister there. If you guys haven't seen that, go watch that. It's the funniest.
I have seen the clip. I've seen the clip of Kyle running out. I never knew why he was running though, but I've seen, and she was like booking it barefoot. I have seen it.
Hold up. Wait a minute. I didn't take my glasses off of that. Y'all know I don't watch them white women. I'm sorry. I don't. Some of the clear women I don't care.
Clear.
Garcelle getting on there, it's made me want to watch the reunion. Everybody's reaction has made me want to go back and binge watch. I probably will. But here's the thing. You mean to tell me that white lady strangled another white lady, tried to strangle another white lady, and then another white lady takes a glass and breaks it on the table
and
as if she was going to use it as a weapon against one of the other women on the show. But we waited until Monique and Candace pulled hair and slapped each other before we started plastering the messages before and after the episodes about violence and what we condone.
Well, hold on.
Well, no, I do think they talked about it when it happened. Because I know when
they did,
the one-legged white woman who took her leg off to fuss with somebody.
Are you playing?
White woman is no dead ass. Yeah, it's on Beverly Hills. The one lady took one leg, and when Fuzzy took the leg off, and she threw the it's New York. But it's a one-legged lady on the Housewives, and she threw her leg at somebody else. So the other white shows have also had violence, but because they always bring it up on the reunion show. So
I know they've had the violence, but I've never seen the Bravo doesn't condone violence reaction.
I think because on those shows they haven't touched each other. They had been fussing and got close to where they may have been pulled apart. But I do think the first time I seen Teresa push Andy.
Yeah,
on their first season.
I knew about that stuff. But still, like breaking a glass and holding it as a weapon, like I don't care whether you touch somebody or not. That's excessive for anybody's TV show.
They usually talk about it.
That's excessive.
Yeah, they usually talk about it, but because some folks don't watch the white show, y'all, we just don't catch it. Because I know stuff because I used to watch some of the white shows, so I would see Andy and them on the Watch What Happened Live talking about it, but for some of us who don't watch it, we just miss it because we don't watch that shit. Because I didn't know about. Yeah, and I think
I'm gonna have to watch it.
So you feel like the reaction was the same, as just that we wasn't watching it?
Yeah, it's like some stuff for them shows are bigger to the white people than they are to us. But because we watch the black shows, we have the worst reactions because we're reacting to our shows. But like when that happened on the white show, I don't really care because I'm like I don't watch it. So right. I don't be like, oh my God, I'm so mad because I don't watch that show. So I know stuff that's happened in the past.
I meant like that disclaimer.
Yeah.
They had put that disclaimer. Okay. Because
I think now it's worse now because I think they're trying to be more strict now across the board. And so more stuff has happened recently than let's say 8-9 years ago when some of this stuff happened on Beverly Hills and New Jersey.
Okay.
But I think from a legal standpoint, Bravo put that disclaimer because Candace sued Monique. And a lot of people think that the reason it got thrown out because the judge said that it was consensual. But really, when you read the court docket, what the judge said is in the Bravo contract, you consent to the fact that you might be put in situations where there could be a scuffle. There could be an argument. You kind of put yourself in a situation, not mortal. If Candace had laid down on the ground and said that she was really hurt, that contract would have been void. But since Candace wasn't hurt and it was just a scuffle, the judge said, well, you kind of agreed to it on this contract. However, now it wasn't Monique anymore. Candace could have sued Bravo. And Bravo said, we don't condone violence to save their own butt. That's why Bravo put it up there. Because she was the first person, I think, that actually tried to sue. So
okay, gotcha. Yeah, so because she sued and couldn't take a lick, gotcha.
Well,
that's how I feel about it. I'm sorry. Everybody can I'll take the lick. I don't give a fuck. I said what I said. Bitch, you got into a fight. What you calling a federale hood for? Take the lick and go on.
No, I know. Yeah. I don't believe in that. Listen, I think I'll win a fight. I've been through my knocks, but if not, I will be like, excuse me, officer. Yes, she was 5'5". Like, I don't, but like, no.
If you know you can't fight,
I don't care. I don't care if I started it. I don't care if I couldn't finish it. No, it's either me going to the police or me getting like my cousins from the type of family we don't talk to run up in your house. So like, you're not just gonna beat me up and just leave it. I
don't know. If you put your hands on me as well and we get into a fucking fight, your lick is your lick. Take your lick. We fought. Get over it. But don't be out here talking about I got attacked. No, I'm sorry. That's white womanish.
I would be very white. I would be clear, see-through. You guys would be like, wow. And I'd be like,
and that's your choice.
Traumatized. I would be crawling, doing YouTube live, crawling. I can't do this.
You're going to have your folded tissues.
No, but all jokes aside.
Jaylee.
I cannot.
Nope.
And Brittany is exactly
the
same.
For the super chat, she says,
don't
first
step
off,
if you
love
can't.
y'all ladies. My
don't
favorite
step
ratchet.
if you can't step.
Well, I agree with Tissa though. I agree.
Candace knows she can't. Candace knows she can't step.
Even if I would have fought and beat your ass, I still turn around and sue you and continue to play. I'm going to commit to that victim role. I will commit to that, and I will sue your ass.
I'm shaking my head because I'm just like wrong road, wrong road. I be having to catch myself. Are we? Your name Tisa, right? We're saying is it Tisa? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I got one more moment before we move on, but this super chat from Princess says that she loves us. Her favorite ratchet reality TV moment was the fight in College Hill, Virgin Islands.
Ooh, yes, I remember. Bad though, y'all. That was bad. See, I would have sued then. She almost took that girl eye out.
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, she hit her in the face with a high heel stiletto shoe, and her shit was bust up and bleeding all over the place. When they carried her out, the blood was pouring out all over. Yeah, it was bad.
Like fights now.
I remember my sister talking
ain't got nothing on what they used to be.
Oh yeah,
the way these people really used to brawl it out. It's like
I would have sued the fuck. I would have sued the dog shit out of her. But just the old regular punch and slap, child, I'll be all right. You'll be all right.
Thank you, B, for the super chat. See through white. Okay, the last moment that I was gonna bring up. Okay, I can't stand this lady. I really can't. And I'm talking about Claudia Jordan. But the moment when she said to Nene, "When you were my age, you had edges." Like when she said that, I remember. Like, because Nene used to be my favorite. Nene Hariz, Nene still is my favorite housewife. I will say that. But whenever Claudia said that, like, she hurt my chest because I was like, I felt like there was a moment in time that everybody had seen the wig come off the leader.
Well, because you know, back then they could read. That's what I want on.
Claudia
that's reading.
Let's be clear.
Claudia can read. Nene can read. Phaedra can read. Portia can read. I feel like people don't get. There's reading someone like the Housewives of Atlanta, and then it's what Candace does. Candace doesn't read people. She just says mean shit. Reading to me is like you say something that's like it's real shady and true.
I disagree.
I think it's mean is mean. I think it's how you handle it.
Yeah, because like when Nene said Kenya was having a buffalo, some people would call that reading, but that was mean.
But no, that was me.
That wasn't reading.
No, that was me. But I'm saying in that season with Nene and Claudia and them, they were reading each other.
Was
reading
that when she had that really light pink lipstick and then
that weird blonde?
Yeah.
She said, when you were my age, you had
They was reading back then. As the show progressed, they got more mean, but that's how they used it used to be like, ooh, like the shade of it all. So
that's why I got tired of Nene though, because I feel like that's what happened. It wasn't fun anymore, and she because she didn't want to do it no more.
She was over.
But I don't know. I don't know, y'all. I still see it differently because when I think about how I think the times have changed, right? So like the read that Phaedra gave Kenya, if she would have
shit was mean,
they would have dragged her and said, "You're attacking her infertility." You know what I'm saying? So I just think the time is
that
different.
Shit was.
I think that's what I think.
I'm about to say because I think reads are
varies.
I think the best reads are the ones that read your whole fucking life. That read you down to your mama and your pathology. You know what I'm saying? Like that. That's my type of read.
But then,
I think it varies.
Doesn't Candace? No, I have to say, right? Disclaimer: I like Claudia. I agree with Jamie about there's a difference between reading and being mean, but I don't find Candace mean. I think that she's just a really good judge of what makes people tick. Who would have thought that big feet and big hands would sink and eat me a soul? If somebody said that to me, I'd be like, girl, shut up. Like, idiot.
Well, it wasn't that. It wasn't that part that ate at her soul. It was her talking about Candace and Mia are one and the same. And they're both triggered by mommy stuff. So I feel like it's hard for me to say one person is wrong and one person is right. It's easier for me to critique what the both of them are doing because both of them need therapy. Like, for real.
I agree with that statement.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just saying I agree with that statement on both of them need therapy.
Yes. And not Jaylee, to your point when you said that Candace isn't a reader, you didn't think it was funny when Mia said, God made me perfect. And Candace said, yes, and he made you basic too.
Well, no, I think I'm not saying that Candace can't read in general. I think people get that when someone says she can't read, it doesn't mean that like Nene's a great reader, she's never mean. I think every person on all these shows have had good reading moments, but they've also had mean girl moments. So I think sometimes Candace is more mean girl than funny. Like she is funny. I laugh sometimes when she is funny, but I'm like sometimes she just saying mean shit, but so has Nene, so has anybody else. So it's like it's not like let's say one group is better than the other with reading and someone's mean, but like we have to acknowledge Candace, sometimes she's not reading anybody, she's just saying mean shit because she's upset or she's hurt about what they could have said. And she's like, I want to hurt you versus I want to read you and be shady, but then she gets mad at a response, but you said some low down shit. So it's like sometimes just say some rude shit and leave it at that.
What's a mean girl though? Because see, when I ain't gonna lie, when I think about mean girls, I don't even really think about Candace as a mean girl. I think Candace more as like an insolent child that sometimes doesn't know how to control herself. So she'll go for the worst thing she knows in a moment, or she'll go for the childish read in a moment just because she don't feel like thinking.
It go hand in hand.
But see, Mean Girl is more manipulative and controlled to me. Mean Girl is what Giselle and Robin does.
But no, I think they all have the same traits. I think each of them have that trait because they each want to be top dog. Like the fact that Candace feel like she can say, why are we here? The fact that Candace feel like she can tell me to go home as if she runs shit to me means they all want to be top dog. You know, Monique's gone, who could be top dog? So it's like each of them do things in different ways. That's either a mean girl trait or a shady trait. They all have their moments. It's not one size fits all. They've all done it in different ways, different seasons, on to different people.
Right. So why is Candace considered like so much worse than everybody? Because people want to sign petitions for her.
I think people think because Candace is getting the heat right now, she's the worst ever. It's like, no, it's her time to get the heat. Every housewife has their good season, their bad season, their messy season. This is her messy season. Last season, it was like her... She was a victim last season. And this season, I think she is trying to redeem herself. But I'm like, right now, her feet is in a fire. But that does not mean that she's the worst ever. I think people who defend her see it that way because because she's getting the hate right now. But next season, she's fine. She's fine. But every person has a season.
But to your point about her getting the hate, the thing, I mean, y'all, if y'all ever stop by my channel, you know, I'm a Candace defender in the fact that I think you're right. People are piling on her. But the thing that's so crazy to me, and I don't want to bring up the colorism conversation, we'll leave it. But the thing that's crazy to me is you saw Karen in the beginning of the season give one of the nastiest, most low down, embarrassing reads you could ever do about Giselle having a nervous breakdown and having to go to the mental hospital because Jamal was like cheating on her and doing God knows what else, about her being an old, broken down whore from Hampton University, and everybody knows it. She literally, you saw Giselle's soul leave, and the thing that made it so mean was it was true. And the mental breakdown to put that on TV until you saw that. And it's like, all right, Karen, because Giselle and them tortured Karen when her parents were dying. I understand where Karen's hate for Giselle comes from. But then you see that and everybody's just like, yes, Karen, do it, do it. And then Candace literally calls me a big Candace at her mom's low budget. And now she's transphobic, homophobic, God knows whatever else. People, yeah, it just seems like, but we have two clear factors in the same season and people are still treated differently.
I think it's because Karen knows the housewives, you know, politics. She knows how much of a read is too much. And Candace gets to the point to where she can't see past her red. And my issue with Candace is that she doesn't allow other people to show their asses. Like, I'm not even mad that Candace called Mia's mama low budget, but the thing is, like, it's all about perception. She doesn't know how to play what is it? Is it chess or checkers?
Chess or checkers.
She don't know how to play she don't know how to play chess. So it's like you need to read in a way to where you don't end up looking like an ass and nobody else is held responsible at the end. Whereas Karen, I feel like since she was up against Giselle has a track record of being very nasty and very rude. So Karen could have said that, it could have landed, and Karen wouldn't have looked bad. Whereas Candace doesn't allow people the room
but
to make it look like
your point. Then you take that scene, and then the next scene, we're at a dinner when, to quote Jami, that's me. What's her name? Ashley is running amok in the palace, just ripping down curtains and going crazy at the dinner table, being like calling her every name in the book, getting loud, whatever. And everybody completely just looked over that. And it turned into Candace again. Here's my thing with Candace, I will say. I agree with you guys. She needs to learn to control herself more. But there is such a thing as self-fulfilling prophecies. And I think that overall, I'm pretty well adjusted, right? But if you all were sitting there looking at me every day of my life being like, T's about to mess up. She about to mess up. She about to mess up. Watch this shit. She gonna mess up. And then when I mess up, it could be today. It could be 3 months from now. Because Candace was doing good for the whole season. Everyone's like, and there it is. T said, you ain't changed. You still not shit. I feel like it's a self-fulfilling prophecy.
I just want to say, I don't think that Candace did anything wrong at the table at the end. I'm sorry. We can argue about the mama thing all y'all want to, but see, at that table, when Ashley asked her husband if he felt like he could have done more to check her, as if Candace wasn't sitting there. First of all, if somebody had asked my husband some shit like that in front of me, it would have started there. It wouldn't have waited until we got to all of that other shit that came up. Candace sat there and ate her food and slurped them oysters for a minute before she decided to raise up. And when I tell you, I'd have been like, Ashley, I'm sorry, your husband is not here. Please don't refer to mine. Don't ask my husband about checking me, because your husband is not here to check you. So if yours ain't here, please don't talk to mine about what he needs to be doing to me. That I would have checked her immediately. And then another thing is that, yes, Chris is used to having to make apologies for Candace,
right?
But at the same time, that wasn't the moment to do it. That wasn't the moment to do it at all. I was right along with Candace when she said everything that she said. At the end of the day, y'all know I like Monique, and y'all know I felt like at the end of the day, if Monique was going to do whatever she needed to do to get out of you filing charges on her, that's what she needed to do, including getting Football Head to give her a statement. So I'm not even mad at Ashley for doing that. But at the end of the day, Ashley, understand, Ashley, we ain't fucking friends, bitch. We not friends. And I'm not mad at Candace for feeling like that. But don't sit up here and try to have no disingenuous fucking conversation with my husband about how I need to be checked. Bitch, what about you? What about you?
You know, I think the only fact is that everyone has an opinion. I think sometimes the reason things get so crazy is because everyone wants their opinion to be fact. And it's like, no, everyone has to get how you feel is fine, but you can't feel like, well, let me try to explain to you why you're wrong and I'm right. So I do think that's the reason why so many fans are always, because I'm like, no, that's your opinion. That's fine. And this is mine, and that's fine. I think so many people want their viewpoint to be a fact. And it's like, no, your viewpoint is your opinion. That's why that's your channel, your IG, your Twitter, whatever, wherever they go. But I'm like, y'all come to our channel like, no, you're wrong. I'm not wrong. It's literally my opinions. I think that the way that it can become less of a stressful thing for us, it's like, fuck the people's opinions. We give our own, and that's really what should matter. Because like, no one's wrong because it's just your opinion. The only fact is we all have an opinion.
That's fair. So we actually have a Potomac segment, but y'all know we can dig. So let me read this comment from Princess. Then I'm gonna ask Jami her question from the viewer. Princess says she thinks it's because Candace is being bothered and sensitive towards stuff, which is why her reads seem mean or vindictive. She says, I feel like if she had more of an unbothered attitude, she'll be good. She appears as a child.
That's exactly what I said. That's exactly what
everybody. Everybody can agree.
Yeah.
Well,
okay.
I would just say with Candace being a child, Candace is sensitive, but not. So remember that scene. I'll be quick about this. That scene when Candace went off and threw lettuce at Mia, it was the perfect storm. Candace is I think that Candace is the low budget thing. She's doing okay for everybody else to stand. But out of her peer group, the country club set, Chris doesn't have that much. And I think Candace is a little sensitive about that. I did see that. Okay, Candace, very sensitive. And it does bother you that Chris is not on your level. But you guys are doing okay. And they love each other, right? So they're going to be okay. So when Mia said that, Candace was hiding behind the low budget video, but basically it's also everybody's been laughing because you're from a very affluent background and you have a low budget life. Okay, fine. So Mia's reads really hurt Candace. Candace tried to explain that. Mia was dismissive against her. That's one trigger for Candace. Then when she called her basic ass bitch, I've said this before. I haven't fought in how long, but had you been walking by me in high school and said these basic ass bitches while I'm standing by my locker with bass in your voice, somebody's hand would have been flying into your head. I could see how somebody would be triggered by that. We're not kids, so everybody just had to eat that. Then you go downstairs. Candace's arch enemy, Ashley, is there. Mia makes a beeline to her arch enemy, right? So already it's just like, you try me. But the thing that really pushed Candace over the edge, Wendy, when she said, everybody pick a room, and she let Candace pick a room last. Now, this was to get her back for what happened with the guest house. But at that moment, Candace felt hurt. She felt confused. She felt on an island by herself. And Mia was already getting on her last nerves. And of course, and this is where Candace was wrong. She took all that and she put it out on Mia. Mia deserves 70% of that heat. But Wendy, oddly enough, was that fire that lit that fuse that really set shit off. Because when she did that thing about the rooms, that's when Candace was like, okay, I'm back on my bullshit. You know? That's
which at the end of the day, she can't even be mad at, because bitch, why the hell would you put your friend in the house on the out? Like, that didn't make any sense to me. Like, I understand why she put Karen and Skylar out there, but fucking Robin should have been right out there with her friend Skylar. It should have been Robin, Karen, and Skylar out there, and you, Wendy, and Giselle inside, if we really want to go by like what the relationships are like. So honestly, Candace brought that on herself, so she can only be, she can only be upset. But I do understand what you're saying, because I feel like, and I said this before, I feel like Mia knew she wanted to start shit with Candace and had been antagonizing Candace. It was the
easiest too.
Yeah, and she knew Candace would look like the bad guy. I think she knows that people are going to see Candace as the bad guy because Candace is going to go for the jugular. So she like, I'm going to keep poking at Candace and keep poking at Candace until she does something to make herself look so bad that even though I'm fucking with her, people are going to think I'm the victim in the situation, which is why she hadn't cried that whole fucking time about her mom, and even brought her mom on the show and watched her mom cry herself in front of her and never questioned about her sobriety until now. And in a situation where she's not even fucking present, but now you crying talking about she gonna have to catch me outside.
Meanwhile, she was drinking alcohol with her mom on the show.
And doesn't she have an opioid addiction that she used to have? I mean, she talked about it on the news station. She talked about the opioid addiction that she used to have. So I think it's funny that you so ready to put your mama business out there, but now you worried, but you didn't put your own shit out there fully either, Miss Mia. Mia know what she doing. She knew Candace was gonna be an easy mark, and Candace was gonna go above and beyond to check her ass. Cause Candace already feel like, bitch, I done already been here and did this. Why is you coming at me? When Candace said I was nice to you, and she said I don't care. To me, after that, well, bitch, nobody cares about your feelings. Your mama, go fucking cry about it. I felt exactly how. That's why I was like, child, don't talk to me. Don't put me on no reality show because I'm gonna be the villain and not give a fuck.
Don't put me on a reality show. Okay, last question, Jami. The people want to know, what did Jami like about the Green Eye Bandits? Because I know you had told us before that you really used to like Robin. I have to say, Green Eye Bandits, you know, over here on my channel, I like to call them the Ops. So what is it that you liked about the Ops?
Y'all not gonna like my answer. I really don't have much of an answer. Just when they first came on the show, I just took a liking to them. I liked them from the very beginning. Like, I really have no answer. I just took a liking to those ladies. I just did. That's the short answer. That's it.
I mean, I used to
Giselle
like
and
Robin too.
wasn't horrible in the beginning. I think Giselle and Robin got bad as the show progressed. But in the beginning, they were entertaining. But as the season went on, they've gotten, because they're playing a role now. Robin's boring and Giselle is messy. But you know, they're a tag team nonetheless. But I do agree with you. They used to, when it first started, they were likable. But now,
especially when Robin got Ashley ass together about putting her finances out there, I think that's probably when I liked Robin the most. But I felt like they was in charge of the girls at some point. You know, I didn't mind the antics, you know, that the ladies would do to the others. But over time, it kind of phased out. More so, it phased out this year as I watched the show. But overall, I don't know. I just enjoyed it.
Just this
That's
year?
the short answer.
Just
this year. Just literally just a few episodes ago.
It would have to be 2 seasons ago for me, whenever her and Monique was arguing with that umbrella in between them.
Yes, that's another thing. I was just going to mention that, because, you know, I'm not crazy about Monique at all. So I enjoyed that Robin was challenging her. And I'm like, what you gonna do with this? And she didn't do anything. So I think that I liked how Robin was like challenging the ladies for sure. As far as Giselle, she just came with it. Like, I just liked her. She was in charge of the girls and still is.
All right, we're gonna move on to our next segment. All right, which is make sense. We got a couple scenarios, general questions. Which one do I want to start with? Let's start with something easy, okay? So somebody says, I'm sorry, but 2 to 3 months is long enough to feel a vibe from someone and figure out what you want. That time is even too generous. If you have to do the talking stage for centuries, then you need to work on your spirit of discernment. Leave people speaking alone, respectfully. So I know a couple people, friends who be going through this. You know, you get to a stage where it's like, well, how long should I wait? You know, Steve Harvey think he got the answers. He didn't wrote it in the book for us. But in y'all's opinion, how long do y'all think is too long for the talking stage?
Like this, like to a stranger?
Like getting to know somebody. Like, I mean, yeah, they initially start off as a stranger.
You can know someone. You can know someone, y'all start talking, so it may not be that long, but I feel like you should talk as long as you want to figure out who they are. I think you also should not put all your eggs in one basket, because you definitely want to feel like you're giving someone. How long do you think it takes you
to figure out who they are, though?
It just depends. Some people are more closed off and more guarded. Like, people may not know me in 2 months because I may not want to open up because I'm still getting to know you. So I think you should take as much time to get to know what you want from them and if they're good for you, but don't put a time limit on it. 2 to 3 months is enough time for someone to show you their representative. I need about 6, because at the 6 month mark, the real person is who comes out. So people are so quick to want to rush and say, okay, I know you for 2 weeks. Now be good. No, bitch, you don't know me because you don't even know my name. You know what I'm saying? So it's weird. So I think people should there's no point to rushing it, because you always show your best self the first 2 to 3 months. So if that's all you go by, then guess what? You're fooled, because at 6 months, the monster come out, the red flags come out, and then you feel like
that's when I came out.
So it's like, you know, there's nothing wrong with taking 6 months to get to know someone, like a regular friendship. We're not friends on day one. No, it takes months to grow a bond to know, okay, I can really rock with this person. No one should make any decision within 2 to 3 months. No one. That's stupid.
I feel like with the 2 to 3 months, I feel like it's possible to really get to know somebody within that time frame, to want to have an idea of where you want to go with them. There was this saying where it's like you can meet a person in a short amount of time that'll mean you more well than a person you've known for so many years. So I think that is the judgment is based on, each different situation. But I think it's possible to get to know somebody within that 2 to 3 month time frame. Especially, it depends on how often you guys are talking, how often you're communicating, what you're willing to reveal to each other during that time frame. And then it's just y'all talking. You know what I'm saying? And then if you want to move on to girlfriend, boyfriend, you can. It's not like, oh, I'm meeting this person for 2 to 3 months and then I get married. Okay, that may be a different dynamic. But if you want to talk to someone, get to know them, and then assess whether or not you want to take it to the next level after 3 months, I think that's doable. You could possibly do that. The thing that be messing y'all up, people, some of y'all go beyond them 2 months and get into 6 months and then be tied into that situationship that you got going on. And so now you stuck and you don't know how to get up out of that, and you just going in these cycles. So I feel like 2 to 3 months should be I don't want to say a standard, but it should be a stopping point. Okay. When you go into getting to know somebody, you need to have an idea of what you want from this. What are your standards? Are they meeting X, Y, Z within the time frame? Because a lot of people gonna show you that up front, and it's not always gonna be people's representatives. It's gonna be who they are. So it's gonna be on you. You know what I'm saying? How you trying to move? You can find your man in 3 months, find your woman in 3 months, or you can hang around and be in the situationship for about a year or so. But it's on you, girl. Good luck.
Yeah, I would say around 5. I didn't want to say 6. I'm saying 5 because, like, once you get to the 6 month, it's like, damn, you don't waited too long. I would say 5 because, to your point, as you said, some people get stuck in that 6 month mark. Because after 2 to 3 months, if you really like somebody. And I feel like the other couple months, you're just waiting for it to be official. So I feel like Jay Lee also had a point talking about representative. So if you do 5 months of, still dating around other people, I think that's good. Not being exclusive. You shouldn't exclusively be talking to anybody. That's contradictory.
I mean, I disagree with all of you guys. It's just you must be out your mind if you think like, okay, fine. I would like a few months to decide how I feel about you, and I can only speak from a heterosexual normative from women and men, right? So take it with a grain of salt. I read that guy's comment saying that people will come on, to your point, Jamie, people will come around and they're just like, oh no, I want to see the vibes. And it turns into a situationship, right? Because for you to hang around with someone for 2 or 3 months and they don't know how they feel about you, I get people saying, oh, but we need to know for sure. But let me tell you something. Somebody's representative can hang around for a year, for 2 years. It's only when you start to go through stuff, and I mean real stuff, not, oh, I had a bad day, but like, God forbid somebody pass away, getting fired, like literally being at the first time you're around their family and an argument breaks out in the family. Like when there's real stuff that happens and you're just like, oh, there's no time frame on that. That just comes in time. But I do feel that someone can show you very only how reliable they are, how much they invest in you, how much they protect in you. And a lot of times it's not even really you. It's it's kind of like, yeah, everybody wants to date somebody that's generous. But if you talk to their exes, they were generous with their exes too. They're a generous person, right? Everybody wants to date someone that protects them. But if you talk to their exes, they protected their exes too. Someone's character that they show up on time, that they're there for you. When you tell them they're having a bad day, next time they talk to you, they're like, yeah, what happened with that bitch that was fucking with you at work? Is she still a problem? Like they're down for you and they genuinely care. It's enough to see someone's character. Now, what happens in a relationship? That's somebody's personality, right? Because sometimes you just don't click. Sometimes they wake up early and by 2 months, you're like, I'm not waking up again on 7 a.m. to go look to the grocery store. I want to sleep in. But I feel like people's character for the way that they generally treat people shows itself very, very early. And I think we ignore all that because as women, we're bred to believe that once you invest in a man, and show them you're down, then the man will really invest with you. But my dad told me when I was a little girl, that's all bullshit. When a man wants you, when anyone wants you, man, woman, or they want to invest in you early, not because they have to, not because they're running game, because one, that's who they are, and two, they want to see you smile. They want. So every relationship I've had that worked out. Now, I'm not saying jumping in. I'm not saying it got sexual real quick, but I am saying that every relationship that worked out, they showed me who they were early, often, and it was consistent who they were, which is not to say that they were perfect, but they just showed early, often consistent. When you have that 2 or 3 months, that's somebody playing games with you. If you're just like, I want this to be more, and they're just like, oh, hold on, you know?
Was the question about because I'm confused. Was the question about getting together or just knowing somebody? I may have not even paid.
No. How long? So how long should the talking stage be? So that's like
before
dating before you're exclusive.
Right?
Oh,
yes, before you become exclusive.
Okay, all right. So can I say something? Because I haven't added anything to this. I feel like it depends on the situation. As somebody that has been in relationships with both women and men, that has waited a very long time, hey Jamila, a very long time to actually be in a relationship with somebody, I feel like it all depends at where you are in your life at the end of the day. Because honestly, I feel like there have been times where, like Tisa is saying, like, it doesn't matter how long I was with them, they were still gonna be the same person. They was gonna showcase those same, fuck boy tendencies a month in than they did at a 6 months in, and they gonna do a year in. So at the end of the day, I was ignoring, like the times I can remember being in a relationship like that. I had known that person for years and knew the type of person that they was, but thought maybe somehow it would be different with me. Okay, because we were friends first. You know what I'm saying? But all of a sudden, as soon as they fuck you, it becomes a whole different type of situation. No longer are you a friend. Now you're a girlfriend that has to stay at home while they go to the club until till 3 o'clock in the morning. When good goddamn well at midnight, they ass is toe up from the floor up. So what is going on here? You know what I'm saying? So I personally feel like it depends on the relationship and the bond that you have with the person. Because I have definitely met somebody, and then the next week they were living in my dorm room, and we were together for like a year and a half. Like, you know what I'm saying? And that relationship ran its course, of course, but still, like, it's still been a kind of long-lasting relationship either way. But still, like after maybe a day or so, I knew I wanted to be with that person. So I just kind of feel like it depends on the connection with the person and the type of person they are.
Y'all make sense, but I'm very, very slow to, like, I get a vibe for people, but I'm slow to trust who they say they are. So I feel like
Scorpio.
Exactly.
That's true.
That's true. Scorpio. No, it's gonna be 2 to 3 years.
I need to see you in like different situations, because I know how you are, like on a one-on-one, me and you said, and we can be hanging out every day for 2 or 3 months. But if we go, I don't know, to the football game, everybody gonna be around. Is you gonna be acting funny? If we go to the family cookout, you gonna be acting funny? I don't know. So I need to go through trials and test and say, okay, now you can know my last name, basically.
Lord. See, I think I was confused on the question in the beginning. I think you can talk to somebody for a month and know if you like them and want to move forward. I don't think you need a long time for that. I thought that was saying like how long should it be before you're like commit to like, I'm like, that's different. But like just getting to know someone like a month lets you know if you want to go further. And then another month, you want to keep going. So I think like month by month, time by time, you can kind of, keep growing. Yeah.
But I want to say this. As a married person, now I have a different perspective, and I feel like I would not act married with someone that I was not married to. And I feel like a lot of people act married or, just live in the same capacity that married people do when that's something that they want. Now, if that's not something that you want, then it doesn't matter. But if that's something that you really want out of the situation, stop living like that's your husband and expecting the marriage to like eventually happen. If that's what you want, make that a priority. And if they are not willing to like make those assessments within an allotted amount of time, then you need to be willing and ready to get up and move on from that situation instead of feeling like I put so much time in, so I can't go anywhere. Because a lot of times people will take advantage of that mindset. They will hold you on a string and keep dangling it in front of you and never really give it to you because they know that you're going to give them whatever they want anyway. So what are they, really doing all of that for? And another thing is, I feel like women need to shop around more than we do. We don't shop around enough. Men be out here in a full-blown relationship with you and still out here shopping around while you at home being faithful and shit. So, missing out on a man that could be giving you more than you're getting right now, but you want to be loyal and shit to the nigga you met in high school because y'all liked each other. Like, no.
Again.
Like, no, you definitely need to, I feel like, shop around as a woman and, have your standards set and don't feel as if that needs to always shift. No, some of these niggas need to just move to the side. That's it.
Speaking of, okay, this rolls right into the next part of the conversation. One popular thing I seen all over social media this week, especially Twitter, because some of y'all be sleep on Twitter. That's where the stuff starts, and then it ends up on Instagram later on. Jay Lee had a whole viral tweet this week talking about your girl, Rob Dixon.
Yes, come on, viral tweet.
Come on, yeah.
Tweet mode.
So,
what was the tweet?
You do. I was happy when I seen you tweet like 3 times. I was like, yes, I have somebody over here with me because the rest of y'all don't be on Twitter with me. So when I seen Jay Lee, I was like,
First
yes.
of all, I've been tweeting all week and ain't nobody been tweeting me back. So I don't even want to hear that. I've been on there and I follow everybody. I follow, y'all got to make sure y'all following me. See, look how I be.
I'm following you.
I'm also not in the chat, just so y'all know. Oh my God, but I've been tweeting.
I removed the person.
I already,
me too. Hey,
yeah,
I made it. I got a fake troll.
I know. I saw that earlier. I was like, here they go, because they always say the same shit. Like, what is that?
Yeah, fake everybody. So this week, y'all, I seen red flags everywhere. Okay, so these are in regards to what are red flags that you hear when dating. So this rolls right off the last conversation. I screenshotted 3 of them. The first one I seen was, he's like a brother to me. The next one was, that's too much. You're doing too much. You're so high maintenance. There's no need to dress up like that. We're just going to, that's a big one. That's a red flag in friendships too. And then the last one was, I read it in a Facebook article. So can y'all think of any red flags?
I just don't like talking on the phone.
Oh, go ahead.
No, she won't let me see my children. And what's the other one? Anytime they say that their ex was crazy.
Yes.
Anytime they say their ex is crazy, 1, you probably still messing around with them. Or 2, it's like, my ex was crazy. She'd be at my door at 3 a.m., busting my car windows, and then cut to you 6 months later with a brick in your hand at 3:30 in the morning. Like, how did it get? I found that when men say their ex was crazy, most likely they either drove the ex crazy or there's something they're not saying. And anytime somebody says, she won't let me see my kids, there is maybe a 0.001% population of mothers with children that do not want their fathers to be in the kid's life. Usually that means you're not shit, you're not doing something, you're being too unreliable, you're doing something that the mom, for whatever reason, and even then mothers will be like, no, okay, fine, you only been around once every 2 years, please take the baby and be a father. Whenever a guy says that the mama, it's like, you are such trash that you can't even maintain a relationship with the person that should be the most important person in your life. That's what I believe. Every time I heard that, it's just like, you're not shit. And it's always come to pass.
Yo, y'all know what's crazy? I know a situation right now that's like, nah, it's really her. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, and I agree with you though, but I really know a situation right now where it's like, it's really her though. Like I've seen it. Like it's her. Like she really mad. You know what I'm saying? And she really like keep the kid from the dad and shit, and then come up with reasons as to why not to take things from him, so then she can say that he's not doing anything from the child. Like that shit is crazy. good morning, beautiful is a red flag. Okay, that's reasonable.
It's a red flag because it's a red flag if that's the first thing you said when y'all first meet. It's like because that's just team too much. So to me, that's the red flag.
Representative.
Can I be honest with something that y'all may not agree with? That's a red flag for me.
What's that?
A man that's on social media too much.
That's a red flag. That's mine. Me. That's the number one thing for me, which is so weird to me. I don't like dudes to be
like talking on
different
social
outfit pics.
Yeah, don't post too much. Don't talk too much. No, like what is that about?
Like, you want to know what they're talking about though, because like the way we talk about like fashion and whatever, like dudes could be only talking about football and sports and shit. I think it depends what they are on social media.
Dudes who do that are not on social media talking about that like that.
But see, that's the thing. I feel like if you have a social media page as a man and you not on there, that's a red flag for me because I'm like, what you hiding for? Who you watching?
No, you could be on there. Like you could be on there. Like Lyric is on his page. Lyric look at stuff. Lyric post and all of that. But like dudes who be like in the comments on the post, commenting on other people's comments. Like you got too much.
But that's a regular. But that's why can women do it? But men can't. As if they can't have.
Because honestly, in this society, whenever I have seen men often talking or being like that, they're bitch made in some way. So in another space, they're going to disrespect the woman or talk to her or handle her in some bitch made way when they often run their mouth. I'm sorry, y'all, but it's just a connection that
what are they just having a conversation? I think men and women should be allowed to have conversation, because if not, we're making it seem as if men can't hold a conversation unless they're being mean, rude, or degrading. I think some men I love having a conversation with a man because it's the dynamic of what we're both being. We're trying to have a conversation. So I think you have men who are bitch made, yes, but I do think some men like to talk.
Well, my issue is not around.
I think we're explaining. I think we're seeing it two different ways. That's what we're explaining.
You are, because I understand where you're coming from. But okay, talking on social media, like being active on Twitter and doing stuff like that, I don't care. But it's something about a man who like, okay, you know how they say women look good for themselves and other women, right? Mm-hmm. Men come on social media almost for validation from women, the opposite sex. So I don't like when I see men post like over and over and over again, because it's like, damn, who you trying to be seen?
Or validation from other incel ass men. And that's what I noticed a lot about men who have a lot to say on social media.
I feel that I think I see what y'all are saying. I still kind of disagree if it's like his business, but some part of me connect with what y'all saying based on TikTok.
Of course,
when I see people on TikTok do that,
things.
When I see guys on TikTok that's doing the most, I definitely cringe at times. But if it's photos, I feel like it's a little different when I'm on Instagram.
I think it depends on the guy. Like, okay, if a guy likes to dress nice, so he'll post his nice like clothes or what he's wearing. But it also depends on the post, because sometimes I feel like dudes be telling on themselves so easy. Like if they spend too much time looking at themselves, they really gonna think they the pretty motherfucker in a relationship. You know what I'm saying? If it's just certain things about men that I feel like if they do it on social media, it kind of shows through in the way they handle their women. And what I've noticed is there needs to be some type of detachment from social media for a man in order for him not to be some type of messy ass bitch made dude. I don't know.
Yeah,
and I don't mean for business. I don't mean for business.
Yeah, not for business. I just don't need a man to think that he's the Beyonce of this relationship.
Right.
That's
You're
all.
not the catch. You're a catch.
What do you mean for Beyonce in the relationship? Like describe that. When somebody thinks they're the catch in the relationship.
Yeah, that's what it is. Like some men think that they are the catch in the relationship, and they just have this. Like a lot of men.
Gift. I'm
yes,
God's
the specific type of man
to even be with me.
They're very
I'm mediocre.
And that I don't mean no men should be on social media, like for your business, whatever. You a fitness instructor, you post fitness content. That makes sense.
Somebody just said it.
Team too much.
That's who I'm talking about.
And that's how I feel about Jason on TikTok. But I don't get the vibe from the guys on IG. But it's like on TikTok, I just feel like they just be doing the most.
Okay, I'm gonna give you like an example of somebody, and you tell me what you think. Y'all know Hollywood from Put a Ring on It, that
Yes,
first season. Y'all
there we
see his
go.
social media?
That's what I'm talking about.
I don't see his social media. I don't know what he posts. I don't see him on social media.
Oh no,
girl, he be in a cape, like it be.
But
a
here's
lot.
the bad thing.
Why
I'm in the middle because when it comes, let me say this: when it comes to Hollywood, I can't stand it because I know he's seeking attention, right? But I'm also not attracted to Hollywood. But when you get Diamond from P Valley, I can't think of his name.
Tyler.
When Tyler does it and he's just talking, I'm like, you can do this all day.
I know. I can't. I feel the same way about Tyler. I love him on P Valley, but when I seen the way he, like, it's something about a man that's more attractive to me when they don't realize how fine they are. A dude who lets you know that he knows he's fine, I'm kind of like, and
never
Tyler
mind.
has that.
But
I'm like, never mind.
But that's not for the commenters. That is not to be confused with dating a man who's actually ugly. Never date an ugly man.
Right.
No, I mean it. Ugly men.
Yes.
I found in my life, people have this thing that the more attractive somebody is, the more problem. And I'm not talking about somebody that's full of ego and, in the streets. But I find usually as you get older, the more attractive somebody is, at least men-wise, the better they treat you almost. In the way that it's like someone that's always being fed, right? They've been attractive all their lives. Y'all are attractive, right? People approach them all the time. Ugly men, one, have chips on their shoulders and they want to torture you like you're that girl in high school that wouldn't date them because they spend all the time like working and this and that. Okay, fine. But then there's also this thing where I find men that don't get a lot of attention from women. When a beautiful woman does come, when it gets a flirty situation, when they get in a situation that they think that they'll never get again, it's almost like holding like a steak in front of a hungry lion, right? They're going to try to grab that steak because they don't know when they'll never have a steak. As opposed to someone that can have steak morning, noon, lunch, and life. They're like, yeah, steak's cool, but I can get steak anytime. I'm cool right here with this ice cream. Y'all, I'm telling y'all, stay away from ugly men. Y'all going to be on my page 6 months from now and be like, damn.
I always say schmedium.
Yes,
medium ugly. Blondie. Blondie.
Did somebody say that already to love?
Yes, and I think she was a woman after my own heart for that.
Y'all can't say, do y'all want the ugly men to be single forever? They need
yes.
too.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Listen, it's not that I want them to be
but
single.
It's not their fault.
But I'm gonna tell you,
God did that. That's you want to blame God? Jesus made that man.
Ugly is in the eye of the beholder, though. Well, there's always
to them, y'all. Don't listen. This is ugly man propaganda. Don't listen to them.
Let me tell you, I'm not telling y'all to be no ugly man.
Men naturally, here's the difference.
But everybody think ugly looks different. Everyone thinks ugly is different. So like, one person is cute can't be.
We're talking about objectively ugly, not beauty's in the eye of the beholder. Not that's my type. No, we're talking about objectively, like whatever. I'm telling y'all, it's something about the way men are socialized, unless their moms raised them better, where men feel entitled to female attention. There'll be someone that got no game, no money, no manners, no charm, no imagination, and they think they deserve to be with the top Instagram model. They're like, yeah, that's me. How come this bitch won't call me back? Because they're raised entitled to female attention. When they don't get it, instead of just being like, oh, I should up my game, maybe I should do this. What do? They'll work hard to get money, maybe, but a lot of times they just sit. And they wait to get with a woman. And then they're also taking out all of their issues on the women they're with. All of these issues.
Sounds like Jose.
Right. You're right. No, I'm gonna tell you why she's right. Because you know who I thought about that is in opposition of that. I thought about like ugly drug dealers. Like in my life, I've known ugly drug dealers, and those are the only time those dudes love your dirty drawers, and they don't be thirsty like that, but they love your dirty drawers. Okay, but it's because they got money, and hoes know they got money, so they always be clean. They always got nice jewelry. They always got money. They always got cars. They always fresh. So people like them so they have that energy about them, even if they are ugly. Because that's what I was thinking about. I was like, I've known some ugly niggas in the hood that have definitely but it's because they have that
ugly
that
like Q from was it, or is it P from Quality Control? Who the CEO of Quality Control?
Oh yes.
He is ugly.
Well, that's what I was about to say. Men also, they understand the power of like algebra when it comes to the physical. So you could be an ugly man, but don't let them be 6 foot. Then they like, my shit canceled out. You know, I'm that nigga because I got height on me. And then don't let them be average height and basic in the face. Oh, I'm a millionaire. Yes, or about slow.
Right. Good dick. Don't let them have good dick. Don't let them have good. Listen, don't let them have good dick. They will ruin your life. Okay, ugly niggas, and then people are looking at you like, why are you doing this to yourself?
Y'all, it's a whole mad physical to it. And you know, one day we should have a segment where we post pictures of celebrity men and we can talk and analyze about the physical math behind it. I think Simon would be a great one. He's an easy one to talk about. Even Dennis, because people used to say Dennis was ugly when he first came about, but now Dennis looking good.
But Dennis and the same thing.
We cannot. We cannot have a judge being segment that we're gonna have was be banned from all.
It's not judging.
We cannot judge them.
It's doing physical.
We're gonna read them for filth. If men put up all pictures of women and sat there and judge them, we'll read them for filth. So we look, y'all.
But they do that all the time. On Twitter, a man will jump in your comments and rip you apart. Like, I was just posted.
I'm sorry, excuse me, Jelly. Are you saying we can't pick men apart physically? Are you saying that?
I'm saying nope.
I don't agree with this assessment of your personality at this juncture. Ma'am, like we get up here and rib the shit out of people on the daily, but you mean to tell me we can't get up here and talk about what these men's is looking like? Jay Lee, come back on the screen. I don't agree with this.
No.
Friend, this is what we do though. But you know we do.
We gonna talk about it in the chat anyway.
We're gonna be in the DMs. Like I'm like, girl, what are you doing?
This is a DM conversation. Is my point. This is a DM conversation,
right?
Okay?
Which is why
this is a production. Yes,
she gonna keep turning her camera off on us.
But I would just like to say, Jay Lee, that the way men are. Listen, we're not gonna be mean. I don't even know if I'm going to be included in the chat, so I probably don't get a vote. But let me just say, right, for the people, right?
Let us know.
Men are socialized. We can pull up anybody's Instagram page right now. You could put up any picture you want. There'll be a bunch of men that jump in the comments telling them, you're not that cute, you're not that smart. I guess she's just a washed up IG girl. Men, look on Twitter.
And when they do that, we say y'all shouldn't do that. So my thing is, it can be done because when we see men, we've seen people in the comment section reading people for. Well, no, that's different because we're in a different. We're saying hypothetically we want to fuck somebody, but we're not saying look at how we look, good or bad. It is different. But this is a production conversation.
What if we keep it positive? What if we keep it positive? Like I think it's adorable that you look like you walk. I am a fan of Ewoks. I think you're adorable.
Not a fan of Ewoks.
Well, we keep it positive. I love it.
There's a way for it to be done, yes, but that's a production because when we see
she think I'm gonna be crash. She think I'm gonna be up here like I can't fuck with it.
No, the thing is we've seen. This is my point. All serious notes. We've had conversations about people picking people apart, how they pick apart Chloe Bailey because of her body. So if we've seen people sit there and say, okay, look at this, and this, and they're strictly focusing on the physical things of people, we would have something to say about that. So I'm like, it just depends on how it's done. That's like it depends on what we do. Now, marry, fuck, kill, we do say if we want to be with somebody in marriage, fuck them or kill them, but we're not physically judging them good or bad because I would not want anyone to do that to us. So I'm like, it can be done, yes, but it just depends how it goes.
We haven't judged Boosie, good or bad.
But no, that don't count.
And I actually
on a whole different level. But y'all, safe space, damn it, safe space.
Okay,
they know what that means. Don't worry.
Okay, I understand what you mean, Jay Lee, and we would think of a cute way to phrase it so that you would feel comfortable being on camera. But at the end of the day,
I'll be like,
judge these.
Nope.
I want to see the six packs. I want to see the pectoral muscles. I want to see the shoulders. Oh, look at the shoulders. If there are penis pics out there, bring them to the table. I want to know.
Y'all
okay,
see what they put me through. Y'all see how they treat me when I try to be like, nope, and they force me to do stuff all the time. Bondy forced me to follow Kaya. Now I'm forced to see the funny shit she posts. They force me to do things.
You love it though. It's hilarious. Y'all not following Kaya on Instagram. Y'all are missing out on some of the most funniest, ignorant shit you've ever seen. It's hilarious. Kaya is terrible. It's hilarious. Kaya
really
Gag
bad.
Nation.
It's really bad.
I haven't. Jay Lee did me a favor and screen recorded it for me.
That picture, that video, that 50 Cent and Lil Kim have been arguing about with her and the leprechaun.
But Kaya she said it's old. Lil Kim said it was old, but I hadn't seen it before.
I hadn't seen it until Kaya posted it. Kaya posted that shit, and then I saw everybody else start posting it. Because she does post a lot of things that people be like reposting and laughing at.
Who the fuck called me a red flag? First of all, who the fuck is Amari Rock? Bro, fuck you. Okay? Now I'm a fucking red flag. Look, don't play with me. Okay, you don't know me. Look, I don't know why they try to fuck with me.
Y'all better leave my friend alone. Don't make us karate chop y'all in the throat.
Ain't no fucking red flag.
Digitally. We would digitally karate chop y'all in the throat. Don't play with my friend. Not off the peach crown. Don't play with my friend.
Ooh, not off the peach crown. Not off that brown.
That's my nice way of saying, go fuck yourself. But
And that's my way of saying I got her back, and I will also tag team bully you online. So please do us a favor and be nice.
Rude.
All right, y'all. Now I want to get into the part that I was most excited about. Here is a Zodiac meme that I saw early with 10 minutes to spare. Aquarius, Virgo, Gemini, which is accurate for this group. Bondy usually shows up close to first whenever we backstage. Fashionably late. Sagittarius, Pisces, Cancer. There's none of us and arrives, 2,250 years later. Jay Lee. Last but not least.
I'm always last.
Jay Lee.
Always the last.
And then got the nerve to check people about being on time. Ain't that some shit?
No, I don't. No, I don't. What I say is
you asked for all us to be on time a couple of weeks ago, and I was like,
but that's different. That's different. See, no, Bondy trying to sell me out the river. What I said was because this is the funny part. Our show used to be at 9. 9 got pushed like 9:05. It was like 9:15. So now I was at 9:30. So I'm like, okay, we're gonna push to 9:30. I don't want to start later than 9:30. So I'm like, can y'all kind of be here on time 6:30, 9:30, please? Thank you.
Okay, so if you want us to be earlier, you can come earlier, but you don't never be here earlier.
We be having to get our keys out the way.
Day. Huh?
That's not good enough.
What?
That's not face to face.
But see, y'all forget. I be just getting home and
I'm hurt right now because I look forward to before the live.
No, but y'all know I don't get home. I don't get home from work. It's like between like 9 and 9:30 some days. So when I'm not because I'm not home yet.
So you can't get on your phone. So you can't get on your phone. I'm a drive. I'm a drive. I'm a drive.
Well, I ain't gonna say. I do videos in your car. When you did, when you was driving and you hit us up.
But see, that was a whole different thing. I know. But that be me. I be trying to get home.
With Jamie,
first of all, that's not how I sound. You see, now y'all see what I put up with. See, this is what y'all don't see all the time. Them fucking with me, okay? Because I'm the oldest. They be fucking with me.
We love you though, and we'll fight about you. And that's all that matters.
Period.
Ooh. Okay, so Tisa, I wanted you to give a little synopsis of. I mean, you've been talking to us for about an hour and a half at this point about each of our signs and general, how you think they apply, random. Let's have fun with it, okay?
Okay.
So, let's start with who wants to go first so I can pull up your meme and everybody can see it. Bondy?
Bondy.
All right. I had this up at the beginning of the show. Bondy right here is a Gemini. Hella extra. Overdressing. What else about them Geminis? We know they got the split personalities.
Okay, so Geminis have split personalities, but that's actually a misnomer. Geminis are actually super, super reliable, and they're actually super consistent once you know what motivates them. The thing is, everybody has motivations in this society, right? Geminis have their own value set, but once you find out what they deem important, they stay very much they don't stray from it. It might be they think, you know, some people are like, you know, don't sleep with your boyfriend's father, right? Right? Geminis might be like, I don't know. Well, what's the thing? But they might say, I'm never going to wear a blue shirt on the third Tuesday of every month on God. And you will never see them in a blue shirt on the third Tuesday of each month for the rest of their lives. You don't understand why, but they stick. I will say that Geminis, when they get bored, you kind of want to stay away from them because Geminis make people fall in love with them for fun. You know, like they'll be bored and they'll just be like in Starbucks waiting for their thing and they'll decide, I'm gonna make the cashier fall in love with me. And they don't say anything. They literally maybe do like a twist of the hips, a bat of the eye, taking too long to say thank you. Something so subtle, nobody but the person that they're focusing their energy, almost like a game. Like, what makes you tick? That turn you on? You like that? Okay. But to the point of, they always have people out there looking stupid because when you act on it, they make you think like, wait, did I imagine all that? Because they're just like, oh, no. I was just bored. Like, this isn't anything. And they make you feel like, did I imagine it? But they didn't. It was just like very subtle mind games, but that's what they do for fun, right? Geminis also, like I said, they're super consistent. Anyone says that a Gemini is two-faced, they just don't realize Geminis just don't fuck with them. Geminis don't like, Geminis are like this, right? Some signs like Scorpios, right? You walk in the room and Necey, you be like, bitches on sight. I told you ass when I saw you last time. And no, I'm not smiling. And everybody's like, Necey, come on, we're at a group dinner. Just loosen up.
Yeah,
and like, no,
that's happened when we, yeah.
And the whole dinner, you just be looking at them like, right? Geminis are like, listen, it's too much energy in their minds to do that. So they would rather just, listen, I don't like you, you don't like me, but we're stuck in a room for an hour. So let's find something in common. Let's laugh. Let's have a kiki. And then they leave and they're just like, bye, I never want to see you again. The other person is like, yo, me and Bondy really bonded. And you're just like, I just didn't feel like having that energy in the room. And I still don't mess with you, but that's no reason not to just get along and make this hour more enjoyable. So that's why people think Geminis are two-faced. They just never messed with you in the first place. You just couldn't tell they didn't mess with you, you know?
I always say we're mutatable. Like we really like move with the mood. Like we're not about to let things fuck up the flow of things. Like we're just not gonna do that. That's not our style. You know what I'm saying? So I very much have been known to, not all the time, I've been known to like make my bosses feel as if they have some type of control in the moment when really I'm like, oh my God, I'm just, you know, being cute and not cursing you out. Have a good day. You know what I'm saying? Like I can do that and I will do that for my check. You know what I'm saying? There have been times I wanted to curse people out online, but you know what I did? I cursed them out in our DMs and kept it cute because it's not in my best interest. It's not in my best interest. And there are times where I'm going off about something online and I'm like, child, you are reading the fuck out of yourself right now. But it ain't none of y'all business because you don't know me like that.
Now, I will say, Geminis, it's not that y'all don't hold grudges. I will say something about Geminis. When a Gemini, when you finally got under their skin and angered them, they're capable of anything. I mean, anything in that moment. The thing is, y'all move past that moment really quickly. And then you're like, all right, I'm bored. I don't have time for this. It's boring, right? It's exhausting. Like, this is boring. But if you are around them while they are in that thing, they are capable of anything.
I always say, it's so good that I decided to be a good person instead of a bad person. And I mean that because I feel like there are times when I'm like watching shit and I know for a fact that I'm the type of person that will go above and beyond to prove a point. Like I be watching some of this hood shit and I'm like, I'm so glad that I decided to go in the opposite direction because if I was hood, people would die all the time just off pure principle of don't play with me and I can't trust you. So I'm so glad I'm a good person because I actually strive to handle things in a way that I feel like is integrity filled. You know what I'm saying? Like y'all know me. You know what I'm saying? Y'all know how I like to handle things. Y'all know how I talk, how I get down. Like, and I mean the girls, because we talk all the time. So they know how I get down. And because I pride myself on being, you know, like a person of strong character and all of that type of shit, I don't do a lot of the stuff that I would do if I was a different type of person. Like, I'm just gonna say it like that, let it go. Because, you know, people play with you when you're little.
You be killing me. Y'all know how I get down. I swear my fiance be mocking you, Bondy, because that accent. He be like, is that Bondy? Is that Bondy? Oh gosh,
about it. I'm home.
I think you were just read. It sounded like she read you like a book.
It felt that way. I enjoyed it.
Okay, who are we doing next? Do we want to do? Who wants to go next?
Let's go, Jay Lee. Jay Lee is our Capricorn. I want to see Jay Lee. Jay Lee does not know much about zodiac like at all, but nothing. I feel like
she knows nothing about.
But you should know all about yourself, because I feel like you are a textbook Capricorn.
But that's the thing. I don't know what a Capricorn means. I just know I'm me, so I don't never say, "Oh, I'm a Capricorn." It's like, no, you know, I'm just Jay Lee.
You're a textbook Capricorn definition, Jay Lee.
I don't even know what that means.
Okay, so Capricorn women, very different than the Capricorn men. Capricorn men are often accused of being social climbers and being users, and they are unevolved ones. The men are kind of like what we would traditionally assign to a gold digger woman, right? The women, though, super reliable, super loyal, and they're all about building. Capricorn women are like when everybody's 18, 19, like saving up to go on vacation to Tulum, they're saving up to put the down payment on their first house. Like, they always have their priorities set, and they always have their eye focused on a goal. We could all start off waiting tables, but the Capricorn friend will become like the manager in a year. Like, they always have a goal set out, and they work toward that goal. That's the one thing. The only time that they ever feel depression is if they feel they don't, like the goats don't mind climbing up the mountain, even if it's steep and rocky. If anything, it makes them feel like it's worth it. They don't feel like anything that comes easy is worth it. They feel like it's fake. It feel like it's false. The only thing that ever gets them depressed is if, God forbid, they start going downhill. But definitely, even if they feel like they're plateauing, they feel like they're missing out on something. They feel like there's something more. Capricorns are also, when it comes to love, right? There's certain signs, like water signs, that will be like, you know, I don't care. As long as we're in love, we can sleep on this park bench. As long as I'm by my baby. Capricorns are like, what are you talking about? Love is important, but love doesn't mean shit to y'all until you guys are financially stable. And even if you meet someone that you love, if they cannot either, one, provide you with stability, or two, help you build, and you guys build something together, y'all don't see the point of it. So it's like, love is important, but it's secondary. It's let me find out. In friendships, super loyal, super there. Y'all usually have crazy friends because it's always a symbiotic relationship. You love the way they like wilding out, going a little bit too far. They love the way that you're just like, okay, let's pull it out. Let's not get arrested tonight, right? Let's stop short of getting arrested, right? So it's a symbiotic relationship. I will say that when it comes to Capricorn, the one thing that you might find you need to work on is, see, here's the thing when it comes to relationships. And I don't know if you're married or anything like this, but for all the Capricorns out there, because Capricorns are so used to building, and if it comes too easy, y'all don't trust it, because only things you work for are good, because you guys are not perfectionists, but you are perfectionists in the fact that you're always doing everything on your own, because you're just like, if I don't do it, the shit's not going to be done right. And half the time you get so stressed out waiting for people to do it, and then they give you something half-ass back. You're like, just move. I'll do it myself. It's a thing to learn to accept help and realize that people, bodies down there. It's a thing to learn to accept help, but also realize the help's not going to be perfect. But the perfect of what they offer is the fact that it takes a little bit of stress off of you. It's kind of realizing that perfect done is perfect when it comes to Capricorn. Was it as perfect as what you did? You could have done, no, but it's good enough. And now you're freed up to do other stuff. So it's a weird way that you have to learn to receive help, but also realize and understand that the help you get is going to be half-assed, but sometimes half-assed is good enough in order for you to get a peace of mind. Now, when it comes to love, right? Again, you guys think that you need to climb. The thing is, because it climbs, You guys think that a love that you work at and build on and invest in and all this stuff, it's going to be the most solid thing. But the thing is, as the goat climbs up the mountain, the goat can only climb for itself. You cannot have anybody else on your back. You can't have burdens on your back. The type of love that's going to feed you, even though it goes counter to everything that you want, that type of love is going to feel easy. It's going to feel like a blessing. Usually the love you want is at the top, right? Or they're right there, right beside you, moving up that mountain. But a lot of times you tend to get a love that kind of burdens you and saddles you, because to you, you're like, well, if it's not work, then it's not worth having. It's not real. And again, with Capricorns, you'll keep sliding down that mountain until you get someone that either is at the top and they're throwing ropes down for you to climb up quicker, right? Or they're right beside you, like making your mind and your heart lighter and making that climb up even more enjoyable, but never like on your back. So that's just like one of those things about accepting help and realizing that people are going to have to ask you. But again, it's either that or you do every little thing on your own forever. So it's just, you already know it. It's like letting
first of all,
you know?
Necey and Bondy's faces when I was laughing the whole time.
Listen, when she started, listen,
I
you
could
got
think
real
about a
down
moment.
just
Yes, every time she said something, I was like,
some stuff was true and some stuff was different. But yeah, some stuff was true.
I definitely think back to you liking niggas in jail and people, you know.
No. I didn't like people in jail. My boyfriend who I was with ended up going to jail.
Okay, and you also like hood niggas, correct?
Well, I mean, I used to live in the hood, so it's like, you know what I'm saying? It's just what it is.
Okay. And you know how they like, can sometimes.
We need to do this next. We need to do that next. We need to do that next. I just wiped the crust out of my eyes after talking to y'all last night for 4 hours. She'd be like,
and she'd be like, paragraph. What y'all need to do? What we need to be doing next week? What we trying to be doing? And I'd be like, Jaylee, I'm grateful as fuck for you because I wouldn't be doing this shit if it wasn't for you. But at the same time, bitch,
shit, don't stop. Shit, don't stop.
No, because I have to say what's on my head. Because once I forget, I'm like, it's out.
Don't stop being that person either.
No,
we're gonna make fun of you for it, but don't stop being that person. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
We do.
I ain't doing shit no more.
I need that person bad.
But also, like, not just in work. Don't forget personally, because a lot of Capricorn women are different than the men. A lot of Capricorn women, again, that reliable girlfriend got your back, no problem. You cannot talk to somebody for years that you feel as a friend, and they call you at 3 a.m. You're just like, all right, so what happened? Nah, really? You're always there. But it seems like when sometimes Capricorn women, when y'all go through things, you don't know how to be emotionally vulnerable to actually lay your burdens at somebody else's feet, because for whatever reason, you think that you have to provide value to people to be of value and to be valued. You don't realize that you can burden your friends. And a lot of times, because you've carried their burdens and helped them, so they are waiting. They're like, please, let me help you carry. Can I help carry the bags? You know?
I'm weird to where, like, I'm a private person for one. But I do have people who know when I'm going through whatever. But I'm like, I don't need to burden people, because for me, it's like, it ain't their business. So it's like, let me not add on to what they're going through, because I usually know what people are going through. But I'm like, but I also know when to unload my shit on a person who I know is like, okay, a safe space. You know, so a lot of stuff was true, some not so much, but a lot was. I'm like, okay. But for me, I feel like I know people who birthday aren't around my time, so I'm like, they can't be Capricorn, who are like me. So for me, that's why I'm like, I don't get how people can say this is a Capricorn if I know somebody who's a Gemini and they're the same way. You know what I'm saying? That's why I don't really get astrology stuff like that.
You got moon and all that. You got rising and moon.
Yeah, so
I don't know what that means.
So here's the thing.
Is it a sunset?
No.
Good night.
Your rising is when people first meet you, their first impression of you. That's your rising. Okay. Your moon is your emotional self that people have to get to know, but that's like your emotional self. Oddly enough, if you're talking about a man, if you want to see the type of woman that a man will either be destroyed for or fall desperately in love with, look at their moon or look at their Venus. But usually the moon.
What's their Venus? The Venus, the penis?
No. Look at their Venus. So their Venus is like the type of woman that they easily fall in love with, or the way they express their love, most importantly. The moon is the type of woman, those traits that will either nourish them or destroy them. But one thing is like they will not let that type of woman go. A lot of times when people think like, oh, let me look at this Venus. Oh, the Venus might be a Capricorn. I'm a Capricorn. That's not the way it works. The Venus is just the way they express their love. But the moon
I'm a Libra moon. I'm a Libra moon, and my husband is a Libra. See? Is that bad? They say that's bad.
Libras and Leos get along
perfectly. No, Libra. I'm a Libra moon, and he is an actual Libra. I'm a Gemini.
Okay. But well, here's the thing. When it comes to what's his moon, you got to look at the man's moon. No, you have to look at the man's moon. With women, your moon is
so is the man's moon different from woman's moon? I gotta find his moon.
So with men and women,
his moon is.
Yes, you do.
We're gonna have to send Jay Lee some links.
We need to schedule more time.
I need links. I need screenshots.
So listen, with moons. So if you're looking at a man or anyone, a significant other, right? With, he, she, them, their, her, they, whatever you're into, you look at their moon to see the type of emotional connection that will grab their heart, right? You look at their Venus to see the way they express love, and you look at their Mars to see the way their anger expresses themselves. And that will usually let you know, of course, everyone's different, expresses differently, but that will usually let you know, like, where, not even just the compatibility, but a way to kind of get around their energy if you really want things to work. You know what I'm saying? So
I'm gonna have to schedule some time with you because as you're saying these things, I'm looking at my chart like, okay, accurate. So we're gonna have to run that all back because I'm like, yep. Oh, y'all don't understand.
Okay, hold on. Wait, hold on. My husband is a Virgo moon. It's a Virgo moon.
You're a Libra?
And I'm a Libra.
Libra moon.
And you're a Libra moon. And then what's your sun?
Gemini.
And listen, Virgos and Geminis, bread and butter. The thing is with Virgos and Geminis, the reason why it's better and better is, and let me know this is you and your husband's thing. Geminis love, they're like Loki, right? The Greek gods of mischief, right? They love playing games. They love coming with their stuff. They love tricking people. They do. It's just funny to them. Geminis will be like, I gave you enough information to realize what it is. If you cannot see what it is, it means you're not paying attention, and that's not my fault because you have enough to figure this out. So they love playing games on a little level and a big level. The thing that Geminis and Virgos link up over, Virgos will cut through all the bullshit and be like, what the fuck are you doing? Stop it. I'm not playing this game. And for some reason, when Geminis are called out and someone's like, I see what you're doing, it really delights and it tickles the Gemini. It almost makes you feel like you found at least a mental equal, and which makes the games like a little bit more fun. Do you see what I'm saying? Instead of just like running game on someone that really has no idea what's going on, it makes you feel like you found an equal, like you found a playmate. And you, even though it annoys you sometimes, you like the way sometimes they call you out on your bullshit, and they like the way sometimes they shut your shit down. Like, no, it's not happening. Try again. I'm
gonna say he's a Libra with Virgo moon.
Yeah.
So, and me with the Libra moon and Gemini sun. So I feel like definitely there are times when I look and I be like, damn, like I feel like I'm smarter than this nigga, but I think he just gamed the shit out of me.
Yes.
So yeah. Yeah, no,
that sounds like what you're telling us.
The perfect line is, and you just said it, with Geminis and with Libras, Virgos, it's like you look at them like, damn, you almost might be as smart as me.
Yeah.
You almost, and it's fun.
Because it's manipulative. It's not like outright. It's very on a slick and on a slide. Like, I be looking at lyrics sometimes like, oh, word?
Yeah.
Okay, nigga. Okay.
It delights you because you found a mental equal, and it's almost like not wrestling, but when you see like two puppies playing, right? Like it's just
fun. No, we definitely, that's the thing about our relationship that I think keeps us together is we have a lot of fun together because we play a lot. Like we both like are able to be kids together, without like judging each other for it. And I feel like in a lot of other relationships for both of us, there have been times where people have either judged him for being away or judged me for being away, and we kind of like allow for each other to just kind of be without all of the judgment. But we are each other's balance. He brings me down and I bring him up.
Yep. Yeah. And that is that energy. Now let's get into Jami ThatsMe, Leo
Come
Queen.
on, Leo.
Come on. She's so quiet and reserved.
There's two types of Leos, right? The one is just like, yes, 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 let's give it to them, right? And then there's the other type of Leo that's just like in the corner watching. And then, so there's some Leos that like, oof. And there's other Leos that draw everybody in, because you might just be in the corner chilling, but everybody's coming towards you because there's like this like magnetism, like, what's her deal? Why is she sitting there? What's going on? The thing about Leos are, of course, everybody knows Leos are incredibly loyal, right? Leos are incredibly protective of the things they love, right? And the people they love. They will go to war. And I mean war for the people they love, and they don't care. It's fearless, right? It's fearless. Now, when it comes to social relationships, you get fed from being around people, but then you struggle with like that Leo myth that Leos are like, yes, 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 let's do it. The thing is with Leos, Leos invite a lot of jealousy, right? But they invite a lot of jealousy because there's something that you possess that's in your DNA that when people are drawn to you, this is friends, this is lovers, this is whatever, when they're drawn to you, it's because first they're out of admiration, and then they want to figure out how to get that. And to you, you're just like, what's the big deal? Like, what? I'm just me. Why would anybody be jealous of me? But it's in your bones, so they want that. And then, but the thing is, and this is where a lot of Leos get hurt, not just in romantic, but also in friendships, right? When the people you're around see something in you and they idolize it, right? And then they want to learn how to do it. And then when they realize that it's innate in you and they can't do it, very small-minded people, what do you do when you're confident? You look at that and you're just like, damn, that's the sun in the sky. At least the sun's shining on me. But when you're not confident, what happens is you decide that regardless, you're going to look your idol in the eye, even if it means if you can't rise up to the occasion, you're going to sit there and knock your idol down into the ground until you guys are both level. You deal with a lot in relationships until you, and that's why the funny thing about Leos is you almost have to find people that are even bigger than you and doing bigger things, because then it's a thing of equals, right? Instead of dealing with people where, you know, you're always making sure they're okay. You're always pulling them to the blessings. You're always like, oh, come on, come on, come on. I got this hookup. Let's do this. Let's do this. And you think that you're showing them love, but really they're sitting there getting more and more resentful because the things that you have, it just reminds them more and more and more what they lack. A lot of times in Leos, you know, and I use this analogy a lot, it's literally like the sun in the sky. And the sun in the sky is supposed to always shine on the moon. The moon is like, yes, that's where it's at. It reflects back to the sun. It's like, we got this. You got day, I got night. We running this shit. We run Earth. But sometimes what happens is the sun, for whatever reason, shines on a little pebble. And the pebble with the sun reflects. And for a second, the pebble thinks it's a moon. The pebble's like, oh my God, when I'm around the sun, I feel like I'm the moon. I feel like I'm this. I feel like I'm that. And they feel so big. It's almost like you're a kingmaker. The only thing is, eventually, they have to realize that they are a pebble. So what do? They either spend all their time trying to sabotage the sun so the sun doesn't shine anymore, right? Or they spend all their time breaking down the sun so that the sun just keeps setting lower and lower and lower. And pretty soon the sun's the same size as a pebble. So there's again, this isn't just romantic relationships. This is friends. That's the only thing that I see Leos ever have to really look out for. People that are jealous, break you down. And even in romantic relationships, you know, and I'm not saying this happened, but this is the most extreme: mental abuse, physical abuse, anything to make friends, trying to steal your man, sabotaging you, talking about you behind your back. And again, these are the most extreme cases, right? But all those things on the gamut, and it always comes as a surprise because you just think that why would anybody be jealous of me? So it's like Leos have that thing. But that said, when you're around the right group of people, they look out for you, they protect you. It's nothing but a big family. So yeah, sorry to make it seem like it's all gloom and doom for Leos. It's not, but that's the one thing that Leos always have to look out for.
That's funny because everything you said resonated with me because I was reflecting on a past friendship, and everything that you said is exactly what was happening in that friendship. A very interesting. I'm actually a cusp, just FYI. I am a cusp Leo and Virgo, but my moon. No, I'm sorry. My moon is Scorpio.
Okay.
But my rising is Virgo.
Now, here's the funny thing about Virgos, right? Which probably reinforces those Leo traits that bring those jealous people around. Virgos love to be of assistance. Not saying that you guys are like, oh my God, let me be somebody's servant. But the thing about when a Virgo loves you, when a Virgo doesn't care about you, they'll just let you do whatever. Like, yeah, sure, you're going to go swim with sharks. Sounds good to me. Have fun, right? But when a Virgo cares about you, a Virgo will see, because you guys see the perfect, right? You guys will see what somebody could be, the best version of them. And then you see where they are. And for some reason, it really, really, really resonates with you guys to kind of help them be the best version of themselves. Because if a Virgo shows you love, it's like, why wouldn't you want to be the best version of yourself? It makes no sense if you can be better. But this also reinforces those pebbles on the ground, because by you being like, you could be here if only, but it reinforces that they either can't or they don't want to. Or they don't want to put in the work to actually do what they need to do. So instead of them just leaving them to be lazy and peace, you think you're pouring into them and helping them and inspiring them. And meanwhile, they're just getting more and more resentful because it reminds them of where they think they're lacking, but also where they don't have the gumption, the energy, the willpower, to actually change. So it just highlights, which is why when you get with people that are doing that, I will say, Leo, especially if you're in the Virgo cusp, the best thing you can do is literally get into a room where there's a lot of ambitious, motivated, self-confident people, because that's where it's your community. That's where you'll grow. They'll support you. But more importantly,
like the old ladies first.
Right. I was thinking that. I was
like, you found your tribe. You found your tribe, Yeah. So now, let's get to Miss Necey Dixon.
Wait, hold on. Before you move on, can I please ask, okay, so I have a lot of Leos in my life, okay? And I seem to have the best relationships with my friends that are Leos, but I'm not gonna talk about the family members that are Leos, but there are a few of them. So I have a question about, what about when Leos allow for that jealous shit to get in their head, meaning they feel like somebody's jealous of them when they actually aren't?
But here's the thing with Leos. They're not wrong about the jealous energy. They just don't know where it's coming from. Do you see what I'm saying? They just don't know where it's coming from. Because here's the thing. Someone can be jealous that, damn, Bondy's hair stays looking good. Like she ain't never go wrong. And they might be like, oh, like Bondy's hair, like it might be something where they're jealous, but then as a Leo, you feel it as, and this is what I mean about the immature Leos with misplaced arrogance, right? It might be over something that's just like the nails or the hair, or it's just something, whatever, and they misplace it saying, this girl's just jealous because blah, blah, blah. It's misplaced, but they're not wrong that there is some jealous energy coming off. You know, that's the thing with Leos. Just because you're paranoid doesn't mean they're out to get you. Now, it might be something so trivial. It's like, girl, grow up. Who cares? We're not in 8th grade anymore. But they do feel that energy. They just misplace as to what the actual thing is.
Because I'm just saying, I know a Leo who throws that jealous shit out there all the time. And it's literally about somebody that is in no way, shape, or form jealous of them.
Okay, but there's also this thing. I don't know if I mentioned it. Leos, see, here's the funny thing about Leos. Leos are incredibly self-confident. They say the difference between Leos and Libras is, right? Leos want to show the world. And again, there's 2 types of Leos I know, but the type of Leos that are right? They want to show the world everything they have, right? And Libras want to share with the world everything they have. But those Leos that want to show the world everything they have, a lot of people don't realize because they're always on. They go through incredible bouts of insecurity and depression when they are by themselves. So usually the ones that are literally projecting jealousy on everyone, it's just like, what is it jealous? There's just no way. It's usually because that's the way that they deal with their own grappling insecurities, and they're projecting the fact that maybe they're jealous of the person. But there are the ones that are very much out. They project. And again, I'm telling you, if you catch them, they go through periods of incredible self-doubt, incredible depression. But when they go out, they put their, again, Leos are fearless. It doesn't make sense.
I got a friend like that.
Yeah, they're so fearless that they go out and they're just like cha-cha-cha-cha-cha-cha, because that's their game face. That's
I have somebody really close to me that's like that. Like in front of everybody who doesn't know her on that level, she's that bitch. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? She's that bitch on people who really don't know her, but the people who know her on a deep level know that she really gets to a level that there is no talking to her. Yeah. There's no sanity in it. It's just she is going and she's gone. You know what I'm saying? And there's nothing like hello. That's not what's happening here. And she just won't, you know what I'm saying? Because she's just so in that feeling of no, this is what it is, and you're doing this. And but it's so funny because it's like I have my friends like Jami, like Kiara Lachey that are Leos, and I don't feel the same energy that I do from some of the Leos that are like my, in my family, that I sometimes feel like this crazy ass energy from.
Well, funny thing is her birthday because again, everybody's different. But usually the Leos that are closer to Virgos are the more chill Leos than the ones that are closer to Cancer. Usually. They're chill. Like, usually it's kind of like with Libras.
The beginning of August is what?
That's still
Leo, like they're deep in it, right?
But it's closer to Cancer than it is to Virgo.
Okay.
Yeah. The 22nd of 22nd, 23rd of August is Virgo cusp, and those 2 or 3 days before or after, but the 22nd or 23rd of July. So if you're anywhere before, I think the first week of August or 13th of August, they consider you more of the Cancer. Just like Libras, the October Libras that are closer to Scorpio season are the more chill Libras, and the ones that are closer to Virgo cusp, oddly enough, are the ones that are just like always like super happy, super buoyant, super whatever. So I mean, there's that. But honestly, if she is doing that, it's probably because she is literally suffering for incredibly, that Leo self-esteem thing where again it's because it gets dark for Leos and people don't realize it.
It does. Absolutely like a dark like space in almost every Leo that I know. If things can get bad, it can get darker than it does for me as a Gemini.
But that's why Geminis don't like touching
emotion.
Y'all don't like touching emotion because that shit can suck you under. So you stay above it because you don't want to go, and because you guys really will feel so much and feel it so intensely, you just choose like, I'm not even gonna mess with that. I know what I know. That's it. It's just all right, let's just keep it moving.
That's a read down to the bone. That's a read.
It is. This is wild. Okay, so I have to say, whenever I was on one of your lives one day, Tisa, and you did a card reading for me, and I was asking you if I had like a friend that was going through her own stuff, but she was jealous. She was very jealous, but I also felt responsible. Like maybe I should help her get out of her depression. And you were like, "Nah, leave her where she." Yeah, you were like, "Leave her where she is. She'll be fine." Right? Funny story. So probably like a week or two after you said that, and you were like, "Leave her," while you build on your own stuff. But you said to me, "Either way, it'll be fine." So I met with her, basically explained to her like, "Hey, I'm down. I'm here for you. Blah blah blah." nothing changed. Like nothing changed at all. So it was very much what you said, and I still scaled back from that. So I was like, that is wild. So
yeah, it was the thing. You were going through a season. You were about to get into a big season of growth, a lot of good things. And you were thinking if you took from your garden and watered hers, then you could help her grow. And it's like, that's not the way it's working. She's going through her winter. Doesn't matter whether you take your water and water her garden or not. She's going to have to go through her winter. And either way, she's going to be fine.
That's exactly. You got a good memory because you do a lot, like a lot. You have a really good memory.
Now, for you, Scorpio. Necey. So listen, we've already been to the Scorpio, but I'll tell everybody else, right? Scorpios, super strong. I will say one thing, right? There's a lot of cardinal energy on this panel, right? Super strong, super super strong. I'm trying to make this new for you and also like tell them, so you're super strong. You are super regenerative, right? You've been through a lot and people can't even guess. You've been through a lot and you've always found a way to not just survive, but to level up, right? The thing about Scorpios that you guys have to kind of, and this is where the evolution comes from, and this is what you might be getting into, right? Scorpios can go through some bullshit, and then that shit is like the fire of truth that burns off, because you guys get a lot of leeches. You guys get a lot of parasites because you guys are so strong that weak people, and when I say weak, I don't mean people that are crybaby. I don't consider crying to be weak. I don't consider being emotional being weak. Being weak is when you are kind of like a parasite on someone and you're sucking somebody's life source for the own point of just feeding yourself. And once you suck they'll dry, you'll drop their body and go on to the next person, right? It's all about feed. That's what I look at as being weak, right? So you are a kind of like a beacon for people that are weak like that, because you always regenerate. It doesn't matter. You always regenerate. So every time they suck you dry and they leave your body, right? The next morning you wake up and they're like, well, goddamn, she's back. Let me latch onto her again, right? Whereas most people are like, well, good night, right? So they latch onto you again. In a weird way, you're almost constant supply, right? Always, always, always. So they know that even if they've gotten everything they can from you, all they need to do is just leave you for a little bit and they'll come back and you'll have even more gifts for them to siphon off of, right?
Thanks.
The thing is, when you go through these times of adversity, that fire that you go through, it also burns the parasites off of you until nothing remains but the truth. And once you guys have the truth, a Scorpio's in their element. It doesn't matter if it's an ugly truth. It doesn't matter if it's a beautiful truth. As long as you got that truth, you're going to like, it's going to be like heaven to you. And you can really jump off of that. So you go through this fire, it burns off the parasites. It burns off all the lies that you told yourself and lies that people told you. And now you're standing in your truth and you use that to level up. So you start to associate as a Scorpio in life that the pain, right? The pain, and just push through it, because there's going to be a level up. So when you're in situations where you start to get parasites on you, when you're in situations that start to get painful, you don't run from it. One, because you're fucking strong, right? You were like literally forged in the fires of hell and rose up to earth. So for one, you're just like, yeah, whatever, it's fine, right? Meanwhile, everybody else is like dying, like, oh my God, we're being burnt to death. And you're just like, it's cool. We don't need to turn the air conditioner on. But also you've come to associate that when that pain comes, push through it, because a level up is coming. Once you truly evolve as a Scorpion, and you might be on your way, you realize that regenerative nature is in you. You don't need the pain. You don't need the leeches. You don't need anything. You can be in times of great bounty, great happiness, great peace, great love. And that regenerative fire will still level you up and you'll emerge even bigger and bigger and bigger. So a lot of times the Scorpios, they're drawn to very, I don't want to say negative situations, but very trying situations, because you think that the level up is coming by forging through adversity, and you start to realize the level up is in you. And all you need to do is just be in certain situations, whether it's creative, whether it's love, whether it's good, and that fire will start to burn, 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 and you'll reemerge even bigger and even better, you know?
Yeah.
as far as like people being in your life, I think I said this to you, Necey, but I'll say it to the people in the panel. Scorpios have a hard time trusting people, partly because there's a part of you that just wants to love and be loved, right? Like that sweet, warm, gushy caramel. That's why you have such a protector, and the way you forge people so much, because once you get into a Scorpio's heart, I always say the only way out is in a body bag. Once you're in,
that's facts.
You ain't going nowhere. And because you know that once somebody is inside, it's kind of like they're trapped in the room with you. You're very, very hesitant about trusting people, about loving people, about letting people in. Now, that said, right? Sometimes, and this is for all the Scorpios, Necey has found love, if you guys don't know, but sometimes when it comes to Scorpios, this is another way that in romantic relationships, you can attract users and not even know it. Because listen, it's like me and you were dating, right? And I meet Necey and I have no ulterior motives, right? No real ulterior motives. Just like, oh, you know, she's cute. You know, maybe we sleep together, maybe. But you have no ulterior motives with the Scorpio. But because the Scorpios are so guarded because they know once you're in, you guys have all these traps set up, right? So I come up and I'm like, hey, you know, Necey, I'd like to be your friend, right? And you're just like, if you can get over the barbed wire, go through the landmines, swim through the moats, jump over the crocodiles, and climb the roof, then maybe I'll pick up the phone and we can talk about us being cool, right? But a normal person that's just trying to vibe with you, they're just like, I mean, Necey seems nice, but I'm not doing all that. Like, I got shit. I'm not. However, people that have an ulterior motive, people that's just like, no, I need to get to Necey because Necey is sitting on some fucking treasure, so I need to get there. They'll literally sit there and run through the landmines and crawl over the crocodiles. Now, every now and then you get someone that really does have good intentions and they just want to love you and they'll do all that. But normally, most people that don't have ulterior motives, or at the very least, are just normal people that don't have ill intention, they're just like, I'm not doing that. So with a lot of Scorpios, it's balancing the need to protect your heart, but also not making things overly difficult for people to actually come into your circle, because you chase away a lot of people that don't have bad intentions. And again, there might be out of 10 people, one person that truly just wants to get close to you, but the other 9 are just like doing all this so they can get something. And that's how you find yourself surrounded by calculating people because they needed something from you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah. You literally just told a big story that made me think about like a huge part of my life. I have had plenty of leeches around me and plenty of friends that are like, hey, what you doing? Let me complain to you. Let me drain all your energy. Because I know ain't nothing wrong with you, but they ain't never going to check in like, hey, are you good though? Number one, they know I'm not going to tell them regardless because it's my private nature. Number two, they like, she'll be fine. She'll recharge and I can hit her up the next day. So, yeah.
Exactly. And we'll say something about Scorpios. And I make this joke all the time. That's one thing about Scorpios. Another reason why they distrust people so much is because Scorpios, because you guys want that honesty, right? A Scorpio will start, and this is sometimes why air signs dating Scorpios don't really sync up, right? You look at it like a Libra and Scorpio, not friends, but like dating. It never will really sync up because a Scorpio will be like, so tell me, like, what do you want out of life, right? And the Libra will be like, I don't know, like ice cream, like, you know, air sign, like, I don't know, like
indecisive as fuck.
Yes,
indecisive as fuck.
Exactly, but it's never that deep. It's like, I mean, what's today? Tuesday? What do I want out of life, right? And then Wednesday, you talk to them and they want something completely different. The thing is, a Scorpio, because you guys want the unknowable. You need to be able to see inside somebody's soul, turn it inside out, play with it, take a bite, spit it back out, put it down, pick it up again. So when an air sign, or even just someone that has air energy, when you say, what do you want out of life? And they're just like, you know what? I actually don't know. They're telling the truth, but you don't take it as truth because you're like, how could you not fucking know what you don't want? So you treat them like they're lying because they don't know. So it's like you even hold people accountable for what they don't know. They don't know because you're like, you should know. You're hiding something from me. And it creates distrust when at the end of the day, they don't even know for themselves. But it never occurs to you that they don't know. But also dating a Scorpio, if anybody's ever dated a Scorpio, you know, no matter how much you sacrifice, you could be sitting across the table, 20 kids deep, 20 houses, built an empire. You got GPS on their underwear. They have been good to you. There is literally nothing to say. And they wake up and they're like, morning, Necey, you want some coffee, baby? And you'll be like, thanks. And as you're stirring the coffee, you'll look at them. And for 5 seconds, you'll be like, did they poison this coffee? And you'll wait until they sip the coffee. Like, oh, it's too hot. Why don't you taste it, baby? And then when they sip the coffee, Necey will be like, all right. It's like no matter how much a Scorpio, there's always something in mind that's like, but do I really know you? Do I really know you? It's just something that you have to realize being with Scorpios and Cancers actually get along really well because like a Scorpio will sit there and want to drown you down to the very bottom of the emotional ocean. And most signs are like, I can't do this, right? It's too much. It's too heavy. And you want to drown. And once you're on the ground, you're like, And then once you see that they can hit the bottom of the ocean, you guys come back up again, right? And you breathe the air and you see the rainbow. Scorpios and Cancers get along really well because Cancer will be, everybody else will be like, oh my God, I'm gonna escape with my life. Goodbye, leave me alone. A Cancer will be like, woo, that was fun. Let's do it again. Again. So Scorpios are very, very compatible with people that are regenerative. Again, an air sign could work if they have a lot of water energy. Air signs work. But again, it's horoscopes, right? Your match is who your match is, no matter what. But this is just things that you look for when it comes to friendship, when it comes to love, that just makes things easier because I always think with love, right? I believe anyone can be with anybody they want. Anyone. The thing is, you just have to find the person you vibe with. You want a rich man, but you can't find one. You keep dealing with people that's just like this, when really you need to cycle through until you find that person that's just easy. You want someone that's kind, generous, faithful. We waste so much time trying to either change ourselves or change the person we're with, when at the end of the day, when you meet the person you rock with, is it easy? No, but it feels like a blessing. It feels like good. It's the difference between working, like I always say, working 80 hours at Taco Bell and working 80 hours on your own shit. One is a curse. The other one is the biggest blessing in the world. And even on the days you wake up and complain, you're like, it's still better than any fucking thing. So I'm grateful for this. So that's all it comes to with the Zodiacs,
Yeah, you read me.
Sister. Am I saying your name right? Tisa? Is it Tisa?
Yes, Tisa.
Yeah. I don't know why. Don't ask me why. Please don't. But I feel like you're a fire sign. I just wanted to say that because you told us to guess.
You know what? Everybody, go subscribe to my channel so I can get to like my goals. So I can tell you what your sign is. I know half of y'all don't care, but we're gonna make it special. I'm gonna make it care. I'm gonna do Gemini antics.
She's a Sag, die.
I was thinking. That was my second guess. I feel like it's a
Sag or like the Sag and Leo keep coming up for some reason. I don't know.
Really?
When I think, and I was like, I feel like everybody thinks you're a fire sign. I can't wait to find out.
Was Sag.
When she was talking about Necey being a Scorpio and all that, I was just like, that is so true. Necey is definitely one of those people where it's like, bitch, if I wasn't already cool, I would feel away. Like, geez. You know what I'm saying? Like, if I wasn't already that bitch, I would just kind of feel like, bitch, can I sit at the table? Or
right.
So
see, that's the story of my life.
That energy about herself, that you have to be somebody that is confident in themselves in order to even kick it with her in the first place, even though she's younger than all of us. You know what I'm saying? So like you have to think about like the type of person she has to be in order to fit into a group where everybody is, at least 5 years older than her.
Listen, Scorpios can hold their own everywhere from a very, very young age. Scorpios have no problem with that. And as Scorpios, again, once you enter the stage in your life, which I feel like you're entering right now, Necey, where you start to realize you always know where your strength lies, but you start to recognize the parasites and the people thing. That's when all your blessings are just for you. Because that's another reason why people want to be around Scorpio so much. You guys always have blessings coming. You always have blessings. But once you start to realize, okay, parasite. And like you said, the people that for whatever reason are like either don't care to know what you're going through, right?
Right.
But at the end of the day, they're just like, she'll be all right, right? Those are the people. Yeah.
And I have to call out, you know, a lot of people, I feel like I have a double sword because my rising, so Scorpios are already pretty quiet and low key. Like you could tell me your business, but you're not gonna know mine. My rising is Capricorn on top of that. So a lot of people are like, I don't know. I can't read you. I can't tell. I don't know. Because I be very,
No, that Capricorn energy is like, because it's double kind of sitting back and seeing where people are at. It's kind of sitting back. And then to the point, like just like with Jay Lee, right? It also keeps you not isolated, but the fact that you probably have that same thing, like y'all gonna mess it up, so I might as well do it myself, right? So it makes you even more like not isolated, but more independent from everybody else, where you really do start feeling all I need is myself. And the only time probably you've gotten messed up in the past, because Scorpios have amazing instincts, right? So probably the only time you've got messed up in the past is when you accidentally let somebody into your world. And once they're in your world, they wreck shop. And because like you have that regenerative thing, every single time you should cut them off. Every single time you should cut them out their life. You woke up like it was a new day. Like, damn, wasn't y'all fighting on the 405 yesterday? And it's just like, it's cool. Come on, let's go to lunch. So it's always like regenerative. But that's why you realize, let me keep like the parasitic people out of my life. So then you can just be with people that truly deserve that regenerative energy, truly deserve you investing into them because they're going to invest into you, you know?
Girl, I really appreciate this. The people, we've had so much fun. I feel like this is the way to like round it about, because we always talk about our signs, but then we needed to get like an expert in here on that. We didn't kikied about Real Housewives. We trying to get you to 20K so we can find out your sign. So
please
tell the people
y'all
where to
make
find
some
you.
fake accounts and subscribe. I'm joking.
Get over there.
Set up on YouTube stats my channel like fake account.
Right.
Okay.
Tell the people where to find you on social media.
So I'm Tisa Tells on Instagram and Tisa Tells on YouTube. But right now, fuck Instagram. Subscribe to YouTube, you know? And then you can go, you know, give me a like on Instagram. But yeah, I do commentary. I talk shit. I do makeup. Y'all see, I'm all over the place. But if you like chaotic energy, it's going to be good. And if you don't like chaotic energy, just pop in once a week. I'm sure there's some video you like.
Are you in Instagram jail like I am right now? Is that what's going on?
No. So funny thing is, I literally just started my Instagram in June. I stayed off. No, that's not true. April. I stayed off of social media. I really did. But that's just because I don't like people in my business. You know, it's just like, you're not checking my feed and seeing where I was at. If I said I was at my mom's house, I was at my mom's house. So
okay. She's dropping a lot of clues, y'all. She's dropping a lot of clues about this zodiac sign, okay? Y'all still make sure y'all go over there and subscribe, honey.
So the Instagram thing, I just got into now, you know, when I first started Instagram, I was so embarrassed. I was just sitting there like, oh my God, I got 3 people following me and 2 of them are bots. This is so embarrassing, right? But now I'm over 2,000. I'm growing. I'm getting the hang of the Instagram thing, but my heart is in YouTube. Y'all know I love running my mouth. I did just start panels. I will warn everybody against panels because it brings crazy people in. Not panels, but I mean like panels when it's just like random people.
Jelly, don't go on the screen. Come back.
Don't come back. Damn it.
No,
listen, a Scorpio, a Capricorn, a Gemini, and a Libra is running. A Leo is running this panel. Y'all got this shit on lock.
Yeah, we good.
We
but
good around here.
You were so intuitive and on to everything. I'm dead serious. Check your DMs because I will be scheduling time. We need to talk.
Oh yeah, and also you guys, I do tarot readings Monday and Thursday. But check my schedule. I do tarot readings, but I pop up, you know, when the wind blows. I'm like, hey, everybody, did you miss me? Come on, let's get this shit popping with the cards, you know? Yep. So I do tarot readings. I do free tarot readings sometimes to my subscribers. You can give donations. It's a real fun time. Go on and check out my channel, even if you want to come and hit the thumbs down sign, because it still helps my algorithm. So it's good. I just found out last week.
Give me the view.
YouTube does not penalize you for dislikes. And I'm like, yes. Candace is the best. You know, and get a million dislikes. And I'm like, yes, help that algorithm.
Give me the view. Okay. Come and argue with me in the comments, bitch. Come back. Okay.
I love it.
Right.
I love it.
Exactly. But you guys, thank you so much for having me on. I really, really do appreciate it. I know I ran my mouth, but anybody that's been at my channel knows I can talk to myself for hours.
Well,
so.
Look at
Jamie. Another clue.
You the assignment. We were passing.
Right. That's the vibe we be on. So this was seamless.
That's that Virgo and Jamie coming out. She's like, another clue. Keep talking.
Okay. Yeah. Got
it.
Well, all right, Tisa, we'll let you go before we get into our shows. But you have a good night.
All right. I'll hang around in the comments. Thank you again, ladies. Talk to you later.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh my God, that was
awesome.
So much fun. Y'all be sure to subscribe to her. Y'all want to hear more of that stuff all over her channel. Go ahead.
I'm gonna need for Jaylee to at least every now and again read her horoscope. Jesus Christ.
I know, right? You never read your Yahoo horoscope?
Like,
that's how I got started reading.
You don't have a horoscope saved to your home screen? What's wrong with you? You don't know what your day gonna look like? Ugh.
Jesus is gonna be when he made it already. So I'm like, Jesus got it.
Not Jesus.
Jesus got it.
So do you look for Jesus when you're looking for the date? Do you look for Jesus when you're looking for the calendar?
Yeah.
Oh, hell
God knows everything's going on around here. So I'm like, hey, you can let it be.
Use a lie. The Lord.
See, God didn't want nobody to hear you, so you muted yourself. See, Jesus did that.
You know what? You go to hell because my AirPod that you told me to buy just went dead. So you know what? You go to hell. You go to hell, okay? Because that's not what that was about.
Oh my God.
Okay, I can still hear you. If it was the Lord, he'd have interrupted my connection like some other people who don't never have no good connection.
Nope. Because see, y'all be getting on me and it don't be me. It don't be me on.
Nope.
Y'all funny. Not Necey pulling a no.
Nope.
I had it that. Nope. All right, y'all. So we got just a little bit of gossip before we get into the shows. But y'all know, I have to say happy birthday to my first husband. And that is Usher Raymond himself. Even though he done moved on and had 2 whole new ass babies on me. Congratulations.
We're gonna need to let Usher go. Usher had 4 kids, a couple STDs, a couple lawsuits, a few ex-wives around there. Yeah, a couple ex-wives who won. They thought she was dead. So I mean,
we said what?
You know, because the ex-wife was saying people thought she was dead and she's not dead. And I'm like, no,
I didn't know people thought that she was. I didn't know people thought she was dead.
I think it was some random white woman who thought that she made a big deal. I'm not dead. People, I'm like, no, you can't trust 2 white women like over there in Prague, wherever she was, who thought she was dead. It's like, no, they just don't know you.
So yeah, y'all know I seen the picture with the baby mama and the baby, and I was like, congratulations. And I was just like,
I thought it would have been me.
I know. So I'm gonna move on, okay? But now y'all,
Boosie's available.
Ooh. No.
See, that's a good shady comment. See, Jamie, you know how to do
it. Ooh, that knocked the wind out of my damn chest.
Ain't Boosie in jail? You gotta get Boosie
supposedly
first, though.
So you mean to tell me you wouldn't have accepted your mama from that?
No. I done told y'all. Right. Don't say my mama. I'm a look. I mean, I will fight Candace. You can't your mama me. We're gonna fight in these streets.
Girl, I'll run from your ass because I will call out your mama if I don't feel like looking for a good enough read. I'm quick. Child, I done hit lyric with your mama so many times. Child, nigga, your mama, whatever. I don't really mean it. I love that lady. That's not what I mean. But you know, whatever.
Y'all killing me. All right, this first. Gossip time. What am I doing, y'all? And whenever we get into our regular show, y'all know to go ahead and like the video. Like it up, okay? We done brought y'all a special guest.
Like. You better like. You better like. You better like this video. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bondy. We had to talk about the horoscopes and everything. So like the video up. There's Zodiacs. Like the video up, okay? So our first, y'all know I be calling them clowns on my channel, but this is the first person we're gonna talk about. Y'all give me y'all's opinion on what they got going on, and it's none other than the person trying to distract us from everything that's actually going on. Let me know when y'all can see the screen.
Nicki Minaj, yes, distractions.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and play the video.
Black people get on this shit every day and praise Kylie Jenner and Kim and all the girls and their family. And if you pull up a before and after of Kylie, her shade is probably like 20 shades darker now from how she looked as a kid. She has bigger lips now. She hangs out with black people. Is she blackfishing? No, I still commend her and compliment her and say, yes, bitch, you that bitch. And to Shorty in the group, why you wasn't mad when I worked with y'all before? Why you wasn't mad that I didn't call out Jessie before when I was working with y'all as a group? Why wasn't there an uproar in the UK and the US before about her? Jessie has been selling millions and millions of records for the last decade. Why all of a sudden this uproar now? Black people.
So, Nicki Minaj was defending someone who people are saying was blackfishing. And I saw these pictures. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I was just making sure. I was like, hold on. I didn't know if I was frozen or what. I saw these pictures on Twitter from Jessie's music video. People accused her of blackfishing. Nicki Minaj basically says that the Kardashian sisters have done it. So she thinks it's a trend of people thinking that whenever she collaborates with them, they call it blackfishing. She even says that Bia was accused of blackfishing. Now that I look at this woman in this music video, I would never compare this. Yes, the Kardashians are culture vultures, okay? But I wouldn't compare what she's doing in this music video to what the Kardashians are doing. This reminds me of whenever Gwen Stefani, she had some song come out and she was dressing up as like a cholo. And that was cultural appropriation. Skin was darker, everything else. So to me, I think Twitter called it right. This is blackfishing. That bottom right picture, that's her. Ghost and non-ghost. That's her.
So is Nicki saying that this isn't blackfishing and she's trying to defend that notion because no one is saying the Kardashians be blackfishing? Is that what Nicki tried to do?
I don't know what she's talking about, but she a bald-faced fuck-ass lie. That girl is definitely blackfishing. I don't give a fuck what the other girl said about it. It's blackfishing. And I damn sure don't appreciate you comparing that to black women wearing straight blonde hair and you wearing a blonde wig, bitch. That is not the same. That is Brazilian and Cambodian hair. Don't nobody want no white bitch hair. And on top of that, bitch, that is not the same thing. We all know that black people were forced to assimilate to white people's culture, to look more Caucasian in order to be accepted, to get jobs and everything else during the history of this country. That is not the same thing as this white lady deciding that she wants to make money and get records off of garnering support from black people by appearing to be more black and doing hip-hop songs talking about I want a hood. Girl, all you do until you decide you want to be white again and then you're going to run back over there to their side. Oh, okay, get away from me.
Right. She's telling us to ignore it. Definitely. The vibe I was getting was ignore it. Like the Kardashians are doing it, ignore it.
Well, no, I don't like the Kardashian bitches. Let's just be clear.
when Kim and all them do things that make themselves look darker, people do say they blackfishing. They don't do it as often, but they're called out too. So for Nicki to act like it's not called out, it is. We always consistently talk about how much the Kardashians are trying to be black.
Chloe.
Like that's all Chloe and Kim and
boxer braids, really, bitch.
And Kylie and Kylie. So I feel like Nicki. I don't know what Nicki problem is right now. She's trying to defect, it's not working, but that's blackfish. It's like it's simple. But my thing, that's why people should not listen to some folks because they're right. No, Nicki's wrong.
Your husband is an artist. Deal with that.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I feel like Nicki is out of line. I don't know if this is another distraction or if this is just her way of continuing to let y'all know that you ain't finna check her and she gonna do whatever it is that she wants to do. I feel like it sucks that Nicki can use the black woman to defend her when she wants, but then sit up here with a white woman that's mimicking you and then try to act like everything is okay and go along with it. The whole example she tried to use with the Kardashians, no ma'am, they get drugged at every single turn that they get, right? So there's that. It was something else that I wanted to say about the Miss Jessie. You need to go back to the drawing board. I feel like you can be yourself. Okay. I read an article on BuzzFeed. It was really good. And it talked about how when she was in the group Little Mix, she kind of, had a lot of things that she had to change about herself, right? So as Nicki said and other people said, she was kind of tanning her skin then. Girl, your skin back then was not as dark as it is now. And let's say that was the case, then if you didn't like how you were in Little Mix, why would you come out of the group, have a solo career, and then go deeper into the area you said affected you the most, which is darkening your skin and changing your hair and whatever else you out here doing. So no, I feel like you can, and I've said this before, girl, you can be like JoJo, you can be like Adele, you can be like how Pink was when she first came out. It's so many so many white women that have enjoyed and been a part of our culture but still respected who they were. Okay, we don't need you to look like us to be an ally with us, so just stand in whatever you are. And there's that. And I also feel a way about her being a white woman trying to pass or whatever it is she's trying to do, and you are, at the end of the day, you still you're a British white woman, and you're going to get further than any black woman anyway, on top of the fact that you're British. There's so many people that do not live in America that come to America and live better than Americans live. So you're gonna get that hands down. And the fact that Nicki would be a black woman sitting on her platform and disrespecting another black woman that was a part of this group makes me feel away. But when it comes to Cardi, you like to pull the black woman card so often. And then somebody had to remind me how she went in on Joanne Reed.
What did she do to the black girl in the group?
She called her out and basically asked her like, why? So basically what happened, let me try and go back. Okay. So there was a TikToker that said the black girl in Little Mix was messaging him and wanting him to talk about how Jessie is out here blackfishing, right? Which they feel started the whole controversy. But it wasn't that. We as black folks can see with our own eyes that this woman is like, nah, she white? Because that's the first thing that came to my head. I had to research. I found her mom. I had to find her mom online. I saw that girl white. Okay, then cool. Her daddy white. Okay, bet. I thought it was me.
You mean right? Like so such and such parents on Google.
Right. Right. So with the black girl, I believe her name was Lee Ann, Nicki started to come at her, and then she said, if you know somebody was bullied before and they may harm themselves, why would you want to contribute to that? And I'm like, but Nicki, you don't know what this black girl been through. And then I found out the black girl did a documentary about colorism and stuff in the industry, and then now you subliminally sending your people after her. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you over here going against a black woman for a black fisher, and it's not making sense. But when it benefits
she bullies people all the time through her fans, so it's like, girl, really?
And I think they said, I saw some about her coming at Joanne Reed. I don't know if it was like the vaccine situation where she said this black woman's up here doing the work of the white man and this and that, thinking that her and Joanne are supposed to be on the same side because they black. But then you get on your platform and you do this, and I can't agree with it. I can't agree with it. Nicki was out of line. Just because she said it doesn't make it true. And Jesse, Nicki can speak for you all day long. You can have P. Diddy in your video as much as you want, but we'll decide on how far you're gonna go over here with us because we're not gonna listen to it. But you're still gonna have the money and stuff behind you to continue to push you and promote you more than people that are better than you, unfortunately, like Ari Lennox, like SZA. Okay, like what's the girl name that just did the Aaliyah song? It's not Notori, Normani. Yeah, like all of those.
I was just like,
can go
my
so
main
far.
thing was that why would you even do a song with this white girl? All of these black girls that we know that you could have done a song. We could have done a song with Ari Lennox. You could have done another song with Doja Cat. You could have done a song with anybody black. SZA, Summer Walker. Bitch, you could have called any other black girls, and we would have been all here for it.
Nicki has never been a supporter of us. If you think about it, I think Nicki has been popular for a long time. She's a rapper, yes, but if you think about her career, Nicki has never connected herself to anything that we have going on. She never does it.
Her went pop before she even was hip hop. How the fuck you go pop before you go hip hop?
But here's the gag, though. I'm glad Jay
never been for the people. Nicki has never aligned herself with anything we have going on. I think even the man that she married showed that she's not really for the people because you married a goddamn pedophile. It's not nice. But still,
let's take the pedophile.
Don't matter if it's not nice. I mean,
or whatever. I don't know if he was a pedophile. I'm not gonna put that. I don't know that, but I know we violated that. But we'll move that out of it. But more so for me, it's just the fact that I never heard Nicki, honestly, in my opinion, it ain't no hate. It's just honestly an observation. I never heard Nicki reference herself as a black woman until the Cardi situation happened. If anything, I've always heard her talk about Trinidadian. And just about all of her raps, it was Trinidadian, to give off some type of exoticness, right? Because that's what people like to relate to, that, like, I'm exotic. But then now when you have someone stepping into your arena, then now we want to have the black conversations, and now it's happening over and over.
But even think about
you contradict yourself. And
with Nicki, no one really knows Nicki's real voice, her real personality. Nicki has always been a character of herself. So I think the reason I've never been I'm not a Nicki hater. I like her music, but I'm not a Nicki fan because I feel like I don't know her. Like, we know Beyonce. We may not know her what she for breakfast, but we know Beyonce.
We know she talk like this.
Right,
we know she talk like this.
I love that you said we know Beyonce because I feel like I know Beyonce.
Because Beyonce has.
I grew up with her.
Some people allow their fans enough of themselves to know them. Like, even for us, our people, they know us. They might not know us all the way, but they can say, I know so and so and so and so. I don't know anyone who could honestly say, I really know who Nicki Minaj is on a random Thursday at 8 p.m. I can feel like she's at home. We don't know it because she's always talking in the voice.
I know who she is. She's a drug dealer girlfriend. That's what she is. She's a drug dealer girlfriend. Like, that's exactly. I'm gonna tell you something. She's a queen pin drug dealer girlfriend bitch that is living out her best drug dealer girlfriend fantasies by being a rapper. She's about that money, but she's always been theatrical. She's always been trying to fit in. She's always been, to me, the girl who wanted to be more hood than she really was. So I feel like through her career, through the man she's chosen, she's been able to, like, really capitalize off that energy and being weird and then doing the white people thing because she found she could make money with white people. But before that, it was all let me steal Remy swag. I'm not even gonna get into that, but I absolutely feel like she has been stealing people's swag throughout her career in order to get on, which is why we don't really know who she is. And when she did that video, like, not even just the Jessie video, but I don't know if y'all saw the Santana video. I was just like, so what you thought? She was on live.
I heard she was trying to play him.
Yes, in his face. So she was like on there with Saucy Santana. And it was like she wanted him to argue, or well, not even argue, but she wanted him to talk about Rolling Ray. And he wasn't about to do that. He was like, I want you to do a song with me. What's up with the feature? And she was like, is that what you going to? Like, I don't know about that. Like, we would have to talk. It would have to be the right song. So she giving him the around the way, but she really wanted to have him up there so she could have him, because fuck Rolling Ray. And then she could laugh and kiki and use him and Rolling Ray to get her fucking views up. Okay, to get people to pay attention and for the shit to trend. Now, at the end of the day, Nicki don't need to use people, but Nicki definitely uses people
Yes, she do.
She don't. I mean, she don't have to because we were gonna watch or we were gonna pay attention to what she was saying. But what I mean is, like, you were definitely gonna try to use people to get on. Or to prove a point. That's the same thing she does with the Jessie girl. Anybody else that she decides to give a feature to, it's so she can seem as if she's not the one who hasn't been helping other Black women. Ever since Remy came out, it's been, let me try to prove that I'm trying to help other Black women in the industry. That's what she did with Bia.
No, she didn't. No, that was after Cardi came out. After Cardi came out.
Well, what
she did it even before that. Even to me, it was like when Remy. Remember when Remy did that performance and she had all them women, all the old school women come out during her performance to prove that, hey, we all get along. So what the fuck wrong with her? To me, it was around that, and that was when Cardi was first coming out too. But I feel like it was around that time where I started to like see how everybody was trying to prove she wasn't really for other women unless she could use them. And I always feel like it was people beneath her, like people under her. Like I think did she do a song with Deja Loaf at one point or help promote her? You know what I'm saying? So she would help people, but it will only be to me in a way that benefited her. Because as soon as it no longer benefited her or her image, that she ain't really trying to fuck with you no more. And I also feel like I've noticed the way she goes around bullying people. If you like me and you get along with me, as soon as you do something that I don't like, then I don't fuck with you no more. I think that's what she did with Meg.
But I think she's always done that. I think the industry is protected. I think Nicki is no longer protected. How she used to be when she first came out. I think Young Money had her surrounded with protection. And now that they kind of all separated a little bit, you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. I don't think Nicki has the same connections or the same protection that she had before. So I do think that's why now she's moving differently. She can't be as
they didn't even invite her to the party.
Because who wants a Debbie Downer? And that's what Nicki is. I feel like Nicki has definitely showed her cards more now because it's less protection for her. So the shots that used to come at her, they wouldn't hit her, they're now hitting her. And she's having to pivot. She don't know how to pivot away from the bullet. So she's getting hit every way she can. And now she's trying to scramble for attention to me. Because truthfully, when the song came out last Thursday, we was on live because it went off, we watched it, backstage. And I was like, man, I don't care about that song. And I feel like usually Nicki will come out and it's like, what's going on? We didn't even really care about
I haven't even heard it.
I think maybe 10 seconds of it.
Because that's not a person you do a feature with, bitch. You Nicki Minaj, the fuck you doing a feature with a bitch we don't even know for? What was the point of that?
That's the point I was going to agree with y'all on. Thank you for the super chat, Carrie. But that's the point where I was going to agree with y'all on. Nicki, I feel like she is very strategic in who she does her features with because people tried to call her out a couple weeks ago when it came to Doja. Remember, she declined a feature with Doja, and Doja was very graceful and was just like, well, that's because she said that whatever song Doja presented to her, Nicki felt like it didn't need her spin on it. So Nicki was like, nah, I don't want to be on it. But if it's something else that Doja works on, then she would consider being on it. And I feel like she strategically didn't do that collab with Doja because a lot of people are calling Doja the new Nicki.
The improvement on the model. The one who can really sing.
I'm glad you said that too, Necey, because when I reflect back on last year when she did do the song with Doja, I do believe the reason she did do the song with Doja is because y'all know Megan ended up working with Cardi, but not only that, Megan went on to work with Beyonce. So I feel like she did that song with Doja because they were at that point when the song dropped, they were both competing for number one. I don't know if y'all remember that. So now I feel like she probably would have got on that song with Doja, the more recent one, if she was probably trying to knock somebody else out of a spot for number one.
But even when Jessie J was, I think it was Jessie J in that song, but she brought up how, she was told that Nicki wanted to be on the song, but Nicki then came out without it. And it's like, why can't you just accept someone was told something? That doesn't mean it has anything to do with you. But Nicki always wants to make a point to where I don't need nobody, everybody need me. But I'm like, no, you really have not been that girl for a while. And that's not a knock her because you was on top for a long, long time. But if you look at Nicki's career, if you look at Nicki's career, Kim's career, Cardi's career, we've seen Kim work with different people over the years. We've never really seen Nicki work with any female rappers on a regular basis. Now we say Cardi do seem to want to work with, be friendly to, and collaborate with other women, whether that's to put them in a video or just bigging them up online. Nicki don't do that. at all. So
and she always hop on songs that are already out there and then consider it being, oh, I'm collaborating with them. Cardi created a song from scratch and was like, yo, I know who will ride this beat. We got to get Megan. You know what I'm saying? Yep. And it was like it was their song. It wasn't a song that Cardi just did or a song Megan did and she went and featured on it. So I don't know who, I mean, she's not, I don't know. She probably got a whole new team. I think she's with Republic now, so she got a whole new team.
She don't make good decisions at the end of the day, and it's sad because I feel like she's been disappointing me since she came out. Like so being from New Orleans, like her mixtapes came out to us. I don't know if y'all were on them at the time. Hey, see, but like we were on Nicki's like mixtapes, you know, back when she, you know, you be everybody, I'll be Armani, because we were already on Lil Wayne like that and his mixtape. So we were already on Nicki. So when Nicki was about to come out and her first album come out, I remember being so disappointed when the first maybe 4 or 5 tracks were hip hop and the rest was pop. And I was just like, what the fuck is this? And then from then on, she continued to do that over and over again, where I felt like she was choosing pop over hip hop. And for Black people, I'm sorry, but you have to, like, if you're in hip hop, you have to appeal to us first. And then you can cross over and appeal to white people and we'll still fuck with you. But you can't come out and feel like you don't need to create an album for us when we're the ones who've been paying attention to your mixtapes.
So, but remember, around the time that she came out, that was that same year where everybody started doing that crossover pop shit because everybody was trying to chase a bag. And I have to go back to my first husband. That's when Usher was doing all that pop EDM music type shit.
But that wasn't his first album. That wasn't his first album.
It wasn't, but the point I'm making is, do you think right, because she came around that time, she saw benefiting probably chasing a bag.
See, I'm like Nicki on Monster. I think Nicki on Monster is my Nicki. That's the Nicki I want. I'm like, that is her and her
automobile.
Right, she's in that. She's in her zone. When she do like the
sorry, y'all, everything.
I feel like her pop shit is just so soft. It's like you're not. That's not even really you. You just want to make some money, and I'm like, you have to at some point do who you are. So I think the time when we saw her be hip hop, we missed that, but we noticed that ain't what she. The majority of Nicki's success is pop shit. So it's weird that she wants to be,
and I'm sorry, y'all. I don't like those songs. I don't like any of those songs. I'm sorry, y'all. Do y'all know the best song on that first album? That why is it that they can only see the worst in me? I swear, sometimes I feel like it. That whatever that song was that she had on it, that was.
I don't even remember the old stuff.
I know what you're talking about. You know what I'm talking about? That first album, My Love. It was like one of the only songs where she sounded like Kim.
Your Love, is that what it is?
Oh, no, not that one. The hip hop one, the one that was real rap. Like it was real rap. It wasn't no pop to it at all. That was the best song on that fucking album, and it was less than 3 minutes long. I never forget that shit. I was like,
it's not wrong.
You're the best. Like, I mean, I'm the best was my favorite.
I know what you thinking of. You thinking of Your Love. That was Your Love, Your Love. Yeah. No, I'm not talking about that one. Like anybody that know that album, they know what song I'm talking. Here I am.
Oh, they're calling it Moment for Life. Is it?
No, Here I Am.
No, that ain't it. It must be Here I Am.
It's Here I Am. It's Here I Am. And then she do it in the background, but there's a drop beat. Why is it that they can only see the worst in me? I swear sometimes I feel like it nurtures me.
Okay,
like,
see, Asia picked up on what I was going to say. I was going to say that the way that Nicki acts out reminds me of me.
Real, it's time to hurt. Yep.
They do remind me of each other, where I feel like they're on this prime, and then the minute, they seem so strong and powerful, but then they have a moment of insecurities, and that's what I feel like we see Nicki going through right now. I don't know. Because even with that video, I showed y'all the clip of her talking about Jesse, but then on the last slide, I feel like her attempt at making it seem like blackfishing was okay wasn't necessarily about Jesse. I think it was about her, because she was like, y'all want me to be surrounded by negativity so bad, but I won't let it happen. So I think she was trying. It wasn't even.
Jamie,
she
like,
didn't want to
Jamie
address.
talk. Jamie talk.
Jamie ain't bad.
She didn't want to address the. She didn't want to call a thing because she's trying to prove a point that she can't be brought down because of this.
Thank you. You can't shut me up. That's what Nikki is doing. That's what she's been doing these past few weeks. It takes me back to that tweet when somebody. I'm sorry. It was like it was an Instagram comment about her man and the situation with Jennifer Huff. And she was like, no, they were girlfriend and boyfriend and they were this age and that age. I swear y'all try to run my life, but y'all ain't finna run me. Or something she said. Every time I see her talk on social media, it takes me back to her being in a place where she's stubborn and don't want to be ran or don't want to be wrong or whatever. So I'm glad that you said
the right way. And that's absolutely Sagittarius energy, that it does not matter if it's right or wrong. They'll say some shit like, well, this me. It don't matter if it's right or wrong for everybody else in the world. For me, the fucking grass is orange. Okay, so that's what I say. That's what it is. Like, no, that's Sagittarius energy all day, every day. And it's sad because they end up doing their own selves a disservice because they feel so emboldened by their own ignorance.
And even though Nikki out here doing these antics and stuff, y'all, I mean, like, I don't hate Nikki. I still like Nikki. I'm hoping and waiting for the day that she goes back to the first Nikki. What I would like to see, though, I want to see Nikki with the straight black wig Nikki, the straight black hair Nikki. I want that
with the straight cross bag.
Like with the blue dress on, she just had the straight black hair after
the
regular
Nikki.
with Safari. That's the Nikki I want.
Nikki,
just giving bars. Nikki. But I feel like Nikki has some good music. I know you guys mentioned earlier that a lot of her songs, her more successful songs are pop. I feel like most people's successful songs are pop for some reason. So I think she had a lot of good hits. But I feel like after the pink print, when the white album with the pink thumb print, after that, it was like it started going downhill. And I guess that's when she broke up with Meek Mill. And then, she probably didn't have nobody. Because Safari helped out with, I guess, creativity. I'm sure Meek Mill influenced creativity. She don't have the same team around her no more. So things just continue to go down from there.
Facts. So let's get into this next subject. Speaking of Meek Mill, y'all, everybody has been talking about his album art. And dang, I really want to get the name of this artist because I feel like it's counterproductive for everybody to be talking to her. Yeah, I know her first name, but not her last name. Her name is Nina. It starts with a CH something. Let me get that name. But anyway, a viral video was all over. White man. Nina Chanel Abney is the artist. So there's a video of a white man and there's a bus with Meek Mill's album artwork plastered over the side of it. The same art that you're seeing right here. And the white man is hollering, is this what you want to be represented as? Is this what Black women want to be seen as? Are you okay with this? So then y'all know how people like to do on social media. That was the debate of the day. So as for Black women on this panel, I want to ask y'all, are y'all okay with this? But I do want to start off by telling y'all, I never submit myself to this. The shoe didn't fit when I saw it. I didn't feel exploited in any way, form, or fashion. This is artwork. I don't feel disrespected. I feel like people try to assign this anger to us because they want to police what people can be upset about. So what's y'all's thoughts on it?
Let me go first because I felt strongly about this. I personally was more annoyed by the fact that people were telling us what the fuck to be upset about, because whenever we are upset, y'all don't give a fuck or y'all ignore us. So don't be condescending and tell me what I should be upset about and what I should take up arms about. That's what I did not like. Now, for me, this is no different than every other depiction of a Black woman bent over showing her ass in a music video. To me, this was a caricature or some type of drawing or art of what a rap album would look like. You know what I'm saying? You got your flames, you got your cars, you got your butt naked Black girls looking like they stripping, you got money, you got palm trees. It was art. it was art and it's a cartoon, and people were so upset about it, and I was like, that is not a representation of me. I don't know where y'all get this from. That's not a representation of me. That's a fucking cartoon that Meek Mill put on a album cover that's on the side of a bus in Philly that I don't give a fuck about. I'm not buying Meek Mill's album, so I don't give a fuck what his album artwork looks like. But I actually thought it was interesting artwork, and I didn't feel offended because I feel like if you would have turned this into a real post, I keep seeing the post from, I think it might be Lotto and no, it might be JT and somebody else, but they're doing a song where all of the girls are like bent over, popping in front of the cars and everything. And I'm like, so how is the real shit we see of women bent over, popping their ass in music videos any different than this cartoon that is not a real woman? And that white man kind of made me feel like you're more upset about black naked bodies than you are about anything. And I am not upset by black naked bodies. I actually like them. So this does not offend me. Go on.
I agree. I'm not offended either. I don't know what his mission was or what he was trying to do, but I did not like it. Okay. There are so many other things when it comes to black issues in America that you can be outraged about. Okay. There are people already upset about it. You do not have to encourage us to be upset about a cartoon or a piece of art. How about you go and get with those individuals that feel a way about some things and you fight justice over there? So I did not like that at all. I think Necey and Bondy worded things perfectly. I did not subscribe, you know what I'm saying, or accept the assignment that he was trying to pass out when it came down to this. This had, and I want to say it has nothing to do with me, because that's how I feel. But also I felt like with Meek Mill, he was trying to support somebody black. So if this is a part of her artwork, then that's just a part of her artwork. He was trying to give another black person an opportunity. So there it is. 20 on 10.
I just don't get why we're supposed to be mad in general. I felt like I was thinking too, the Sukihana video. Sukihana had pussy everywhere and no one said a word, like at all. I mean, like pussy was literally everywhere. Real human life vagina was out, titties, nipples, clitorises, all that stuff. And why am I supposed to be upset about a artist making art of? I have titties on my wall right here. I have titties on my wall.
There are naked women in my bedroom, Jaylee. Like, there are physical photography of naked women in my bedroom right now. Beautiful pieces by Spencer Charles.
It's dumb to think that anybody should be offended about art. I think that's kind of crazy to me. And I feel like to try to villainize Meek Mill or the black woman who made this is bullshit to me. I'm like, plus we all watch porn. We see naked human beings, when we watch porn. So I'm like, why are you not upset about porn? Like it's a cartoon drawing.
I'm glad you said that, Jaylee, because I often wonder why people are so upset about things they see in public that they see in private all the time, like nipples and like. Okay, so I'm gonna take it a little deeper for y'all. So for me, I often wonder why sex or naked bodies upsets people so much and why they feel like it means degradation. Sometimes I don't connect it because I feel like you're naked no matter what. Your physical body is your body no matter what. Sex is sex no matter what. We're still fucking, we're still naked. So why does everybody like to feel like you've now been degraded because what is done, every day in private is being seen all over? Now, don't get me wrong. If a person, personally is like getting dressed and they feel like they're private and everybody sees them, that's another thing. But the actual depiction of a cartoon version of a naked body, like, why are we so upset about that when there are naked bodies literally on our phones whenever we decide to Google them? Like,
I think people have the right to not like it.
Yeah.
You don't have the right to tell me to not like it, or you don't have the right to tell me I should be upset. So I don't mind.
Right. That's my thing. Don't make it like a black woman should be mad about this type of thing.
If the guy didn't like it, it's fine. Like, you don't like it, it's cool. But I'm like, why was the thing to tell anybody else? Because I don't like it, you should be offended, but I'm not.
Right. Like, we're stupid if we're not upset about it. And that's what I didn't like. Like, oh, so I'm dumb because I'm not bothered by a cartoon.
And it was almost as if he was holding off. Exactly. It's not for kids. It's almost as if this white man was holding off on saying So whenever I do this, don't get mad at this. You know, it's that type of energy. And I want to read this comment from Rufaro. It says, you might not relate to the picture. Most of us don't, but it will not stop people from seeing all Black women as overly sexualized. And I wanted to call this comment out because I feel like it's exhausting for Black people to work on being accepted by white people or making sure that we're always seen in a certain light. And it's something that we've done for years and years and years at this point, decades. Respectability politics. And at this point, if that isn't working, it would just be exhausting to try to police things like this. I feel like the only way that Black people will be seen as human, regular, is by just allowing Black people to be Black people. Let them people be uncomfortable, okay? Because at the end of the day, if they see this and they connect that to all Black women being sexualized, then that's their issue. They're gonna think it. But
it's dumb because like women in general are like the porn I watch is Black, is whatever. But I do feel like people like to sexualize women in general. I think if it was white women, they'll be mad too. But women can be just sitting around here and in Black, white, Asian, whatever. If someone will make them be sexual in their own mind.
If they were all white women, and somebody was like, I'm mad that it's brown skin or dark skin women. I'm like, but if it was all light skin women or white women, y'all would be mad that there were no Black women or dark skinned women included. Like,
let's not play like the 70s and the 80s wasn't prime time for jungle fever. White women and Black people were overly sexualized together in all the music videos. So why is it that we want to make a fuss about Black women being sexualized when time and time again we've been told that white women are the standard of beauty and we've seen them being sexualized first? So
white women are extremely sexualized. Like,
right.
I don't know if y'all saw the Tanya TKO video she did about this. I don't know who this guy was, but he was basically talking about sexually assaulting young girls. But one of the stories he was telling was like how some white woman calls him and tells him to come and show her 2 teenage white daughters how to have sex with Black men or whatever. And so he comes over and has sex with their mom in front of them, and then eventually starts having sex with their mom and them over the course of the time period that he was fooling around with them, which to me, he admitted to having sex with an underage girl, with 2 underage girls, but whatever.
The pussy is pink. What you want him to do? Pussy is pink. What else they gonna play it?
Yeah, I didn't understand it. And why is everybody so upset about the pink part? Like, are we confused about how vaginas look on the inside? What's going on?
Stop trying to make children also have a penis and a vagina. So it's not as if they seeing some shit they don't have themselves.
When I was not showing them fucking I knew aliens. What vagina was. I knew what pussy was. You know why I knew? Because we would find a way to see porn. Like when we were young kids or whatever, the channels would flip over to porn. 55, 56, 57, 58 on cable television would turn into porn stations after 10 o'clock at night. So we would see naked bodies having sex even before we were ready because it would click over to porn. And so when I think about now, with y'all who don't mind giving y'all fucking toddlers cell phones, do y'all really think that y'all are hiding something from y'all kids? To me, you're more upset about Black naked bodies, and you need to dissect why that bothers you. Because if you trace it all the way back, to me, what the story is that women shouldn't be sexualized because then men will feel like it's okay to attack them. So first of all, fuck you. I should be able to do whatever the fuck I want to do, and you still shouldn't feel like it's okay to attack me. So once we take that out of it, what is the problem with sex and women and being naked? Talk to me.
I think everybody because they're like, oh, the children. I think if you have children, then talk to your children and raise them yourselves. You can't expect anyone else to censor shit just in case your child runs into their shit. That's on you. If your child runs into some shit they don't know, mom or dad should have told them by now what that could or should be. Period.
This comment talking about, I wish he would have exploited his preference. Y'all, this is a cartoon. Who is he really exploiting? Like, tell me, how is this really affecting our overall image when they view us how they want to view us anyway. And that's what we're trying to get you to understand, that it doesn't matter whether a cartoon of a black woman is bent over or in a fucking suit. We are Claire Huxtable every day, and they still find a way to attack us. And even when we're not black, white women get attacked in the same way. That's another thing I'm getting tired of seeing on social media, is y'all acting like only black men rape and pillage. Absolutely not. White men act the same way towards their women with this ridiculous, I want you to be sexy, but I also don't want you to be too sexy. I want you to be a virgin. I want you to be pure. This ridiculous fucking mindset about women. And God forbid we be like Meg the Stallion and be happy popping our coochies to ourselves in our mirrors because it gives us joy, because then all of a sudden something is wrong with us because we enjoy that. Like, miss me with all of this selective and fake ass outrage. If y'all want to be mad about hip hop exploiting black women, be mad about being called bitches and hoes in every fucking song that comes out. Be mad about popping pussy on every video that comes out, and not just a cartoon on the side of a city bus that offended the white folk. Fuck out of here.
And the question of is nudity for or artistic? That's up to the artist. My brother's an artist. His best friend is an artist. So I've been around art for a long time. His best friend do the titties. It just depends on what the artist is doing it for. But it also depends on what the person watching it or seeing it feels. Everyone will feel differently. But it's like how you feel don't mean that's how anybody else should feel.
Right. I didn't feel bad
trying to make
this.
In this case,
so crazy.
In this case, it was for artistic expression. Right. Meek explains that each one of these things on the album cover are basically demons that he had to face when he was growing up. So the dice is him gambling, the women is obviously sex. You see different stuff. You know how they always say people always chasing money, cars, and hoes. Like those were his demons.
And that's what I thought about. I was like, rap album.
You see a tear down his eye. It's like, what the fuck?
Fucking flat top. He had a flat top and a gold chain. Like, it's obviously like a caricature of rap and how it all is depicted. And another thing, y'all, another thing that I want people to like unpack about black women and us in these depictions of us being sexual is that there is nothing wrong with us being sexual. Like, we're supposed to be sexual, y'all. We literally have clitorises only for pleasure. There is nothing wrong with being sexual. There is nothing wrong with being naked.
Jason want to have a whole conversation tonight. Come through, Jason. He says true, but I bet we never seen. Okay, well, look, we're not seeing a vagina being displayed either.
Though. I want to see. I want a woman to come out with an album and put a cartoon dick on the front of the album and then let it. If they do, I want to see it. What are you talking about?
And we watch.
That's a fake outrage for me.
We watched
if D'Angelo would have came out with an album cover of, the How Does It Feel, and he was like this, and y'all, you could tell he had it on, people would be upset about that.
Child, when Safari was out here showing his dick, child, we was over here throwing, like when Omarion dick pic came, bitch, we was out here Googling and sending, tweeting and everything, bitch, did you see it?
But
like, at the end of the day, like, impressive body
we like, ooh, the Charleston dick, we look for the dick everywhere because we don't see it often enough.
And you know what else? No matter what, y'all, no matter how you feel about it, people are always going to be enticed and interested in the naked body. And there's nothing ugly or disgusting about the naked human form. So when y'all get upset about seeing it, I'm like, child, and like we see titties and ass and vagina all the time. It's about how you understand it and how you see it. When I saw it, I thought it was an interesting piece, honestly, because it made me think of all the black girls that I would see in the videos back in the day, and people would think less of them, but I would still think they was beautiful, gold teeth, and big ass hair and hard hairstyles and long nails. White people people might think that's ghetto, that's hood, but I would still see the beauty in the get it girls, man. Just like y'all love the city girls, even though everybody like to love and talk about how ghetto and hood they are, y'all eat that shit up. Y'all love them hoes and they ignorant ass accents.
They do. And think about the type of black women who make it into very wide range pop culture. They love Tiffany Haddish because her comedy is very stereotypical of what they think a black person is. The city girls are making it for a little bit because they rap about hood shit, which is what white people like to hear black people rap about. So it's like,
Ebony
regardless
Bishop.
of
I want Ebony Bishop to Ebony Bishop in the comments. I want you to go and draw a better image. Since you feel away so 1000% bad, I want you to go and draw a better image, and let us not find out that you laying up with a man that's being disrespectful to you. Go and draw you a better image, please. Since you feel away,
I don't feel disrespected though.
How is it disrespectful?
How does this
They're not people. These aren't
it's
people.
A cartoon.
It's a fucking cartoon. They're not real.
You know,
anywhere.
My ass is not on this bus. Do y'all not understand that?
You know that's exactly how I felt when I saw it. And anybody who saw the ass on the bus and thought, "Oh, I know a black person. Let me go, Necey." What? Where the connection come from? Is something logically wrong? And that's a narrative that I cannot control.
Man, fuck your children.
And another thing is, your children have seen your naked body before. Y'all have got to stop feeling like your kids need to be shielded from every little thing that they're seeing or they're going to experience anyway. Naked bodies, they need to be comfortable seeing naked bodies, y'all. Especially if they're in a fucking cartoon and not some perv exposing themselves in public.
It's the fact that they complaining about this particular art, especially you, Ebony. But y'all kids be watching some of this on TV, and they don't even have to go far. And a lot of it, like if you watching Rick and what is it, Jay Lee,
Rick and Morty, or Big
Mouth, you gonna get more than what you bargained for.
Or Family
Guy.
Family Guy had a scene of Lois and Peter fucking on the couch, and they was high, and she was laughing with Brian saying he put it in the back door. I'm like, the back door, bitch.
The video, the actual imagery for the new season of Family Guy is Peter's fat ass naked, laying down with the ass cheeks and everything. Y'all, I've seen it on Hulu. Like,
what
are we talking about here? Like, the little pink circle took me the fuck out. Like,
I know it's a pink circle. That's it's funny because we can describe it as a pink circle. Yeah. It's not described as a clit because it's a pink circle. It's a pink dot.
Guy has a dog that fucks humans.
Right. It was his tour bus. Are y'all serious? I thought that was a city bus. It was Meek's tour bus?
Yeah.
Man, get the fuck out of here, man.
Girl, I thought it was a food truck.
To be honest with you,
museums are full of naked people. People aren't going to museums. I don't know. Maybe people aren't going to museums.
I hope ain't none of y'all watching porn, watching dirty movies, watching movies with sex in them. Okay,
watching looking at my own posterior.
Of course not, Jay Lee.
Posterior.
Because their eyes were protected and shielded from anything negative, obviously.
Y'all need to be happy. I'm not naked right now the way I like my body. What are you talking about? Y'all need to be happy I got clothes on right now. I could be sitting up here right now in the fucking bathing suit just to show off.
Hey, y'all seen Lil Ray? Was Lil Ray, the Rolling Ray, who was in the picture, and they had no bottoms on. This nigga from the way
Let me tell y'all something. I don't give a fuck. Listen, I'm tired of Rolling Ray. I don't want to see nothing you got going on. You gross me out. Okay, you gross me the fuck. I'm sorry, y'all. I've been trying not to say it because they make you feel like you fucked up if you say somebody grosses you out. Rolling Ray grosses me the fuck out. And Nicki Minaj acting like that's her friend. Bitch, you grossed out by that nigga too, but you gonna pretend like he your friend. You ain't shit.
So wait, Unicorn Land says you're assuming that we allow our children to watch Family Guy. My 9-year-old is allowed to watch these things on my watch. Okay, well then protect your 9-year-old on your watch all day.
Protect your
kid. Anybody else to
you
protect
control
your child
what your kid
you.
Watch. But at the end of the day,
not Big Meal.
Your kid gonna see this pussy and they gonna like it too. And then, your kid gonna see pussy and they gonna like it too. Like, so what you doing? I'm sorry, but I feel like people be trying to save their kids and shit, and it's like, what are you trying to save them?
No,
it's the inevitability of them seeing vagina. Like, what are we talking about?
Moral of the story, you are not going to make me be outraged about something that I'm not outraged about.
Yes. Okay, so I have to also end with this, with the fake concern. Y'all, I love Black Mirror on Netflix, and I never got another season of it. I don't know where it's been. But there's an episode called Archangel, and I need people to watch that episode. Y'all, have y'all ever seen Black Mirror?
I've seen like that one episode where they was like the Amazon where they worked in a factory, but it was the TV around them all the time, the phone around them all the time.
Yes, so Black Mirror, every single episode is different, like the Twilight Zone. It's all about futuristic technology type stuff. So this specific episode deals with parental control.
Don't let Bondy watch your kids.
Don't.
I know, right?
I don't want your kids.
This specific episode deals with parental control, and the parents could literally censor things that their kids could see. So like it was a little girl, one day she was at home with her granddad. Her granddad was having a heart attack, but she couldn't see it because her brain was censored. So just get to the end of the episode, and I need people to realize like over-parenting can be worse. Okay, I don't have kids, but I know plenty of people who were over-parented, and I can tell you there's a difference between where I am and where they ended up.
Same
so
here.
It doesn't take having kids to know that. So while people should have some, rules or standards for their kids, you can't really police what goes on in the public. The best thing for you to do is explain what your standards are for your child. The public is not responsible for parenting your children.
And can I just add something to that? We saw porn when I was growing up at like 4, 5, 6 years old. We all turned out great. Just saying. We saw people fucking at an early age. We understood it was something that adults do that we weren't supposed to do at our age. And that's the box we put it in. Adult shit. Like kids literally will put shit in a box that's not for them right now until they get older, and then it can be for them. So all of this, I don't know how to explain this shit to my kids. Easy. This is adult shit. That's it. That's all.
All right, y'all. Let's move.
That's a good point.
Yeah,
and that's
you want to read that, Bonnie? Go ahead.
Yeah, the shame around sex is one of the main reasons that assaults continue to be prevalent now. And it's not even just that. It's the whole like taboo around sex and naked bodies, and like it's an inevitability. So stop trying to act like you're saving your kids from something. They're going to fuck. So just explain to them that this is not for you right now, but eventually you'll do this, this, and this. And I need you to understand the difference. Because honestly, I feel like more danger comes out of y'all not wanting to explain sex and what it is to y'all kids. Because people come around and tell them they're playing doctor or some other stupid shit because they don't understand or know what sex is because you're trying to protect them. Somebody takes advantage of them. I've seen that more than anything.
Somebody's put in here that back in the day, it took a village to raise a child, and now everyone is for themselves. This is the fucking difference. The village is your family. The village is your immediate people in your life who see your child on a regular basis that helps you raise a child. I'm not your village. I don't know you. I'm not responsible for your child based on my content. For my nephew, we are the village, us in his life every day. I don't expect Meek Mill or Beyonce. I don't expect anybody else to be my village for my nephew. Your village is your immediate family and friends. Your village does not include the rest of the world, Craig. It's a difference.
I'm sorry. Some women just aren't meant to be mothers, and that's okay.
I already blocked them.
Why the fuck? Don't play now. Because I feel like I'll make an exceptional mother. I'll make an exceptional mother because my kid won't be stupid. My kid won't be played with. My kid will be the kid that they'll know not to do something with because she will vocalize to her parents what the fuck is going on, much like I was as a child growing up because people kept it funky with me. I did not lose my virginity until I was growing up to pay for a hotel room.
I'm gonna play back. Wait, that's different because I think a person can be a good mom and a good parent, and their child still might not tell them stuff, not because they don't know, but because they just may not feel safe enough because of their own inner shit to not say things. But I do think you can be a good mom and your kids still will not tell you stuff. Because I didn't tell my mom about what happened to me as a kid not because she was a good mom, but because I felt like she could not handle what I went through. But to me, it does not mean that because I didn't tell her that she, wasn't a
No,
good
what
mom.
I mean is I won't shame my kids into being quiet about things that they want to share with me. Like, I won't be ignorant about things like, oh no, don't ever talk to me about sex. I can't handle it. No, I won't be like that. Let's talk about this shit. Okay. Do you know about it? Do you know what STDs look like? Do you know about condoms? Are you sure you want to have sex with this person? Do you know what that entails? Do you know what it feels like? Do you know how it's going to hurt when you're a virgin? We can have these conversations. If you aren't telling your children shit like, oh no, don't have sex. That's evil. Don't do that. And then as soon as they bust out in college, they fucking everybody. There's a difference, but I understand
definitely.
what you mean, Jaylee. You don't share everything with people. Come on.
And my suggestion to the people that's on here arguing with us in the middle of the night talking about sex is that you go do something about getting this artwork off the buses. Because it is late at night and you up here on our late night show talking to us about sex when you could start a whole signthis.petition.com to do what you need to do to protect your child's eyes.
Okay. And then protect them long enough before they find it online on the phone you let them have. Bondy, be my gay mother. I love you, Jamie.
Gay mother.
Listen, all I know is growing up, I always felt like they didn't really hide anything from me, and they kept it like they were honest with me and talked to me like a smart, intelligent child. So when I was growing up, there was no mind fucking me. Like, because like I feel like people look for children that they can like mind fuck or lie to, or
and those are the innocent children who don't know anything.
Yes, but the ones whose parents talk to them, have conversations with them, and they understand things, it's harder for you to take advantage of those children. Y'all, I was really allowed to walk around our neighborhood, like when my mom worked, was like basically the hood. But because not only did they know the people around, but also they knew that I would say something if somebody did something to me. So nobody would do anything to me because they know that little girl gonna say something, and her people ain't to be fucked with. Like, my daddy will go to jail for killing you for fucking with his kid, and will admit that he did it. He'll call the cop. He would say that all the time. Somebody ever does anything to my kids, I will kill them and then call the cops and say I did this shit. Like, he didn't give a fuck. So we understood, you know what I'm saying, that we were protected. So nobody's gonna do anything. But you also have to be honest and truthful with your children instead of feeling like shielding them is going to protect them, because a lot of the times it does the exact opposite, especially if you're going to eventually have to have these conversations with them anyway. And just to end this up, I know people who were fucking by the time they got to 9. So please don't waste your time. Just saying.
Oh, tragic.
I know a lot of young boys whose virginity age was like 9.
My God.
So, think they're not talking about fucking. They are.
Carrie says, learned about this stuff from horny kids at school. Yeah, I know. Don't wait till they get to sex ed and they got to look at a damn banana and the girl's already sitting in class pregnant. But okay. All right, y'all. Let's move on, because by that time they're already pregnant. By the time they're wrapping condoms around bananas. Let's get into all right, y'all. It is TV time. And boom. Yes. We can talk about our favorite scenes from Our Kind of People, y'all. I love this show. I'm always calling my mama on the phone like, did you watch? Because she loves the Lee Daniels show. So I'm like, did you watch? Did you catch up? I went over there last weekend and I made her like catch up. Like, let's watch. Goodness, I'm trying to think about what happened in this episode. One thing that I specifically remember that stuck out to me was that ugly ass button down that Lance Gross was wearing at the end of the episode, sitting outside the grand opening party. I don't know why they had him wearing that teal 2007-ish color. When I say 2007, I mean it was like the color of the year back then. But it was a pretty good episode. I also want to call out the scene that I did not like was whenever the Nikki girl was about to kiss. Good, y'all help me with the names. What's the daughter's name?
Taylor
and Lauren.
Taylor.
Taylor's the girlfriend. Lauren and Nikki are the daughters.
Right.
Yeah.
Lauren and Nikki. Which one?
No, it was Taylor. It was Taylor and Nikki that were about to kiss, and Lauren walked in on them.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, Taylor and Nikki were gonna kiss.
Yeah, because Lauren is Leah's daughter. Nikki is Angela's daughter. Then Taylor's the girlfriend of whoever.
Yes.
Whichever.
So Nikki was about to kiss Taylor. And then turned around and got back with Lauren. Immediately after that. And I was like, bitch, what is this? Immediately, it was like, just be nice to her.
They in an abusive relationship.
I'm gonna tell you, she liked Nikki, and I think she is attracted to Nikki, but she loves Lauren, and her and Lauren have a long, long lasting and a long friendship. So she wants to like see what that relationship can do, but she's still feeling she's still feeling Nikki. So she's gonna want Nikki and Lauren to be friends, and then she's probably gonna start fucking around with both of them. I did this in high school. Don't judge me. She's still mad. Listen, my ex-girlfriend is still mad at me today because she says I made her befriend like the girl that I cheated on her with. And it wasn't that I meant to do that, but it was easier. Whatever. I don't know. I'm terrible. Whatever.
See, my scene that I thought was the best, it's kind of like a 2-for-1 or whatever. I like when Leah and Leah and Rain was having a conversation, and he knew she was lying about being out with her daddy, and he like, you need to choose like which partnership do you want, your daddy or me and you. And then seeing him fly to New York to meet with his ex-wife to take down his father, I'm like, that's your father-in-law. So I was like, hey Shelby. But seeing who he went to for help, I was like, damn, it's just like juicy. I just love
Melissa DeSosa. I know her real name. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Melissa DeSosa, stupid ass. I love her.
I love that scene. I think that was like the best one, seeing him leave and go link up with her. So I'm really excited to see what's going to follow after that. And I think the next scene was probably the fact that, I forgot her name, the mama, Miss Girl. What's Nikki mama name?
Eva.
Angela?
Oh, no, Angela.
Angela. Yeah, Angela. I like that her party still went off, and it did really well. And you actually see that Leah was happy in that moment.
Right.
So I thought that was good.
Her daughter was dancing and shit. Somebody was like, why y'all dancing? Get the fuck out of here.
That was probably
hilarious.
She said to her, I don't.
Yeah, I was watching.
She said, I'm not mad at you. I'm ashamed of you. I was like, damn.
Yeah, no,
they may have broken a barrier.
That scene when Angela went in there to ask her, like, why are you trying to fuck with me? And she was like, I mean, honestly, Leah went in so hard on Angela, but then when she got up to walk out without saying anything, Leah looked like she felt bad. And I was like, why do you keep doing this? Like, she's done that at least 2 other times throughout the course of this show, where I feel like you've intentionally hurt your sister's feelings and then felt bad about it after. So I wonder what the relationship is going to be like, because the truth of the matter is your daddy is going to die eventually, and it's just going to be by, you by yourself. And I know you think that's a good thing, but honestly, I feel like her and Angela together will probably do better than her and her daddy ever did together. Because I personally feel like when especially two strong, smart Black women come together, it's like some type of magical shit. So I think the men around will always try to keep discourse between the women, because they don't want the women to really latch on to each other, because if they do, they'll take over. And that makes me think about Teddy. Even though he be trying to be all soft with Angela and then also being soft with Leah, but still you need to get your sister under control and she's trying to do something. It makes me feel like he's trying to keep them at odds so that they don't overpower him.
Absolutely. I agree with that.
That's all y'all got on our kind of people.
Okay, so hold up. Before we go, what the fuck is going on with Angela's baby daddy, aka Nikki's daddy? What is going on there? Somebody tell me.
Good question.
I don't know.
You talking about the kids?
We just know he did something to get himself locked up.
He did something.
I saw him writing something, and I didn't know what the hell was going on. And at first, I didn't know who that was until I really looked at him. I was like, why did y'all put them locks on him? What was that?
Hit the floor.
Yeah,
he looked familiar.
I think it's
doing drugs for his daughter.
I think it's to show how long he's been in prison. I think it's a thing. Like, okay, he probably came in with shorter hair. Now he didn't grow it out. He's been in prison for 17 years.
Yeah, that was a mess though.
Yeah, it was. And I just want to say that I hope the LaTaylor girl is of age, because if she's one of them ones that if I would have saw you in person, girl.
Bondy, when I watched the show, I knew you was gonna say that.
She's very my type. Bondy she's very, very, very my type. I love me an old swagged out androgynous bitch. Like, oh my God. Does something for me.
All right, y'all. Now we can get into. Oh, y'all know how y'all watch a show and you low key be ready for it to end.
Yes.
You be like, y'all know what show that is?
Oh, I love Married First Sight.
Please.
Oh, all right.
That was me today.
we ain't even talking about
sisters. The other. No,
we ain't even talking about sisters tonight.
It's not worth it.
As soon as Jay Lee said that, I knew it wasn't worth it, so I didn't even watch it.
I said it before they did. I was like, y'all, I left and went had steaks. Cause I was just like, girl, I'm bored. Let's just go ahead and stay. And
I might wait till next week.
It was just too much conversation for no reason, even more than usual. I'm like, how is it more conversation? I was like, no, we don't need to have this. No, because nothing, girl. Anyway, but Married at First Sight was just as boring. I fell asleep.
Yeah,
I was falling asleep watching it.
Married at First Sight was so boring. Literally, in my opinion, I feel like we only need to talk about Michaela and Zach and Johnny and Bal.
But that's the thing.
Nothing even changed. All it was the same conversation they had with themselves. They had with Dr. Pepper and Pat the Cow. But it's the same exact conversation. I'm like, why the fuck is y'all repeating the same shit? I'm like, man, I'm asleep.
And I'm tired of what's the white lady therapist? Not Viviana, but the
Dr.
other
Pepper.
one. I'm like, bruh,
have you watched
why is she still here, fam?
Have you watched the episode, ma'am?
Yes, I've watched the episode. Oh, you talking about her?
Yeah, Dr. Pepper. She never seemed like she really know what happened. Like,
I don't think they be knowing shit, because some stuff they be asked. I'm like, y'all act like y'all ain't. But
Dr. Viviana is the only one. Dr. Viviana is the only one that seemed like she knew what happened. Like she watched it.
She be watching the clips. And Pastor Cal is always the one that's like, oh, keep going. I know he's disrespecting you. Keep going. You're determined. Stick it out.
He's old school misogynistic and will basically tell a woman to stay and be abused emotionally and mentally in order to work out a marriage. I learned that about him last season when he kept trying to make the Chris Page shit work when it was over. I was like, you're misogynistic and they need to get rid of you, because the truth of the matter is in 2021, nobody needs to be telling women to stay in relationships with toxic ass men who are not giving forth the same effort. And I feel like they've been doing it, like all of these men, with the exception of Gil. Do y'all even want women? I don't understand.
Well, one thing I did want to point out is earlier in the episode, okay, Zach, we just gonna talk about it free fall, whatever.
Run it.
Zach admits when in his sit down with Dr. Pepper, he has a breakthrough moment where he starts crying, saying that he realizes that he projects all this, need for perfection on other people. So when he said that, I was honestly like, damn. I'm so glad that he came to that realization, because essentially that's what I've been saying about all the men on the show. All the men on the show, they don't require that level of perfectionism in themselves, but they require it for a wife that they signed up for. And that's the issue with Johnny. That's the issue with Jose. That's the issue with Ryan. And Zach ends up telling us the same thing. Gil is the only one that doesn't require perfection from his wife, because I think he might be the oldest, or either he's the most emotionally mature, where he's able to, learn how to mold to her. And, he just wants to be married. Whereas the other ones just wanted to sign up for
he's more forgiving.
Some imaginary wife. Yes.
I think Gil and Mirla I think because Mirla is kind of guarded, I wonder if that made Gil not be able to want to force her to be what he wanted, because he was still trying to figure her out. So I think her guardedness made him have to learn her more, which may be the reason why they're good right now, because he done had a luxury of his wife being so open, and it being fun from the get-go. She liked him a little bit to make him know he don't want to leave her, but he had to still figure her out. And I think that may be why at the beginning I didn't like her. But now seeing them now, like, it all makes sense. And he's the only one that had a wife who
Made him
they
wait.
didn't have an instant connection.
But she made him wait for it.
Even with Brett and Ryan, how they were better on the honeymoon shit than they are now.
Right.
And that's how kind of each couple was. What's up, Johnny and Bow, who was just weird or whatever. But yeah, I think that's why Gilliam Riddle's the surprising
Didn't they fuck on
winner
the
of
honeymoon
season.
though?
Cool.
Johnny and Bow. No, they didn't.
I don't think
it wasn't.
I think it wasn't until it was after they came back from the honeymoon.
Okay. I feel like something happened during the honeymoon though that made me feel like they were in a better place. But
it was when he expressed to her that he was falling in like with her on the honeymoon.
I always felt like though about Mirla and Gil that I liked the fact that she was giving him kind of a hard time because I feel like a lot of the times, I don't care how you slice it with women, we have got to make sure these men are in before we can allow ourselves to fully fall. Because if we fall first, they'll take us to play with. And I really do feel like because Mirla played her cards right, that's the only reason why Gil is showing up today better than the rest of these dudes. Because if she had been willing to give up everything so soon, I think he would be disrespecting her the way Jose, Zach, Ryan, and fucking Johnny are all disrespecting their wives in one way or another.
I can see that because didn't Gil say his longest relationship was like 6 months or something like that? Did he say that? I thought he said something like that. So
I think he may have had a longer one, but there may have been Zach who said that.
I think it was both of them, honestly, because I remember whenever he said it, Mirla was shocked. Like, what's wrong with you?
Not Johnny and Jose deserve each other.
They kind of do.
Right.
I am dead.
No, they do. And it's like, I couldn't stand that scene of seeing Johnny and Ryan basically have a competition to see who could be the biggest asshole.
I hated that shit. I was like,
really?
ooh. I was on Twitter
like, when they were playing pool
away from me.
Yes.
I really felt like in that scene, I felt like Ryan needed to vent, but Johnny really was more so focused on talking about himself. Like, that's what I got from that. That Johnny was like, yeah, I hear about your problems, but yeah, let's talk more about mine.
But what do y'all think Ryan even have to vent about? I feel like with him and Brett, neither of them wants to be honest. And it made me mad when the doctor told her, because I can't think their names, when the doctor told her to ask him, when did you start feeling differently about us? And they got there and she didn't ask him shit. I'm like, now you the problem.
But you know what? I think it's because she doesn't want to feel like the way Michaela was like, oh, fuck it then. If we ain't making no choices, then fuck it. I'm out this bitch. She's the exact opposite. Well, I know he's already out, so I don't want to say anything because then he's really going to be out. But see, Lyric said something that I loved and I thought it was so profound. Lyric was like, to the episode. Lyric was like, nigga, you're not that good looking. And in another like 10 years, you're going to be balding and not that much good looking. So you need to take that good woman now that you have her. But see, the thing about that motherfucker Ryan is that he feels like he can get a better woman. He feels like he can get some more beautiful, blonde, attractive woman. And the truth of the matter is you don't have any personality. You might have money, but you don't have that much. You're balding. You might be in good shape, but so the fuck what? There are a lot of white boys that are in good shape. Like you're not that, huh?
Yeah, I say he was built like a retired superhero.
He got good arms. That's it. That's all I've seen. You know what I'm saying? Which means you'll have a nice muscle tone, but a dad belly. But either way, you're not that good looking. And in all honesty, amongst white boys, you're not that attractive for you to feel like she isn't good enough for you. In all honesty, you're out of her league a little bit. And the fact that you think because you've been out here fucking these blind bombshell, bumhead bitches, like it's just kind of like let Ryan go ahead and die alone like he wants to.
What is the thing about Ryan? I don't have an issue with him not wanting her because I think everybody won't be a match. My issue is he just won't say this shit. Like I think if she's your type and if you try to like her and you just feel like you don't, that's cool because they don't always get it right. I don't have an issue with that.
I don't think he really tried. I think if she didn't come up in the makeup that he wanted, it was like tap out.
I know, but I think if he don't like her, cool, but say that. That'd be my issue. If you don't like it, just say it.
Instead of like
Right.
seeing like, I don't know, I really want to keep
So that's
trying.
what
Like,
made me mad. I'm like,
no.
if they don't match, it's cool, because again, they are strangers. They won't always match. But just say the shit.
Zach. Same thing with Zach. Why does Zach get mad at Michaela wanting to not sleep in the same bed when you told her you don't want to stay married to her? Then what are we fucking for? You know that that's what that's about. You want to be able to still fuck that girl, even though you have vocalized to her in order to save your own ass. He wants to cover his own bases because I think him and Bow were already talking at this point, but he's still fucking Michaela. He knows at the end of this process he's not going to want to be with her, but he wants to cover his bases by, oh, you know, I'm really trying and I don't want us not to do this. It's bullshit. Because y'all, in the preview when Michaela was losing her shit, Bow snuck her head out the door and had this smirk on her face when she saw that they was arguing, and then she went back inside like, oh shit. And when I thought about that, I was like, oh bitch. See, this is what Johnny is talking. This is what Johnny's mad about. You acting like y'all are good and you really trying with him, but the truth of the matter is you and Zach have had something going on for probably a minute now, and that's why on that little after show shit, the two of them, Michaela and Johnny was like Bow is fake as fuck, because you were sitting there acting like you was really trying with him, and you know, I don't know what's wrong with Johnny and da da da. And yes, Johnny and Bow were just like Zach and Michaela. Both people are fucked up. Both people are fucked up. But that doesn't like change the fact that Bow is probably fucking with Zach and Zach is fucking with Bow. And they're both still.
I don't think they fucking then. I think
they're
gonna start to.
They're talking.
I
think they are.
I think they're talking already.
On the during this time on the show.
Everybody's meeting up. Everybody's staying in the same building. Everybody's congregating. I honestly feel like they're already talking to each other. It may not be we're fucking yet or we want to date yet, but we're definitely talking to each other whenever the actual partner is doing something we don't like. We're texting the other one like, they're doing this and they're doing that. And let's go back. We often wondered, did Zach really like black women?
And that's why I gotta go back, okay? Because I said this the first time Michaela blew up, when he said that he doesn't like the type of women that is very aggressive, gets angry. And I felt like those are often stereotypes that's placed with black women, because black women are very vocal about how they feel for the most part when it comes to situations like that. And it seemed to me like everything he described about what he didn't want in a partner was stereotypical to what's placed on black women. He also told us he only went to school with white people. So when he first told us that, I was like, you can't tell. When he first told us that, I was like, I wonder if he don't really like black women. And then we find out that supposedly he's dating Bow, when I think it's super funny because essentially Bow and Michaela they're hot and cold, just the same. Bow is very hot and cold. The only difference is cultural. So I think Zach just has a preference to what he wants.
I think Bow was less reactive than Michaela. He may like
more
that.
passive aggressive.
She'll just like when Johnny acts,
poison your food.
Really. When Johnny acts, when he has a little tantrum or whatever, Bow doesn't react. She just sits there next to him and like just takes it. She's not a reactor.
And Johnny wants a reaction. Johnny, and he said that. Y'all remember at the beginning, he was like, I want the girl that's going to be all over me.
They mixed that. They should have put Johnny with Michaela and they should have put Bow with Zach. Again, that's like when I said, like in our chat, I said, I'm not mad if if Bow and Zach are dating, because I'm like, they may have just been mismatched. And they both, this whole time, both Michaela and Zach and Johnny and Bow have been in fucked up marriages. Like I think from the start, they've been having issues. So it's like, to me, it makes sense.
Needs to be with anybody, because I think Johnny is one of those crazy ass. No disrespect, y'all, but I often feel like stereotypically Asian men can be a bit high strung if they're not extra chill, and when they're high strung, they can be a tad bit abusive. or just hyper angry, or just the energy is scary to me sometimes. And when Johnny was getting all red-faced at that table last episode, the one before this one, I was like, yeah, I don't like that. Something about that bothers me. And then the way he emotionally and verbally abused Bao during this episode, at the end of the day, Bao could have very much been talking to Zach, but he doesn't know that. And he still takes every moment he can to bring her all the way down to the ground to make himself feel better. Like, it would be the simplest thing where Bao is like asking for clarity on where he is, and he'll find a way to make her feel like she's small or nobody. And I was just like, yeah, no, he doesn't need to be with Michaela. He doesn't need to be with anybody. He needs to go to therapy and deal with them daddy issues, because he's turning into his dad.
He does have daddy issues big time. It's quite disgusting to see his face turn red and his vein pop out his damn forehead every time she asks him what the weather is. So yeah, he definitely has some issues. Especially when he said to Ryan, I knew that he was missing some marbles when he said, you know, she's trying, almost like she's trying too hard. Like, what?
What the fuck?
Do you want her to try or do you not want her to? The dude he's too much. But yeah.
Right. It's a crazy season.
To me, honestly, Johnny is the psycho. Like, when we think about everybody on the show, Johnny is the fucking psycho, because Johnny is the one that pretends that he's charismatic and cool and just, you know, just goes with the flow and wants to have a good time. But the truth of the matter is, you do anything that he does not like, or if he just decides that he wants to find issue with you, and all of a sudden he's red in the face, losing his shit and making you out to be the worst person in the world. He is not somebody I would ever feel safe with.
Someone made a really good point and said how yesterday on so they tried to make Bao and Zach in bad light, but they glossed over Michaela and Johnny's actions, but I think that's true.
I agree.
I think they focus on Bao, and I wonder that's because they knew about the whole stuff leaking about possibly, you know, Bao and Zach, you know, messing around or whatever. So I do think that's kind of crazy, because I think we all now know it's both couples' fault. Both Michaela and Zach do bullshit, and so does Johnny and Bao. So it's like they both tried to really I do feel like they really tried to go at Bao the hardest, both Kayla and Zach, and I feel like, well, damn. But I feel like that's more about what's happening currently versus what happened while the show was being filmed. Because while being filmed, everybody getting along. So
exactly. Somebody asked if we felt like it was against girl code for Bao to fuck with Zach, but I was like, no, because everybody met during that process. They weren't friends beforehand. Everybody met in that process. So if you know,
it was only one season where they did that, where I felt like girl code was broken, and that was the season when it was Zach who was paired with Mindy, and Katie, who was the redhead freckle girl with diabetes, who was dating the other dude. They knew that Zach was a complete asshole to Mindy the entire time. The girls got so close that they all got matching tattoos. And then you get to the reunion to find out that one of the girls was dating the asshole of the show. So it's like, that's where I felt like you broke girl code.
I feel like these seasons,
they're not close like that.
Yeah, they're not that close at all. Not even like the girls last season were.
It's like this is like speed dating with a marriage license. So I feel like
it is.
It's like, I think every season because I've watched for numerous seasons. I feel like every season I see, damn, so and so would have been a better match with so and so and so and so. And I always feel like I wish they would have like a all-star season where they have people who were matched wrong and rematch them to try to get better matches. Because sometimes you can match somebody wrong, but because you've now met that person, that can be your person. And you should not allow the fact they were with somebody else who you met on the show, but they didn't work out. I don't think it's wrong to want, if that's your person.
I disagree with all of y'all on that. I feel like it was a violation of girl code because the ladies were getting acquainted and getting familiar with each other as everybody. It's giving Portia Williams for me. As you were getting to know Fallon and you ended up taking this lady man and marrying this, you know what I'm saying? Or getting engaged to this lady's man. So that's all I see when I see Bao messing with Zach.
Do you think it's different because this is a dating show and Housewives of Atlanta is like, you know, she was already married to assignment.
Who that made?
I don't. I feel like
think on
they
a
were
dating,
all
it's a dating show.
I feel like they were all, I understand it's a dating show, but these people went beyond dating and they got married. So for me, I feel like y'all were already patched up with who y'all were patched up with. So I do feel like it's like, come on, he was smashing this woman, like you around them, like that's just come on, Bow. So whatever Johnny say about you being fake and a liar or whatever, that's what you are. Like that's not cool in my book. Now, I don't care if y'all did just met each other a month ago. Like, that's not cool.
So they say on the Australia show,
because if the shoe was on the other foot, she would have been mad at Michaela for getting with Johnny if the shoe was on the other foot.
I'm sure she would have, but I'm just saying from my perspective, looking at this show, y'all are all coming to each other on this show, meaning that none of these relationships have any, history. Everybody's coming to the show at the same time, meeting everybody. Right. And even though I understand what you mean about the girl code situation, y'all know how I am. I just kind of sometimes feel like they ain't got enough niggas out here for us to be that, girl codish about this shit. Like at the end of the day, we ain't really friends. We met on the show because we all decided to marry people we ain't never met before. And we found out that the other people was more compatible for us than the people they matched us with. I don't think it's necessarily the same thing, but I don't think Michaela and Bao were ever trying to be friends anyway. So
no, definitely. Because if you watch the Unfiltered episode, they said, did Bao ever complain to you about Johnny? And Michaela says, yes, all the time. And they said, well, what did she say? And she said, well, I don't want to say it. And then Johnny says, well, she said I was a liar and I was fake or something. And honestly, I don't see Bao confiding in the other women because Michaela didn't even want to tell the other women when things were bad with her and Zach. So I don't think they have much discussion or transparency about the bad, because I really do think Michaela and Bao are the same, just culturally different, whereas they want to put on a front for everybody.
And think about how Mirla doesn't really come out and share with the other girls. And then Rachel did the same thing, pretends as if everything is okay when it's really not. So I just the only time she went ham is when they went to break shit. That was the only time she was honest and open about what was going on between her and Jose. But every other time she's talking about her and Jose, everything is perfect. The only person that doesn't pretend as if everything is perfect is Brett. And Brett is just kind of like, y'all already know this shit ain't happening for us. So ain't really even no point. So to me, I just kind of feel like they're not clicking like that. This whole cast is not really clicking like that.
Because have y'all watched many? I think only maybe me and Necey maybe have seen other seasons. Have y'all watched other seasons besides this one and last season?
No,
I haven't.
And that's the thing. Like other seasons, usually the cast they're more friendly to where after the show ends, you'll still see them hanging out. So this season, like it's not like that. And usually, there's more hanging out together. I feel like every time we see the couples or the girls, hanging out, I think that's production. Like, okay, we need y'all to meet up and talk. Whereas on prior seasons, there are many meetups of, one or two here, two or three there, and it's more organic. Where on here, I do feel like, okay, they're like, okay, Mirla, you need to talk to Rachel. Sit there and talk. And they force them to do that. Whereas in past seasons, the cast are bonding and they want to hang out and talk and discuss what's going on. So this season is a different season than before. That's why I felt like Bob and Michaela, and if she's dating Zach, to me, it's not weird because they not even really trying to be friendly. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, hey, coworker, see you at the company picnic, next year. And it's like that.
And let's be real. Let's be real. Zach is definitely going to put forth more of an effort with Bao than he is with Michaela. So I honestly feel like it just annoys me because I really do feel like they brought one Black woman on this show so that she can get played for Asian woman, basically.
I don't know if they brought her on.
They didn't do that now. That's not
but the thing is, that was a bad
No, because I think Pastor Cal knows exactly what a black man who really wants to date a black woman looks like, because all black men do. All black people essentially know. When we first saw Zach, we was like, either he's gay or he's not into black women. We all felt that immediately after hearing him talk. So at the end of the day, for them to still place him with a black woman on this show, it was only setting that black woman up to be one of the couples that was the entertainment. And I feel like they did that shit last season with Paige and Chris. I don't understand why this season, if you were only going to have one black woman on the cast, y'all couldn't like at least make her the hero and not put her with this weird ass black dude who we know really don't see it for black women like that, because he's a weird ass, and we know what a weird ass black dude is, y'all. We know they make us feel weird when we talk to them.
Y'all, these past two seasons has been different. I blame COVID.
The New Orleans season, I feel like was like the only one where I didn't feel like those two black men were weird.
But you didn't watch the season about you.
No, but that's what I'm saying. That's what I mean by like the you know, New Orleans time was like the time where I felt like, okay, at least they didn't put these two black men on the show who we know are only interested in something other than what they get.
They wanted black women. You could tell they did. And that's why I feel like they dropped the ball in Houston, because there's a decent population of black people in Houston, a big population, where I feel like they should have had at least two black couples to choose from. But y'all know Married at First Sight is they scared to do interracial, so I think they use this as an opportunity to ease their way into it. They started last season with Brianna and Vincent. Now they getting slow. They getting closer with Mirla and Gil. I think they trying to see how people gonna react to it. They scared. But let's move on from Married at First Sight. Let's go ahead and get into Love and Marriage Huntsville. Y'all, this episode was called BDE, Big Depression Energy. Really, two things happened, okay? Martell was on some clown shit, asking for the kids. Meanwhile, you ain't got no builder's license, and you was just telling Mel in a counseling session that you wasn't picking up the kids as often because your finances weren't the same, but now you asking for custody of 4 kids when you got 5. Worry about that one over there. Okay. And then Marceau talks about his depression and his reluctancy to actually go into counseling. What are y'all's thoughts?
I don't like that Marceau was pushing back. I'm tired of him leaning on his own understanding of things and not willing to seek out help and therapy and move forward. Like I hate that his decision is end all be all. Even his brother trying to convince him, like, yo, we could go do this together. And he's like, yeah, no. Like, it's just cringe worthy. And then I think he told Tisha to listen more when she said she wants to like help or whatever. He tells her to listen more, and I just feel like that's all she does is listen to you. You don't listen to you. That's clearly what it was. I took that as
obey.
You're right.
Yeah. That wasn't about listening. That was about not complaining about the mistreatment. That was about not asking for more of me than I'm willing to give. Marceau is full of shit. If Marceau is really depressed, I'll be surprised. The truth of the matter is, I feel like he threw that out as a way to not have to be responsible for the way he is in his family and in his relationship. And I think he purposefully picked Tisha because she was someone who can be controlled. As beautiful and trophy wife-ish as she is someone that he felt he could always control because he thought he was smarter than her. That's why he would never get with a woman like Mel. As much as he may be attracted to and want to flirt and all of that with a woman like Mel, he'll never get with her because she would never allow for him to use his ignorant ass logic as a reason for the disrespect and disregarding of her feelings. Marceau doesn't want to change. He doesn't want to be responsible for Tisha's emotions. That's why when they went to therapy, he didn't give a fuck to ask why they were even there, because he doesn't want to hear what the problem is, because he doesn't want to have to fix it. That's deeper than he's willing to go. And you know what? At some point, Tisha needs to make the decision that this is not enough. And if you're not going to give me enough, then I'm going to leave, because I'm a single parent anyway. When you're going on vacations with just you and your kids, bitch, you're a single parent. I ain't never been on no fucking vacation without my pa. You know, when I was a kid. So yeah, girl, if you want, and another thing, before we move on, you know what I don't like? I don't like where everybody acts like it's the show's fault. It's not the fucking show's fault. The show is showing y'all what was already the problem in y'all relationship that whole time. Tisha has been a college graduate with degrees that her husband would not let her use, that her husband would not let her work, and only wanted her to be a fucking incubator for all of his little ego projects that he calls children. Okay. So at the end of the day, those problems were happening even before they got on the show. It's just that the show held up a mirror to your face to see what the hell was going on.
I think as much as Marceau picked Tisha, Tisha picked Marceau. I think Wanda instilled in her, get you a man to take care of you. And Tisha was happy being a stay-at-home mama, having someone provide for her for a long time. She then wanted to be male. She wanted to do more because she saw more. So I think people don't realize, yes, he picked her, but she picked him. And now she's stuck in what she picked. And so he faced depression, which I agree with that too. But I do feel like Tisha put herself in this predicament because she wanted support. She wanted financial stability. She wanted someone. She did not want to be Wanda. She did not want to go back to the hood or wherever she was staying at before to have to struggle. And now she see that she's still struggling. She's struggling with her husband.
Agreement.
And so, yeah, so it's like she wants to complain about what he does. But I'm like, you picked this man to be a caregiver for you. As a woman, you want him to care for you, but now he wants shit that you're tired of doing. Well, leave him, because if he's telling you that you're not doing enough, why are you still there? Marceau is not going to change. So it's weird that she tries to make people feel sorry for her because he won't do what she wants. But I'm like, he's always been this asshole. So like, eventually you need to realize he's not going to change. He's going to be that same asshole who does not listen to you. You are a single mom. You're better off without him. Get child support, period. So I feel like Marceau was a complete asshole, yes, but he's always been who he was. And she liked it at first, but now she wants something different, which is great. Fine. But don't make it seem like we should feel bad for you because you're stuck with a ignorant, dumb, misogynistic husband. You picked him.
I don't think she wants us to feel bad for her, no. I'm gonna say that, and the reason why I said because often I feel like she'll be like, it's just something I have to deal with, you know. That's the thing that makes me feel like she really doesn't want us to feel bad for her, because I feel like often she swallows her emotions so quickly if she feels like they aren't being accepted, except for when it's like with the girls. I think that's the only time she feel like she can completely act like, oh no, I need this, I want this, and I'm upset about it. But when it comes to Marceau, it's just kind of like, okay, well, if this hurts, then I just have to be hurt until it doesn't hurt anymore. But I'm fine. You know what I'm saying? Like she definitely, I think, takes the hits for their relationship.
I have to say, I just saw a Cash App from earlier. Thank you for the Cash App, Keisha Keish. One thing I wanted to say is Marceau is forcing himself into a depression, because you're not going to tell me that y'all been on this show for what now, 3 seasons. Everybody is getting much more success from the show. Y'all have downsized y'all's house. And you feel the need to work yourself into anxiety. So it's like, yeah, you don't want to address the issue at hand. You want to create some space between you and Tisha. You want that space to be there. You don't want any transparency because you want to continue whatever it is that you got going on. You don't want your wife to get close and find a solution for whatever you tell her is really going on. And she knows her position. She knows that when he says listen, that means obey. I need you to listen to more. He explained whenever he said, listen, if you come to me complaining about something and I answer your question and then you keep talking about it, you're not listening. So he's essentially saying, if you come to me asking me about a rumor, example, I tell you it's not true and you keep talking to me about rumors, you're not obeying me, because I don't care to continue to have these deep conversations with you. It's because it's pretty sad to see. So I guess we're just gonna keep seeing it season after season, and he gonna keep working instead of just taking the money from this show and, you know, not being depressed. So I hope he gets whatever help he needs, and I hope Tisha decides to eventually choose herself, but I don't see that happening, being that her children are all fairly young. So I think we can move on to Real Housewives of Potomac. We have been doing Love and Marriage Huntsville for a minute, but these last episodes have been so good at Potomac. I think we can get into it, okay? Mia and Candace, the aftermath. We talked about that kind of at the beginning, y'all. Last week, y'all know I really do like Candace. I was going to try to wait to see if she was crying. She didn't cry with her folded up tissue this episode. But like I said before, I just felt disappointed because I didn't feel like Candace was allowing Mia the space to show her ass. Meanwhile, I don't feel bad for Mia at all because Mia is kind of hypocritical. It's like you see the power in Candace calling your mama low budget so much that you think that your mom could relapse. Meanwhile, damn, what was I going to say? Your mama was low budget. Meanwhile, you don't see the trigger in you calling Candace video low budget. So I think it's the pot calling the kettle black. That's all it is. I don't feel bad for Mia. I just wish that Candace would allow Mia the space to show her ass instead of looking like the villain.
I agree with what you said, Necey. Except for I ain't really understand allowing Mia the space to show her ours. I think Mia could have showed it if she wanted to. She broke that plate, okay? So she came back and said whatever she needed to say, I suppose. But I do understand your point on, and I feel like I kind of said it in my review, but in a different way. Sometimes I do want Candace to just sit back and let them create the scene on their own. So like you said, they don't try and paint you out to be the villain all of the time. But that's it for that scene.
I'ma just say, girl, fuck Mia. Fuck Mia and her feelings. If you don't want somebody to come at you, don't come at them. It's very simple. You have been coming at Candace for days now. You came at Candace at the video shoot, then you come at Candace it was really one day, but y'all know what I mean. The last episode, this episode, but if we're talking about the video shoot up until now, you've set your sights on Candace, right? You want to argue with Candace because you know that Candace is going to go for your jugular and then you're going to be able to play the victim. You're going to be able to say, oh my God, Candace really hurt my feelings. Girl, fuck your feelings. Fuck your feelings. And if you are trying to be protective of your mother, don't bring her on Real Housewives of Potomac and tell us how she had a drug problem and then she abandoned you. Because at the end of the day, we could have read her worse for her abandonment of you, Mia, than anything else. Like that could have been, what if everybody would have been like, oh my God, Mia's mom is terrible, and would have went in on her mom on social media because her mom left her after all the things that she went through. Like, first of all, ma'am, you decided to have a baby with a man who turned out to be a drug addict, and then you stayed with him and left your child in his care while he was in a basement fucking some random, and then your baby got burnt up. And then what do? You leave your baby because you couldn't deal with not being with that man. Child, we could have read your mama down for that shit alone, okay?
And not only that, her mom now in the future seeming to put more importance on the relationship with her sister than her.
Okay.
So even then.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Even then, like your mom was basically telling you, girl, I gotta be there for your sister. I ain't got time for you because you got a husband. Because you know how they do you. If you have a husband and all of a sudden you don't need anything, you don't need your mother's love, you don't need help, because everybody that doesn't have one needs so much more. You know what I'm saying, child? I ain't gonna tell y'all how they play in my own family. But anyway, child, I be trying to tell them my family members, they're gonna curse me out. But yeah, I just kind of feel like everybody wants to feel bad for Mia, and I don't see why. Like, your mama, what you gonna do?
I agree with Bondy as well.
But you know, Candace ain't shit. Go ahead, Jaylee.
Y'all know I ain't gonna say nothing. I'm done.
I mean, you know, we said it. I feel like you could say something about this week. What about Ashley at the table?
We're gonna get to the dang, Jami. She gonna come back.
We're
gonna get to that.
I'm interested to hear what you have to say about Ashley at football head at the table, asking people why their husband did, you know, how you feel about, you know, you checking your wife. You could have came in here and checked your wife.
Well, for me and Candace, I feel like Mia does not have an issue with Candace. I feel like the issue was little. Candace made it bigger. I feel like Mia did not even repeat it about the whole your mama thing. I think Wendy brought it up. I think people are making it seem as if Mia is the one who keeps talking about it, and she isn't. She spoke on it because Wendy brought it up. So my thing is, when Wendy brought it up, to me, Candace still went further because she wants to fuss with Mia. But they
what about the
you
so mean comment when they was in the kitchen?
She felt like Candace this is my thing. I don't want to see. My thing about not discussing the show is I don't want to have to defend Mia. You know what I'm saying? Like my thing is I don't want to defend anybody. I think my opinion is still like they both played a part in it. I just do not feel like Mia has it out for Candace. I think
I can respond to that comment. I actually agree with you, Jay Lee. I think.
I don't think it's personal. I think it's about.
I don't think she has an issue. Yes. I think people have been saying. Let me say this. I think people have been saying that Mia, because y'all have said Mia watched the show before. I'm like everyone who came on the show has watched. So why is it wrong that she may have watched the show before? Wait a minute. So wait. No, hold on. Wait. So my thing is, people to me, the reason I choose not to debate this show is because people really feel some kind of way about Mia. And when I give my opinion, I'm like, I don't want to have to keep defending her as if I think she's completely right. So I'd be like, look, I think they both did work out, but I do not think that Mia has it out for Ken. I don't think she's out for Ken. I just don't.
Okay, so let me clarify again. I do not feel like Mia has a personal issue with Candace. I feel like Mia knows that she's coming on a show and she wants to pop. So she has to play strategically. Who am I going to be able to argue with and quickly recover from the argument without being the bad guy? Oh, let me get into it with Candace, because Candace, I know, can't really control herself. She's going to go for the jugular, and then I'm going to look like the victim in a situation. That's my point. I don't care about Mia. I don't even hate Mia. I don't dislike Mia. She ain't been on the show long enough for me to dislike her, but I absolutely feel like she is being strategic in the way she is moving. I don't care. I'm indifferent. I'm not like, because I feel like I don't like Robin. You know what I'm saying? I even don't like Robin more than I don't like Giselle. Because to me, I feel like Giselle just plays her queen bitch position and y'all let her do that. Robin, on the other hand, actively gets upset on somebody else's behalf when it has nothing to do with her, and then gets really upset when people do the same thing to her that she does to other people. So for me, like, that's more of an upset to me. But Mia is just trying to make a splash on this show. I see her for her works. It ain't no deep, profound hate towards Candace, but it's definitely, I'm going to antagonize you because it's good for the show.
I agree that she is coming for her, you know, for the sake of doing it. She done it with a bunch of people. Who else did she do that with? It was somebody else. Wendy. She did it with Wendy. And yes, so she trying to make a splash, like you said. But to answer your question on her saying she's mean, I don't think that was her coming for Candace. I think it was her like, dang, we were just going back and forth. We was just shading. She's mean. Like, I don't think she expected, not to say Candace is wrong for coming at her that way. I don't think she expected Candace to come that hard. And that's what I mean by saying Candace needs to allow people the space to show their ass. Because the thing is, Mia would have been seen for her wrong if Candace would have just taken some shit to the chin. Mia is not a victim in this situation, but multiple times Mia took shit to the chin. Candace talking about, you know, he picked you on the corner. He picked you up from the corner. Mia took it to the chin. Where's the pimp? So in that situation, Candace continued to make herself look worse. So I think Mia started shit, tried to backtrack like, ooh, like, dang, she's mean. Candace is childish and don't know how to play the game, because at the end of the day, if somebody comes at you, it's no longer like, oh, you know, well, they came at you. It's very much so how you are perceived on the TV show and perceived amongst the other women. So Candace needs to learn how to balance that.
I agree with you, but I still feel like in that moment when Mia said that shit to Ashley, it was to antagonize Candace. It was to once again try to incite more anger from Candace. She's so mean. Bitch, let me tell y'all something. Y'all know how boisterous I am. I don't give a fuck a lot of the time, but if I don't want to argue with somebody, I'm not going to say something about them in earshot of them. I'm going to wait until I'm away from them and they can't hear me for me to let off about their ass if I don't want to talk about them. And then if they hear me, I'll be like, well, yeah, bitch, I was talking about you, but I only said it behind your back because I don't feel like arguing with you, but I still feel how I feel.
But see, that's the crazy part. Why can't they have a conversation? If Candace's feelings were hurt about the low budget comment, why can't they have a conversation? When Mia, Wendy, Skylar, and Ken was in the room, that could have been a conversation.
Didn't she say you hurt my feelings? And Mia said I don't give a fuck?
No, she just had to give a fuck. She said
yes, she did.
She said, I don't care. So.
She said, I don't care. Candace said, I haven't done anything to you. She said, I have been nothing but nice to you. And Mia said, I don't not have
conversations. Candace goes back and forth. And that's why my thing. Candace be on bullshit. I want Candace to be able to express herself when she's hurt. I want her to be able to do that. My thing with Candace is she doesn't. She reacts in a childish way because she's hurt. But express yourself like an adult. Be mad at first, read back and forth. Yeah, but I'm like, why have you not had a conversation about why that hurt your feelings? When she said how if her interest, her mind could be being called low budget. Well, be an adult to have that conversation to let her know why you're upset. But no, you want the read to be me to go back and forth.
No, I think she did try to have that conversation. No, she did. Yes, she did. And Mia came at her. Yes, she did. She tried to have that conversation. And Mia was like, well, I'm a CEO. And I feel like when I come into the room, I'm just trying to figure out what the issue. She came at her with bullshit when Candace tried to really say my feelings with her.
She started playing in her face.
I don't agree. And that's why I'm like, that's my thing. That's why everybody had their point, but I feel like everyone just had their point. And so nobody will budge from their point. Something like it ain't no point that we discussed. You know what I'm saying?
Because it's like everybody's trying to convince each other that their point is right. But I also feel like with Mia, when Mia said, well, if Candace has an issue with, being called low budget, she should have said something. Well, Mia, for me, I feel like if you had an issue about your mom being called low budget or whatever it is, you being sensitive about your mom, you should have said something. You shouldn't have waited until the cast felt away about what Candace said. She did. That's what it was.
That's because Wendy brought it back up. Wendy brought it up, not Mia. If Mia had brought that up to Candace,
and I'm glad you said that because that is my point that you're making. That's what I'm saying though. So when Mia didn't say anything about it, she didn't start crying about it until everyone else made it an issue. That is what I'm saying. And that's when I'm like, if you felt the way, which we know she didn't, if you want to apply that to Candace and say Candace should have spoke up, then if you felt the way, you should have spoke up instead of waiting until everybody else had something to say about your mom. That's what I'm saying.
Mia tried to tell her. Wendy did.
Mia tried to tell Candace herself in the kitchen, but I do agree with y'all in saying that she didn't care and that the tears didn't come until everybody was like, oh, were you okay? In the kitchen, I feel like she used it as like a method to surrender. When Candace started going off, like off, that's when Mia says, let me tell you about my mom. But she don't say it in a way. She said it kind of like, I don't want to fight anymore. Like let me tell you.
She said it like I hear Karen trying to stop Candace from saying something else about my mom. So let me go back into the room and address that because that's what Karen put out there on the forefront. But you had time to address that earlier when y'all were sitting in the room. Had you not been playing in Candace's face, which made her get more upset, y'all could have had that conversation.
Mia said she didn't give a fuck about her own husband telling her to shut the fuck up in front of a room full of people that she don't really know. Girl, you don't give a fuck about what Candy said about your mama being low budget. Please stop trying to act like somebody's feelings is hurt behind that because they not. They're not. They weren't. Your mom's low budget. Now what?
Yeah, they weren't hurt until everybody started babying her. So I think two things can be true at the same time. I'm very split between the two. I'm gonna call both of them wrong.
I can see that. Yeah,
I can see both sides. But I also feel like I'm not about to sit up here and act like Mia is not antagonizing the shit out of Candace. Like, I'm gonna put my fingers in your face. I don't give a fuck that you was nice to me. I don't care, bitch. I still have it. I'm still gonna do all. Candace, Mia was on that 100, just like Candace was on that shit last season when her and Monique got into it. You was into the fight, girl. You was putting your hands in the face. You didn't give a fuck. So guess what? Now this season, Mia is giving Candace that same energy with, girl, I don't give a fuck what you talking about, and I'm gonna put my hands in your face and all of that shit. At the end of the day, I feel like I'm being very consistent with this. It's like, sit your ass down. Sit your ass down. Mia, sit your ass down. Candace, sit your ass down. Everybody sit their ass down.
Everybody. So let's get to Ashley. Ashley comes in, y'all.
Her too.
And they at the dinner table. Ashley having a whole conversation with Candace's husband in front of Candace about Candace and not addressing Candace. Asking Chris, did he cuss her out? Basically making sure that he held her accountable. And I just hated to see like all of the childishness, I have to say. I saw a lot of childishness with Candace within the past 2 episodes. Even saw it in her relationship with Chris. I really did. Who's that too?
Whoever in the comments who feel like it applies.
Oh, wow.
So, like, even with Candace and Chris, Candace will act an ass, and Chris will reprimand her, and she'll just peel over like a little baby. Sorry, I did too much. And I'm tired of seeing that. So I need some maturity. Ashley did start it, but I don't think Ashley said anything wrong. Ashley called her a bitch. That was the only thing that she could have changed. But everything else she said was on par. But I always have to say I have a love-hate relationship with Ashley. I hate that she can call shit for what it is when it comes to other people, but you don't want to call shit for what it is when it comes to your husband in hotel room with lion, tigers, and bears, like Candace said. So what y'all think?
Ashley did tell the story wrong. She did tell that whole breakdown. Wrong? She said that Candace put her hands all in Mia's face and referenced how it was last season when it was the other way around. And that's the funny thing with Ashley, because Ashley likes to speak to things when she wasn't there. But when you're right there, you act like you don't know what was going on. You were standing right there when it happened. How you don't know? How do you tell the story wrong?
Because she was looking for any excuse to make Candace out to be the bad guy. When at the end of the day, like I said at the beginning of this motherfucking episode of the Ooh Ladies First Panel, bitch, let you ever try to use my husband to check me and watch how ignorant I get. That's my motherfucking husband. I don't give a fuck how wrong I am in a situation. Don't you ever in your life try to use my husband against me. And that's what Ashley did when she asked Chris that question about, oh, do you think there could have been more that you could have done to check Candace or to get Candace under control? Like at the end of the day, Ashley, do you think your football head size ass could have went and sat in your room and minded your fucking business? Like, do you think you could have went go look for your room since you had one of the nice ones with a bathroom? Come on. Like, I don't like that, because at the end of the day, the way she tried to make it seem like Michael and Chris were on the same level when we all know that that is not the case. It was just kind of like, Ashley, just sit there and eat your food, because you were right. You were absolutely right about your comparison when she brought up how at the end of the day, you were, to me, physical in a way that you were upset with Monique about. Remember, you were, Post-its on the sink and all of that shit, because you were so upset. But now here it comes with you and Mia, and you were happy to throw lettuce first and to put your hands in somebody's face and to be physical or to get in somebody's face again. Now, if you had learned from last year, then maybe you wouldn't be willing to do all of that and maybe just walk away, which is the maturity that everybody was looking for. But
that's the part where I feel like she went lying.
Y'all told Candace she didn't do anything wrong in her altercation with Monique. So there's no reason to learn from the situation or for her to gain any knowledge from it, because y'all said she didn't do nothing wrong. Y'all said it was all Monique's fault because Monique attacked her, right? So there's nothing for her to learn.
Yep, I agree, Bondy. And I said that in my review. I actually saw people talking about it on Twitter as well. It's funny how you see the tables turn. All last season, and I don't even want to get deep into it, but all last season, it was all about Monique, as far as it came to the ops and Ashley. Now this season, they saying, well, Candace, if you truly learn, so was she 100% a victim like y'all did last season, or were y'all just using her to y'all benefit for the demise of Monique? So that's why anytime anything happens on this show, leave it to me to always turn around and blame it on Robin and Giselle, because I feel like a lot of people, Karen is the only one who has the maturity and the common sense to see through the theatrics in the way that shit is done, which is why Karen is my favorite. Candace is such a hothead that she can't see through things that are happening like that.
And Karen she can't see through the shade and then just let it go. Karen doesn't get all irate. It doesn't get the finger. It doesn't get to that. It just gets to, well, I said what I said. It doesn't even matter if it made sense. You heard what I said, bitch.
In terms of Robin and Giselle, with the whole Candace situation and them using, I guess, Candace as a pawn to get Monique out, I definitely agree with that. When I think about this season, because originally it seemed like the target was supposed to be Candace last season. Now we're fast forwarding to this season and you're still the target. And they keep talking about your mouth, your mouth, your mouth. And everybody keeps talking about your mouth, your mouth. But y'all remind me, because I really can't remember any time that Candace has had a foul mouth. It just all of a sudden came about after the incident with Monique. And then now this season, we just
it's
keep,
the stuff that's
I keep
happened
hearing
online.
it.
I think it's more.
Oh, that's what it is.
It's more so the stuff that's been online than it's the stuff that has actually been on the show.
That's what, because I'm looking at it like y'all keep talking about her mouth. Like, where are we going with this? Because I haven't seen her present herself like that on the show.
Well, she presented herself like that to the group initially. Remember whenever she first came on the show and she was engaged and Giselle had crossed boundaries and started asking about her business. And was it Giselle or was it Cherie? It was somebody. And Candace's response was something very shady. It was something about like bitch or I can't remember what it was. She said something bitch or something age, something about her age. And everybody was like, oh my gosh, you calling her a bitch. And this was like when Candace was new.
Oh, was this like they were on like a bus or something like that?
Yes. Was it Cherie?
I can't remember, but all I know is I have always enjoyed Candace's mouth, to tell y'all the truth. That's never been a problem for me. I like to get below the belt myself. So, you know, don't come for me if you don't want that.
Her mouth at that time was like Ashley's. So
yeah, that was
it's
horrible.
like it was really no point in saying in them continuing to say her mouth. So the fact that they're saying it now does make me think like they got an agenda this time where they probably trying to get you up off the table because originally you were the target on last year. What else did I want to say? My main issue, because Ashley was out of line. She was doing the most. She egged Candace on and got Candace to where she wanted her to be exactly. But my problem was with Chris ultimately, because this woman had disrespect. First of all, this woman's talking to you about me while I'm sitting here. You see I'm not engaging, so why are you engaging? When the woman started talking to me and you tried to hop in the conversation, she said, oh, I'm not talking to you now. Okay, that was grounds to cuss Ashley out right there for disrespecting you. And then you decide to uproot Candace from the table so that she won't have further interaction, knowing that's going to make her even more upset because she's trying to be heard, as Karen said in the after show. My issue with Chris primarily, not only did you try to get Candace up off the table at this time, but you heard glass being broken earlier in the episode. You knew everything that was going on in that room, but you didn't even want to go in there and try and stop everything from escalating at that time. And then now you want to stand up here when Candace not even doing the most for you to snatch her up and take her outside? Hell no. Don't put your hands on me. I'm finna sit right here and I'm finna cuss her the hell out because she's not finna disrespect me and she's not finna disrespect you. And if you wanted to grab somebody, you should have grabbed me earlier that day.
I understand why he did that. He did it because of literally everything that I've been saying and what he's been saying to her is that she ends up looking bad in the end. He said something, and I can't even quote exactly what he said, but basically,
respond one time and leave it alone.
That's what he said. He said you could respond one time and leave it alone instead of going back to it because ultimately it makes her look worse. So I don't think he thought Candace was wrong by addressing Ashley, but he was like, oh no, like, you know, you'd already got into an altercation at the house and they're going to use that against you. So if you get into altercation again, they're going to use it against you. So I think he very much acts as like the angel on Candace's right shoulder. It's Candace against Candace and he be trying to help her.
Oh, hold up.
I think what Athy said was right. I think the location was wrong. I wish Athy would have had a conversation with Chris in the kitchen. When Chris came in and said how good she was as a mom, I felt like if she wanted to ask him those questions on a one-on-one basis, that would have been better because Candace was there for one, and it could have been a more calm conversation. So I think what she said was right, but where she did it was wrong. I don't have an issue with her. Her and Chris, to me, were having a constructive conversation. And as it went on and on and on, because other people are there, that's what made it go left. Had her and Chris had that same conversation, just them two, it could have been a better understanding on both parts. Because both Chris and Athy both were saying how, yes, both me and Michael have had our words. We both did things. I feel like that's what I want to happen. I want more conversations over the bullshit so people can move past it. But that can't happen in a group setting because other folks get involved and then shit go left. They have been drinking or whatever. So I just wish they had that conversation in the kitchen by themselves, just them two, because Chris is logical. Ashley on herself without anyone around can be okay. So I think the setting was wrong, but what she said was absolutely right.
I just want to say to everybody in the chat that have such a big problem with me, if you want to fuck me, just say that. It's okay. Like, I get it. I have that energy about myself. You don't have to be that mad and upset. Like, just say what it is. It's okay. It's all right.
Well, yeah.
I'm sorry. Y'all know I like to make people uncomfortable by flirting with them when they try to come at me in the comments. Because y'all think y'all be doing something. Y'all think y'all be saying something so profound. Oh my God, I'm not going to follow this channel. Oh my God, Bondy thinks that, she's the only one who can have a perspective. No, I don't. But, if you want something, let me know about it. Because, if you're cute enough, I might give you what you're asking for.
Yep. Well, y'all got any other thoughts on Potomac?
Ain't got nothing.
I ain't got another thought on Potomac until Sunday, okay? So y'all know where to find us everywhere, all over social media. Follow us on Instagram at OohLadiesFirstPanel. Email us at OohLadiesFirstPanel@gmail.com. Follow Bondy, especially y'all that, y'all checking for her in the comments. Follow Bondy at Bondy Blue. Follow Jami at Jami ThatsMe and Jaylee at Jaylee's Corner on YouTube and Twitter, and J_Lees_Corner on Instagram. And you can follow me, Necey Dixon, everywhere. Okay. And with that being said, y'all go ahead and have a good night.